Okay, welcome everybody. Hope you guys are all good. Please let me know if you guys can hear me. So today we're gonna cover, I guess, 2 or 3 topics. So it's gonna be encompassing more than one topic, but nonetheless, it's kind of the same thing. The focus of the live stream today will be about. Sorry about that. So the focus of the live stream today will be about military matters, military issues, issues of safety, and things like that. So it's gonna be less, I guess, emotional and more like, I don't even know if it's facts based, but based on evidence and based on the events that are happening, specifically in the Sahel region, but also Mozambique, also being another place to watch out for, and specifically some regions of Mozambique where the jihadists, they basically want to make another caliphate in southern Africa. So that's going to be obviously a point of interest and what that means for the regions of southern Africa, specifically the SADC environment, and also how tying in African Reacts clip into all of this about, are Black people who are non-African going to Africa, can they be a threat, especially militarily? And by the way, before I answer that question, I guess I should answer that question and say, yes, everybody is a threat. Like, everybody should be seen as a threat. If you really don't know why somebody is in your country, automatically that person is a threat. Like, that's not anything to do with, oh, I don't believe in this, I don't believe in coming together, but you don't know who's coming to your country. And this is why I believe that certain countries, they should have stricter visa laws. I really do think that, because the good thing about somebody going to your country, right? If they're going there for business, the good thing about that is they're making money in your country, but you also get to tax them. So for people who are going to countries for business, that's good. But if you can't prove why you're going to that country, then do you really need a visa to go there? I really don't think so. Unless you can prove, okay, my DNA comes from here, I'm here to reconnect. Unless you're really proving the reason why you're going there. And I'm not saying you shouldn't go there, but I'm also saying it's not absolutely necessary that that country should give you a visa. Why? Because we're living in times of just security threats. I know some people in here studied history, right? You guys remember what happened during the 1960s. You guys remember the Cold War, right? Why do we think that spies, why do we think that agents, why do we think that only happened in the 1960s? Why do we not think that there's spies and agents in 2020? There are spies, Russian spies, that have been born in the US, and their allegiance is still to Russia. I'm just giving you an example that these things, if these things can happen in the West, why can they not happen in Africa? Like, what makes Africa exempt from those types of things? Especially when some of our countries, unfortunately, it's like anybody goes, anybody applies, and they can go. I covered a story not long ago here where there was a certain country, right, in Africa, West Africa to be specific. There were prisoners from a West African country that broke free and went to another country through a boat. Doesn't that mean that there's something wrong? When somebody can leave their country through a boat and go to another one, doesn't that mean that the security measures, the border, the security borders, shouldn't something be updated just for the safety of the citizens at least? So that's why when people talk about, open borders, according to me, the borders are already open. Like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. You guys are here saying that borders should be open. The borders are technically already open. They really are. They will literally give a visa to anybody. They really will. Some of these countries, you're supposed to stay there for 3 or 4 months. You overstay, nothing happens to you. So yeah, that's the one reason why I'm not really a fan of open borders, because we can't even handle the movements that we have now. So why would we open up more and then have more problems? I just don't see that making any sense. But before we get into it, we're going to start with the Mozambique thing. So in case you are not aware, for whatever reason, there's some issues going on in some parts of Mozambique. I want you guys to watch the video and actually comment and see if you guys notice what some of the people look like. Because earlier, right, we were talking about who is a threat, who can be a military threat. And through watching this video, I hope that you guys can see what some of the Africans are now talking about, because this is quite scary if you really think about it. Let me just see if I can find it. Okay, sorry about that. I'm opening it right now.
Sending its troops to Mozambique. Nearly 1,500 military personnel are going there to battle jihadist terror. They'll be fighting alongside troops from Rwanda, Botswana, and 13 other African nations. They've all promised military assistance to Mozambique. Their enemy is Al-Shabaab. It's a terror outfit linked to the Islamic State that plans to establish a caliphate in southern Africa. But is military intervention the answer to terrorism in this region? Our next report explores.
For more than a year now, Mozambique has been in turmoil, struggling to contain Islamist terror. Al-Shabaab, a terror outfit linked to the Islamic State, has been wreaking havoc in the country's north. In the last 12 months, it has ransacked entire towns, gained control of important roadways, destroyed key infrastructure, abducted young women and children, and beheaded hundreds. According to the most recent data, more than 3,100 people have died. 800,000 more have been displaced. The humanitarian situation is alarming. The economic loss is mounting. In March this year, Al-Shabaab carried out a bloody takeover of Palma, a town just 10 kilometers away from a mega gas project. The $20 billion Total natural gas plant, which is the largest investment of its kind in Africa. The project has now suspended operations. Mozambique's economy is suffering. Al-Shabaab is only getting stronger. So what exactly does the terror group want? To make Mozambique the next Syria, establish an Islamic caliphate far beyond its borders. The threat is real for the neighbors of Mozambique. Countries like Botswana, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, South Africa, Tanzania, and Rwanda in the extended neighborhood. They're all slowly getting pulled into this conflict. On the 10th of July, Rwanda deployed 1,000 troops to Mozambique.
We are participating with the Mozambican forces to restore order and sanity in Cabo Delgado.
On July 26th, Botswana sent 300 troops to Mozambique. And now South Africa has decided to join Mozambique's war against terror. It is sending a total of 1,495 troops to battle jihadists. They will stay there for a period of 3 months.
South Africa has deployed 1,495 25 members of the South African National Defence Force to Mozambique to combat terrorism and violent extremism.
Okay, I think you guys are getting the point, right? So that's happening. If you guys paid attention to the clip, there were some people in there. They were Black, but they were definitely non-Southern African. They were definitely, I would pretty much say that they weren't African by the looks of it. So this whole thing has so many people's hands in the cookie jar, so to speak. There's a whole bunch of people who are involved in this. It's not just, who is it? It's not just the Islamic State or whatever. It's a whole bunch of other people that are involved in this as well. And the reason why I'm bringing this up, right, is because I'm just showing you that there are some security issues that we're working on and that we haven't fixed yet. So it's like on top of that, to add something else to it, I just think it's not a good idea personally. You know what I mean? Upon checking Mozambique's statistics, their per capita, apparently, GDP per capita is apparently $500, around $500. So they're not performing as well as I thought they would be. Like, I thought Mozambique was on the same level as Tanzania, but Tanzania seems to be doing way better than Mozambique. Their population is about 30 million people. So I would expect their GDP at least to be around 60, 70 billion. But their GDP, actually, let me double check. What is their GDP? Even though this is an estimate, their GDP is only 15.29 billion for a population of about 30 million people, right? Let me double check. Is that the population? Yes. So they're not performing too well either. And I think that's one of the reasons why the ISIS people are targeting them. But yeah, this is a concern, you know? And some people will say, why is this a concern? Only about 3,000 people have been displaced. It's not about what's happening now. It's about what could actually happen. That is the concern. It's not about what's going on right now. It's about what can potentially come if this doesn't get solved, or if this doesn't get tackled in a strategic manner. Now, upon checking some of these things, it's very good that the CADC, I believe it's CADC, anyways, the Southern African Development Community, have deployed thousands of their military to try to fight this, and that's very good. But at the same time, what's the point in deploying military troops if there isn't a clear agenda of how to actually deal with this? Like, how do you strategically fight the potential onset of terrorism? How do you do that effectively? Because last time I checked, even if you diminish these Islamic terrorist leaders, right? That doesn't eliminate the mind frame. That doesn't eliminate the mission. That doesn't eliminate the goal. So how do you effectively fight this? And I think that a lot of these countries, they're like forcing to bring the military to violently try to solve this problem, but it's definitely going to be more complicated than just sending out military, right? It's definitely going to be way more complicated than that. So basically, that's what I wanted to talk about in regards to that. By the way, is there anyone who lives in that area, knows what's going on? because this is what some of the other regions are also going through. Just because they don't talk about it 24/7, it doesn't mean that that military threat is not there. Unfortunately, it is. I just feel like some of us just don't know. We haven't been exposed to it before, so we're not really sure how to tackle it, but it's there. Hi, Kwesi. Hi, Michael. Hi, Joyce. Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. Again, I'm gonna talk about that, I guess, more later into this stream, but there is no vetting going on. And that's kind of concerning because, okay, let me say it like this. Let's say you were born in Britain, right? Or you were born in the UK, and you left the UK to go to a different country, and you maybe lived in that different country for like 7 or 8 years. You honestly think the minute that you travel back to the UK that the UK, like their intelligence police, are not going to be on your case, wondering why you left and what you're doing back in the country? These are some of the things that they do already, but they don't have to announce it because that's how you protect your country. You have to keep personal tabs on what people are doing. So it's not a matter of, I don't like you, I don't need you in my country. It's a matter of, what are you actually doing here? Because sometimes when people who are not vetted go to other people's countries, then they become other people's problems. And I personally agree. I think that ECOWAS, for instance, if you're talking about West Africa, people who have ECOWAS, they can travel, it's fine. But even if you have ECOWAS, like after your 90 days, you need to go. You need to go back to wherever you came from. If you want to stay in that country, then you have to apply the legal way, not just stay there and nobody wonders why you're still there. Like, that's not helping anybody move forward, to be quite honest. I mean, I don't know what to say. They're very unprepared. Just by looking at it, their strategy is just to deploy troops, is just to deploy people to help. But I haven't looked at the statistics, and if anybody knows anything about Mozambique, really deep into that country, just by looking at the position that Mozambique is in right now, I don't think that their military is even all that effective by itself, even without intervention. So if their military by itself is not that effective, how is you bringing the Botswanan, the Rwandan, the Tanzanian, and the Southern African troops, how is that going to help? I mean, it's better than nothing according to some people's logic, but I'm just saying, like, what is the what is the plan? You know what I mean? It doesn't look too good, but anyway, we'll keep our hands crossed for that. All African militaries is a joke. When you don't have the technology to create your own weapons, you'll always be weak. Absolutely. EU and America might be involved in this growing terror in Southern African nations. You know what? In the beginning, I used to think that when people used to say things like that, that they were just making it up. But I mean, I could see Europe's hand in this somehow. Because at the end of the day, we all know that they don't really care about the Africans. They just care about the African resources. So I'm not going to sit there and say that this is all happening because of them, but they do benefit from the turmoil in certain countries for sure. Because I don't know if you've noticed, but even in these United Nations and these other organizations, these peacekeeping missions that they have, they're still loyal to the West. So you would think that, okay, this peacekeeping mission is supposed to benefit the country that they're going to the most, but these peacekeeping missions seem to somehow benefit the Western countries the most at all times. The situation in Sudan, you guys saw that. The ongoing situation in Congo, you're seeing that all the time. Okay, so are these peacekeeping missions even peacekeeping missions, or are they just bragging about how they're helping, but then they're still further doing things behind the scenes that in turmoil when everybody is freaking out, nobody is going to be worried about what the help or what the outsiders of that country are doing, because everyone's already under the guise that they're helping anyways. So you're not going to really think too far about what they're actually doing. Meanwhile, we know that some of them go in there and they molest girls and boys, they steal minerals, they do this, they do that. We already know this. But for whatever reason, we still trust them. Oh, well. Wait. Whoa. I'm way behind. I don't even know where. Mozambique, 300 plus deployed is more than a lot. Oh, yeah. I think it's close to, no, hold on. They said it was about 4,000 that passed away. But when it came to displacements, the displacements apparently were about 500,000 to 800,000. That's apparently what it is. I don't really know if that's true, but whatever. What has Kagame said about the situation in Mozambique? To be honest, I don't really know, but Kagame doesn't care about the situation in Mozambique. How can vetting take place when national ID cards aren't popularized and quite expensive for African countries, plus the corruption? Okay, so on one hand, I'm like, let's reduce the tourism, let's reduce people coming there. But I kind of understand that some African countries depend on the tourism. I don't know. All I'm saying is, either way, the security on the continent is really scary. The lack of border enforcements is quite frightening. I just think that needs to be fixed ASAP, especially in the Sahel regions like that. It should not be that easy to travel from one country to another unless you're doing business or unless you know somebody there. It really just shouldn't be that simple to go from one country to another, because it's been like that for way too long and it really just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't help the situation. That war is business, no need to worry. Oh, yeah, no, call me xenophobic. I am xenophobic. Honestly, I'm starting to get more xenophobic because just the nonsense I'm hearing from certain African countries to another African country, it's really, really bad. It's horrible. This talk of open borders is dangerous. African nations must protect their borders. Why should anyone open themselves to national security threats? Oh, okay, thank you. Machwana. Okay, Machwana. Okay, thank you. So you prefer the European to handle the Mozambican business? When did I say that? Okay, I'm gonna let Diogo come on because he's actually from Mozambique and he's actually on the continent. So he should have a continental perspective on this, and especially in one of the countries that we're talking about. So he's gonna be able to come in, and then we'll continue with like the rest of the topic because it's more than one topic that we're covering in one. But if anyone has any opinions on this, let us know. Thanks. The Sahel regions has always been volatile and it's mainly desert, but the military groups there are weakened. I mean, the Sahel, Kwesi, let's be honest here. The Sahel region, let's be honest here. It's garbage. Can we just be honest here? Kwesi, the Sahel region is not gonna get better. Like let's forget about the Sahel region. Let's completely. There's nothing good coming out of the Sahel region. There's no, because you can't build anything on that region. It's going to be ruined by terrorism. It's going to be ruined by instability. It's going to be even ruined by the climate. The people of the Sahel region, the good ones, have to keep coming down south because their region is not prosperous anymore. It's the desert. There's a lot of deforestation that's going on in that region that is causing people to move downwards. So that region, to be honest, it can't be helped. How many times have we tried to help Chad? How many times have we tried to help Niger? How many times have we tried to help them? And they still, Chad and Niger still cannot get it together. They really can't get it together. So let's focus on regions that can actually prove themselves. Oh yeah, no, that's I mean, is it the biggest region in sub-Saharan? Is it the biggest military in sub-Saharan Africa? I think so. Y'all do know the largest defense company in Southern Africa and African is owned by a South African Jewish family. Interesting. Well, that's not really what's going on in ECOWAS. ECOWAS, they don't really care about investing into their military. I don't know why. When you're dealing with terrorist threats, you should, but I don't know. And this is what makes me scared for some of these countries because it's like they think that what's going on in some of these other countries can't actually influence what's going on in their countries. I played a video like a month ago about when the attacks happened in Burkina Faso, how a whole bunch of Burkinabe were running to Ghana. It's like, why don't these leaders actually understand that if there's threats in some other country that's beside yours, that's going to cause instability in your own country if you don't actually try to fix it? I don't understand why they don't get that, or maybe they don't care. I guess they don't care. Yeah, I guess they just don't care. But we're going to go ahead and add Diogo to the stream and he could let us know, is this propaganda for the media or what's going on? But yeah, just let us know what's going on with this. Like, what's happening?
Good morning, African Millennial. How are you doing?
Not bad. How are you doing?
I'm great. So, what's happening in Mozambique? It's business. It's business. It's the oil and natural gas industry. So this is what's happening.
That's it.
Yeah, you see they're looting the oil and natural gas. It's not a deep thing, but a lot of people are dying. Actually, 900 troops were killed this week. I can send you a picture to your email. But yeah, but this is what's happened. So it's the oil and the gas that's being extracted by foreign nations. So they use the those militants to get in the country, and it's easy for them to take it out. So it's a little war going on in that side, but it's not what the media wants you to think it is.
But who's stealing from who?
Uh, you see, the Western nations, they're stealing the resources from that area, the
Uh,
oil and natural gas. So they're getting it for free. So that's what's happening. It's business, and even certain politicians are into, like, they're involved in that scheme. So yeah, that's what's happening.
okay, that makes sense. So are you saying that the media is using another cover up to actually um divert the attention away from who's stealing from something?
Of course, the media, that's what the media does. The media is not here to inform you actual facts. The media is here to control the narrative. So yeah, it's countries like France, the United States, even Saudi Arabia are invested in that area. So yeah, the oil giants, they're invested in that project. So yeah, they're involved in that. So it's the same tactic they use in every other African country, like in Nigeria, where the Boko Haram, they do what they do. It's the same thing.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, I see. I see. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank
So
you
now
for
the now I'm saying now the Rwanda troops are right there, are in my country. So yeah, but it's not what the media. It's a war. It's a little war. People are dying. You see, the government had to move certain people from the area where they were living, and they moved those. So it's happening. There's things happening, but it's not actually what the media wants you to think, that it's a war zone or something. It's it's for resources.
mm, okay. All right. Okay. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so with all of that being said, thank you for clearing that up, by the way. That was very informative. We're gonna switch gears to the next part of the live stream. So just to make things clear for anybody who just got here, completely wrong. I was wrong, but that's cool. Basically, this is a diversion for somebody to go ahead and steal something else. So the media is focusing on the fact that, there's jihadists in there or whatever, and they want to make an Islamic state in Southern Africa. Meanwhile, politicians from all these countries are benefiting from this, and somebody's stealing the money, and also the West is stealing as well. As well as Africans also stealing from that as well, but making it look like something else. So thank you for clearing that up. That really makes a lot of sense now. But we're gonna switch gears to the
Yeah, I
next.
just wanna.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just comment on the point you made about why the African leaders, they are not doing anything else
Yeah,
to protect the military or whatnot? Okay,
yeah.
so the first thing I'll tell you is that our African leaders are not dumb. This is the first thing you need to understand. You see, what's happening here is most of our African countries, they actually, when you play chess and you move a piece and it's checkmate, you know what's that, right?
Yeah.
So that's what's happening with our African countries. Our African countries are in a position where the presidents can think for themselves because uh, things will happen. Your country will be destabilized and whatnot. So African nations can have a military base, a strong military, and they can develop their own nuclear weapons because of the international law and agreements that they sign. You see, the countries who get aid, who get foreign aid, can develop their own foreign weapons, can develop weapons, and can develop a great military. So everything right there is is already structured for Africa not to develop. Another thing is all of us complain why our leaders don't invest in our ideas. It's also part of the plan. It's law out there that the countries in Africa should always accept foreign investment and actually minimize their investment into the youth and ideas in the people of the nation. It's a law that every third world nation follows, but you can actually search for it if you don't believe it. But this is what I'm telling you. So our presidents are not as dumb as I thought they were. They are trapped. This is what's happening.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the situation of what are you going to do? You have to buy even if something's going on, you have to buy your weapons from them. You have actual laws and legislation that says that you must do that. And then if you don't do that, I don't think anyone's actually afraid enough to try, because you're going to get in trouble. Your family's going to get in trouble. You can lose your life basically for doing something like that. So I agree. I think most of our leaders are just complacent and they would rather not make the West angry. So they just go along with that. And then we complain to them and we think that, okay, well, if we complain enough that they're actually going to listen, but they
Yeah.
really don't. Now, K Polymath, what do you mean we got to stop making excuses? I mean, that's the one reason why I'm
That's
not
true.
interested in being president. I'm not interested in being in any high political party because I know if I do that, I'm gonna be compromised. Like
I mean,
I already know that.
yeah, yeah. That's the truth, but it all depends on your strategy. But one thing that's true is no African nation is capable of defeating the Western nations at the moment, and
Oh
this is
my
something
God,
we as Africans. What?
you think so?
Yeah, this
Well,
is the truth. We can't be lying to ourselves. What?
oh my goodness. Well, I would agree, not at the moment.
Yeah, we are not capable of defeating the West at the moment. This is the truth. It's not something that we should actually make lie. So we are bound. You see, what's happening in Africa is bound to happen, regardless if you have a great politician, because he will eventually be killed. Because what the Western nations want is they don't want a good example to happen in Africa. African country that's prospering, they don't want that because other African countries will follow the model. So yeah, so we need to understand how the game is being played and actually be strategic about it.
Got you. Kaizo, you can go ahead. Thank you for calling in. You're muted. I don't have the energy today, guys, to be yelling. So, Kwesi, you can go ahead. Thank you for calling in. Okay. Simba, I have to disagree with you on that. I honestly don't think that you need nukes in 2021. Now, someone was saying you need them because you need them so that people know that you have them so that, they won't try you. But for some reason, I feel like we've moved on from the nuclear weapons. I feel like we moved on from that, and you don't need to waste money on actual nukes. You do need warships and jets, but I'm not sure about nukes because there are some countries that don't have nukes and they seem to be doing
Can I
okay.
just make a point as well? There's somebody in the comment section that said that.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's somebody in the comment section that said that the European nations are united, but the African nations are not united. I believe that the fact that we're not united is not much of a factor. You see, and it's not something even in the context that will happen right now, because you need to understand that each African nation got their own debt and they got their own contracts that they signed. So let's say a country like Zimbabwe, they got their own debt that they have to pay till 2060. My country might have a debt that they have to pay till the 103,000, the year 3000. So You see, the fact of uniting ain't as easy as it seems because every country is compromised in their own way. So it's not something that will happen right now or might not happen. You
Is
understand?
that
So
really true
this
though?
is the truth.
Is that true though?
What isn't?
I don't know. I think you brothers and usually talk about things which are not really pointful. You know, talking about the Kakunas put this border over here and this tribe over here. I'm like, is it really the problem? And I'm thinking, no. I mean, we can use basic logic here. Ethiopia was apparently never colonized, but it's still a shit hole if I was Trump. So you kind of, you know, they got no debt, so-called debt. They sold off the part of the country, Eritrea, to Italy and Djibouti to like France. So they got no debt. Why are they still not out here succeeding? These problems that we have is nothing to do with the debt. It's got nothing to do with the borders or anything like that. Different tribes here. Like Somalia is the most genetically uniform country in the world. Pretty much 99% people are Somali. Same gene, almost same tribe, different tribes, but whatever. Point is, they're the most warlike country in there. So all these things are just red herrings. You know, red herring is when you think you know the answer, but you look at the image a bit closer and you realize, it doesn't make a difference.
Do you know why there's a war in Somalia? You gotta research that.
That doesn't mean I don't know. The point here is, it doesn't matter what the reason is. The point is,
listen,
there's something fundamental. Look, first of all, I didn't say I don't know why there's a war there. What I'm telling you, it doesn't really matter.
For you, it doesn't really matter. You gotta research why is a war. You see, these wars in African countries are not happening because we as Africans we like to fight each other. There's a extreme point right there. Google, do more of a research. I can give you some books that will actually give you insight about these things.
No, brother. I think you misunderstand.
More why there's a war in Somalia.
I know why these things happen. My point is, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The point is, we're losing a game. Look, like you said, we're in a world of geopolitics. Of course, they're going to have compromises. You're going to get the Saudis coming in to countries like Somalia, making sure that they continually allow that country to be in turmoil. So obviously, they don't get. Again, they've got a strategic point in the region. They've got massive coastline. That would be a great trade, etc. They've got oil, obviously, and they've got loads of other crap. All of these things, they don't want to make it obviously successful. Ethiopia doesn't have a actual sea line either. The Italians made it that way, and the French, etc., so that certain countries can't just do the trade easily, etc. But the point here is, it doesn't really matter why these things are happening. The point is, we are too stupid to do something about it. This is a geopolitical warfare, meaning this is not about, no one is doing anything to us. We're simply losing a war. That's it. There should never be a discussion about this is happening because of this. It's irrelevant, right? But it really doesn't matter. The point is, how do you fix the problems and how do you move on?
Don't you think by fixing the problems, that means by changing some legislations and some laws? No, but this is the thing though. When we actually do try to change these laws,
the laws don't change.
The people who made these laws or the people who we inherited those laws from won't be happy when we do that.
It's not the laws, right? Like I said, Ethiopia was never colonized, so they don't have to pay back any debt. The only debt they had is they sold off two countries, Eritrea and Djibouti. So they've got zero debt, right, from colonialism. The point here is that there is something fundamental about the way we do business. We're not organized. The issue here is organization. There's no organized event happening. That's it. The laws don't matter. Like, what I'm saying is, you can change the laws, but you change it in the future. Changing the law is not going to change the country, right? You change the country and then the law changes. As, let's say in America, right? The more the country changed, women got their rights to vote, Black people got their rights to be human, etc. Laws changed to then solidify that. The law didn't change, then they got their rights, right? So they actually fought for their rights. Then the law changed to show then, okay, now this is official. It doesn't work the other way around. It's not good strategy there. the issue here, like I said, countries that were never colonized are still shit holes. So it's got nothing to do with these other, tribe this, tribe that, all these other things that we think is the reason. They're not reasons. The reason is we're not organized. That's it. We're not strategic. We don't plan. We don't organize. Why do you think, right, sister? Yeah. Why do you think that every Black American woman, right, more or less, okay, it's less, but has a hair company? But how many employees does she have? None. It's her and herself. It's a solo entrepreneur. Why is she not like the biggest hair company out there in the world? Why is it that the thing that Ubantus use, right, and by Bantus I mean all of them, Nilokushitics, use weave. They're the people who use weave the most, yet they do not own the means of production, transportation, and trade of this whole venture. This is a lack of organization. It's got nothing to do with anything else. We generally do not build systems and then spread the spoils of those systems and then create big businesses as a team. Some individuals do it well, but you need more than a few individuals to create a movement and then make sure that it works. I hope that's making sense. Jews are successful because they do their things nicely with each other. Indian people are successful because they do the same thing. I've read the UK report on the richest people in this country. Do you know who they are? They're Indians. Why? Simple. They come in the country, they live together in a tiny little house. They each save up about 10K a year. So let's say you make 20K. Each person saves up 10K, half of it. Every year they put a mortgage into a new house. They give it to a new person. So in the family. So by the end of 6 years, each person has a mortgage. And the UK is a small country, so that the house prices double every 10 years, meaning after 10 years, they've got at least 5 or 6 houses between each other. Each house is going to double in price. So effectively, they could become millionaire within about 15 to 20 years. And they've only invested an initial 10% per house. Point here is, they do this because they're organized, they actually follow through, and they have the spirit to kind of seek it to the end. And they employ that. All our problems are the same in every part of the world, and it's simple. We're not organized. We can't finish a project. We start many projects and we never finish it. We can't trust each other, maybe for good reasons, but again, it doesn't really matter. I don't care why we can't trust each other. It's not relevant. Point is, we can't. And at the end of the result is we're disorganized. Saudi Arabia is successful. Why? It's the most tyrannical place apart from apparently North Korea. I say apparently because I don't know anything about that country. No one really does, right? Apart from people who live there. Okay. But the point is, Saudi is successful. He got the money organized. The money goes to the citizens. They do a good job based on the oil money that they trade. Now, sure, they do things with America, blah, blah. Point is, no African country does good trade with its resources, apart from maybe Seychelles, right? They all suck. Disorganized. That's it. That's our problems. Nothing to do with kakunas. Nothing. Now, Naija will come for me. Here's where Naija will be right about kakunas. Kakunas will be important to deal with in terms of security to protect the system that we create. 100%. That's when you do need these fighter jet and a very organized military to protect what you create. The issue is we're not even creating anything. The first step is to even begin the mindset of creation. We're not doing that.
We're gonna let Naija respond to that.
So you think I'm gonna come for you? Why would you think that? I'm a very nice person. How can you say that? Eh? I think you are actually correct. Most of your analysis is correct, and from what you said, we are not organized. It's the basics at the top of the stuff. That I think there is something else that is associated with that. Because when they first arrived in Africa, I don't think organization was our problem, because they too were not organized then. Our problem, we still have this issue of threat assessment. Because even when you get organized, you decide that everybody is no longer your friends, they will make you disorganized sooner or later. They will destroy you or disrupt whatever organization you have. So it goes beyond that. I think it goes beyond organization. We don't perceive threats. On the continent, it's even worse than in the diaspora, where we have, seen them face to face.
But Naija, one quick comment there. I agree with you with the threat assessment, but my issue here with the threat assessment is that we tend to be black and white. So, okay, we either want China to be good and the West to be bad, or we want to have a simple solution to these things. It's like, okay, oh, we can work with them because they're good. We can't work with them because they're bad. It should never be that way. It should be they're all bad, but these ones are more beneficial to us, and they're perhaps better, not good, just better. I never see this conversation. What I hear is some Afro-Americans saying, oh, they're all bad. And then some Africans saying, no, China is good. No, China is not good. It's working with them is providing good things for the time being, and that's a good thing. But in the back of your mindset, you should be thinking, this is a trade partner. This is not my friend necessarily. And that's where my threat assessment comes in and say, okay, yeah, we need to be more realistic and think. Luther says, let Naija finish. Sorry, Luther, but this is not a typical nigga bout, okay? It's not one of those things.
Yeah, okay, so so what I was saying was that, okay, yes, we have that threat assessment issue, and I agree with your point that we should not, associate one side to being the good guy and the other side. It's on a case-by-case basis, every single thing you do, because some people you can trust them with certain things, others you can't. You see, when people say they trust people, they don't mean they're going to trust you with your wife in your room. They are saying they are going to trust you for certain things. It's not everything you can trust everybody with. Nobody is totally trusted with everything. And you see, so everything is in a spectrum. If you want to do something relating to some aspect of your defense, you can afford to trust some people based on specific common interests that it will be a no-brainer not to. And you see, so that is how you approach everything. If it's for trade, this person has shared interests that both of you do very well. That is smart trading and smart exchange of stuff. Right now, clearly we are not doing very, very well at it, and the signs are not very good. Like you were saying, things we are really getting hooked all over the place. It's ridiculous right now.
Let me interject 1 second here. In Kenya, for example, the whole Brexit thing. I said it and I called it out, right? I called it out several times here that the UK is going to try to reestablish its good working relationships with the ex-countries, what they call them, Commonwealth. Yeah. So they've gone to Kenya, right, in the last couple of weeks. Do you know what they did? Exactly what I said they're going to do. They've actually done a deal to basically make it easy access for Kenyan nurses to be able to work in the UK. They said unemployed, obviously, just to make it seem like they're not poaching nurses, right? Here's the issue. The Kenyan government signed this. Now, sure, they're getting paid some money, right? And of course, they know that the diaspora are going to bring back the money back home. But here's the issue. The Kenyan government should be thinking, why is this Great Britain, who have so much better resources to train nurses, why are they coming here to get our nurses? Do you know how long it takes to train nurses in Kenya? It's like what, like a full degree, right? It's like four years or so. These people are highly qualified and experienced in problem solving, and they're really good, right? The UK is benefiting in this trade significantly more. Kenyan government there should be thinking, how about we actually just increase the number of hospitals, try to get these people jobs? So the mindset is focusing on the wrong thing. The UK is benefiting hard from the brain drain.
If they were visionaries, they could think of making sure they create those hospitals we are talking about and make it so good that even then you start encouraging the UK to contract out some of their healthcare provisions. They will have to come to us to get treated in your own country. And you see, our leaders sometimes they think they are smart. They know how to dine with the devil with a long spoon. They don't know that the spoon they are using is not long enough. And if they look at it through time, we keep losing over and over again. Because every single one of them think they are doing the right thing. Like you said, they think they are going to send money back home and all the rest. It's not working for us. It's not going to work. Sorry,
right.
Go ahead.
No problem. So I have a question for people on the panel. Again, the second part of this live stream is about, obviously, the title. The second part of the title is our, Blacks, just Blacks in general. Would you consider them a threat militarily in Africa? And, state your answers, why, yes or no, and then I'll go ahead and state my answers as well. So we can start with Dr. Kaizo and then go down.
Sorry, can you reiterate the question?
Are Blacks a threat militarily in Africa.
You mean the descendants of the lost children, the lost tribes of Israel?
It doesn't
Okay.
matter.
Oh God, now he's gone. He started now.
Are they a threat militarily? No, not from a military perspective. 100% not. These people are not going to kill people who are their descendants and like that. So no.
Is it my turn? See, if you make the mistake of thinking that they cannot be a threat, then you will be very.
George, you're the one who's always saying Black Americans. Yeah, they see this thing.
See, let me tell you something. What is wrong with you? See, what I'm saying is not like it's not one-way street. You have to understand the question is very straightforward. Could they be a threat? She's not saying all of them. Because when they can pose a threat, it's when they are being used as an instrument. They use our own people as instrument. Why wouldn't they use them? They can have access to us without anybody batting an eye until they open their mouth. So, yes, they will work with. They work. Some of them are very proud to be Americans. They will defend their country no matter what. So they might pose a threat. So you have to keep that in mind while you still are able to work with people. Because in the end. We know their own people pose a threat to us too, so we still work with them anyway. So you can't say because they are black, they won't pose a threat. They will. I told you before. I saw a program, The Condor, the very last season of that program was showing black people in a kind of intelligence office in the U.S. preparing to engage the Chinese in a counterintelligence warfare in Africa. Many of your staff, they were black, and they put that deliberately to let you know that these are the kind of people they will use.
Okay.
Because you don't listen to anything else. Go ahead.
I stand corrected. I agree with you 100%.
I'm not naive, you know. See. If I say something, people sometimes they think that I'm just naive and just saying stuff for the sake of it. I'm not stupid, because I always have to look at things realistically. You can't just say, "Oh, they're not going to pose a threat." Then you be sorry.
Simba says, looks like Naija saw reality.
I completely reject. I'm opposed to that ideology to Naija. I don't see how they are black. They're a threat to us.
Because they are part of a military. See,
Naija,
did you say president?
Let me just continue. I know a lot of Africans who are in African military, and these people they go to Afghanistan. So. Would if the Afghans say, "Whoa, Nigerians are our enemy because Nigerians are fighting against us"? Does that even make sense? These people, it's just job for them. That's just what it is. It's just a hustle. I've got my junior brother. He's in the British Army, but that does not make him an enemy to Africa. It's just a job. It's a way of survival. But if he's been to Afghanistan, if they send him to Cameroon, he is going to go there. But is he a threat to that? No. It's just a job.
What?
No. This is where I have to disagree.
No.
During the Nuremberg trials, what did they say? They said that they were just doing their job. That's what they said during the Nuremberg trials. So the same thing, I could be in the Canadian military, go to Ghana, do whatever, and say I was just doing my job.
To me, that idea is just so vague. We said, okay, Kagame is sending military to Mozambique. Is he a threat? What is that? Can you answer that? Kagame is sending military to go and fight Islamic jihadists. Are they a threat to Africa? What? Who's more the threat to Africa? Is it the Islamic jihadists or the Rwandan army? Are they not all blacks?
They are there to help the Mozambican
Good. That's the same thing.
The difference.
What's the difference? Those people, as we know, America, British Army, whatever, they are there to help. That's the same idea.
Did he just say that?
The British Army is never there to help, though.
But that's what they say. Okay, what are they doing? Well, we may think they're not here to help. That is a different argument on itself. They are there to fight jihadists in Africa.
Oh my
Like the
God.
French are present in the Sahel because they want to fight Islamic. That's what they say.
Okay.
They may,
Okay. Of
they may
course.
have different agenda, but they are Africans that are in the French army. It's not just about African American thing, because even we say African Americans, those people are Americans. Though we may call them African Americans, but they are Americans. So it's not like they are a threat. I don't see how you say they are a threat. We've got threat of white supremacy in Africa, not some few black armies working for for American or British army.
But
I don't see that.
you don't have to be white to practice white
Be a
supremacy.
threat.
You can be black
Oh,
and still
good.
practice white
Okay,
supremacy.
good. Okay, it's the same thing. So the Nigerians in the U.S. Army, are they a threat to Africa?
They can be. They can
They
be.
can be, definitely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so okay, good. So if that is the problem is not about blacks being in part of American army. It's just people should not join American army.
No, see,
No black person should join the American military. No,
see,
no
what you
matter what
see,
we're
there
going
is
to
a
fight. We're
difference.
going to fight. Oh,
See, there is a difference between just joining the military and participating in warfare.
but
And
why do you join the military? You join the military because that's what they do. If there's a warfare, if it comes to that point that you need to go, you will go.
yes, but let me make the point I was making. See, if you are fighting a war, you went to Afghanistan, fought a war, you went to Iraq, fought a war, you are not a threat to us then. The moment you turn and show up and face Africa, then you're a threat. It's like saying a hire killer goes out and he's killing everybody. Is he a threat to you? No. But the moment they give him a contract to kill you, then it becomes a threat. It doesn't matter who that person is.
Well, I don't. To be honest, I think Boko Haram is more threat to Nigeria than the U.S. Army. To be honest,
Brandon is here.
yeah. To me, Boko Haram is more threat to Africa than the U.S. or the British Army presently. That's a threat. And
Well,
if they're
Boko Haram
sending
is a
this,
threat. Is a threat.
of course, is it not?
Did the Boko Haram enslave your forefathers?
That's
Did Boko
something.
Haram
Yeah.
colonize you?
That's what if we're just
Is
talking
Boko
from
Haram
stage
in
one.
Mozambique?
We
Is
don't
Boko
want to
Haram
go.
in
We don't want
Congo?
to go. They are a threat. They are a threat presently. Okay, for the average like Nigerian, like living in the north or whatsoever, Boko Haram, even in my country, in north of Cameroon, Boko Haram is an immediate threat to those people. The most
True,
dangerous.
true. You see, a threat is a threat. It doesn't matter where it comes from. Anybody that is involved in endangering your society and endangering your people,
Good,
they are a threat.
good, and all of them, most of them, where they've got mercenaries, but they're Africans.
Mm. I would
That's
like to hear
the
from
point.
Brandon on this actually because he's an American, one of the diaspora.
I think that people greatly overplay the amount of loyalty that like Black American soldiers have to the U.S. Army. First of all, most people who are in the Army in the United States are there just for money. They're just there
Yeah.
because it's a decent paycheck. You get free food, free housing, and you get a loan for college, and you also get money for college and money to buy a house, right? If you actually talk to some African American soldiers, as opposed to just speculate on where their loyalties lie, you'll see that the majority of those people think just like you do, right? They're like, America's fucked. America's unfair, is doing this, is doing that. But at the same time, they're getting paid. Most
Yep.
Black American soldiers don't even enter into combat zones, right? Most of them have like domestic jobs. Also, when you talk about a threat against what? Because like the dude just said before, Boko Haram is a larger threat to Nigeria than any military on Earth. Al Shabaab is a greater threat to Kenya than any military on Earth. You guys have serious threat of Muslim or Muslim extremist groups, right, taking over your country. I was just watching a documentary on Cameroon where the French government had to actually come in to help the Cameroonian military push back Islamic militants who had took over some cities on the outskirts of the country, right? So you guys need American and like outside Western armies to help you to retain control of over your country, because if they don't, you will be being run by Arabs within, I would say, even 2 to 3 years. So I think that also, like, I'll give Kenya for an example. There was a guy who was an Islamic terrorist who had bombs in a car. So the United States Army is in Kenya, and they're working as counter terrorism. They help to combat terrorism so that Kenya can continue to develop and grow as a country, and they're not like having like suicide bombings and stuff like that. So they told the Kenyan authorities, the police, they were like, "There's a guy. He's coming in the car." They described the car. You need to pull this guy over and search the car, right? So the Kenyan police pull over the car. They search the car. They don't find anything. They say, "Hey, the guy doesn't have anything." The United States military insists that they arrest this guy and impound his car and dismantle the car to search it. This guy was driving this car into Nairobi, trying to get into CBD, the main area, downtown Nairobi. Do you know when they dismantled this car, they found bombs in the seats, like the seat backs, where, like, say you take off the back of the seat? The guy had those things filled with bombs. Could have killed thousands of people. And that was averted because American military intelligence is in the country doing like counterterrorism in that country.
Yeah.
So when you talk about this person being a threat, that person being a threat, we are people sitting at home on our couches comfortably.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's different from someone who's at risk of getting blown up. That's different from someone who's at risk of getting blown up by Al-Shabaab or kidnapped by Boko Haram because, oh, we don't want Americans there or this country in there because they're a threat and they might do this or do that. Look, man, these militaries represent the interests of those countries. Those countries are already getting what they want out of these African countries. So they're just there to protect their interests and their investment. So unless you're going to kick them out totally economically and everything, I think the last thing you should be worried about is their military presence, because at that point, it's actually helping your country because you're able to do business and business as usual, as opposed to constantly getting blown up on every other day.
Wow,
I think the problem is.
I'm really surprised to hear that. Let me just address this because I'm quite surprised to hear that. To say that we should be comfortable with foreign military on our territory because they are not there to do us. That's what you just said.
No, I did not.
Is it about foreign military or is it about black foreign military? I don't get the point. What's the point?
He said it. You said they've already gotten us.
What I'm saying is you need to set your priorities straight. That's what I'm saying. Because you have a lot of other things to focus on.
See, if they want to help us, ask yourself this question. If they want to help you, our men not capable of using the same weapons, give us the weapons. They refuse to hit us.
We're not going to get into delusional arguments about African militaries, bro. You guys' militaries are not properly trained, and even if you are, these guys are like running from terrorists. Like, they don't want to die. They don't want to get shot.
Wow.
You know it's true.
No, it's not.
I'm not trying to shit on African military, bro, but these guys are getting.
No, it's not. See, I think. Oh man, Brandon, that's a big blind spot you just displayed there.
No, that's not. You guys' militaries are getting beat back by ragtag terrorist groups, bro. Like, I'm telling you, this is the facts. So either the training has to improve, or the people you're allowing into the military has to improve. But I don't think that African Americans who are in the military are a threat, because you have a lot of ex-African American military people who move to African countries once they're done with their tour of duty. So clearly they have some type of affinity for African countries. There's this one dude, Kofi. He's always on African Tigers channel, and he is an ex-military. As soon as he left the military, he went and moved to Kenya and married a woman there. I just think Black Americans who are in the military, I don't think they're there for patriotism. I think they're just there for
Of
a
course,
check, a good pay.
I believe so. Even in most African countries, we've got a large group of soldiers that is just to them, that's just a job. If they had to deploy them to a war zone, they will run away. There are a lot of them. It's just like for a job. There may be a few patriotic ones that are really there to fight for your country, but we know some of you may not accept. There's a large amount of them that is just a job. And if they have to put your life at risk, they would not do it.
Okay, so the way I look at it is that there are people that are born into this world to be soldiers. And remember, the military is not just a cakewalk. You don't just walk in there and just say there's a reason why there are Black Americans.
Well, now you can bribe and get to the military in Africa, man. You can bribe.
I'm talking about let's say in the US now, where you have a lot of Black people rising up the rank. They didn't rise up the rank because they were doing charity, because they were competent, they knew their job. See, they are not a threat to us when they are not on the side of or doing anything active against Africa. Why would they be a threat? They are not a threat then. It's only when they act against Africa, that's when they become a threat. Anybody that acts against you is a threat. It doesn't even matter where they are from. So I don't know why you are separating it from Black people. Pardon?
I think it's the American army that's going to act as a threat to Africa, not Black Americans' army. I don't. But something different.
See, but if they are in part of that army, then they have become the threat too.
No, that makes no sense.
You're wrong about that. I think, like, if you had to ask me to bet my last dollar, I would bet that Black American soldiers would help you fight against the American army before they go in and eradicate you on behalf of the American army. Like, you just don't see Black Americans. So what I'm telling you is you don't have any evidence of what you're saying. Because you don't see.
Yeah, that's just based on ideology.
Okay, hear me out here. One of my theories was that the reason why Africa was never invaded the way the other parts of the world was invaded was because of the presence of African Americans. When I said that at first, when I came online, and everybody was up in arms, were like, no. But that's the point. Brandon that the presence of African Americans in the military is one of the reasons why America doesn't just come in and invade Africa the way they invade everywhere else. I agree with that point. When you look at it from the bigger point of view.
America doesn't have to invade Africa. Everything they ask for, they get. That's what you don't understand.
See, they don't always get everything they ask for. Mugabe expelled white people. Idi Amin expelled people.
I think what Brandon is saying is right. It's just so easy for them. They don't need to fight. They had to fight to go to Iraq.
Sankara, I don't know how you think we survived it today. You think we survived because it's because of charity? See, you have to understand.
Survive from what? From what? I don't know. Survive how?
You have to understand. America loans many African countries a lot of money. Like, even in Kenya, they have more debt to America than China. But everyone's just focused on China. When you loan people lots of money, they tend to give you what you ask for. And the thing you got to understand is, with Africa, it's not a matter of military. It's not a matter of fighting. It never has been. It's a matter of if you guys can get the people in power and keep them in power who see the value of your resources and who don't sell it for pennies on the dollar. You know what I mean? So I don't think any African-American soldier is a threat. I saw some crazy kid on another channel talking about African Americans are a threat and stuff like that. I mean, at this point, these people are kind of just doing this shit, to get like.
Seriously, if Edo's Empower was in the military, she's not going to be happy to do the bidding of this in American soldiers. See, to say there is not going to be one. Let me make the point. To say there's not going to be one. Let me finish talking, Sankara. See, to say there's not going to be one at all that is going to be a threat is not a realistic statement. You know that. See, anybody can be a threat. I'm not saying African Americans as a whole are going to be a threat. No, that's not what I'm saying. As a matter of fact, I argued that they may be the reasons why that Africa was not treated the same way as the other parts of the world, like Afghanistan and all the other, Iraq, and even this in Libya, because Africans have done things that are probably worse than those countries have done. but yet they didn't react the same way. Because my theory is that because of African American, because I believe that they will not accept it. So I agree with that point Brandon is making. But to say none of them will pose a threat is very, very naive. Because our people execute our own people. Look at the Asian president. Was basically executed by his own people.
Fam, listen, there's such a microscopic amount of black soldiers. If you took every black soldier from the military of the U.S. and was like, go to Africa and fight, they would lose instantly because there's not that many. I'm telling you, you have to understand when something is just a perceived threat. Like, there's not enough black people in the military, and black people's enrollment in the military is even at historic lows in America. People, mostly, if you had American military come to Africa, it would be mostly white, Asians, and Mexicans.
I know a lot of Africans that are even in the American military.
You don't know a lot. You know a few.
They make up 15% of the military. Actually overrepresented.
When I'm talking about Africa, I mean continental Africans. I'm not talking about African Americans. I mean like African migrants.
But you only know a few. You don't know a lot.
I know one.
I'm talking at a personal standpoint. You know, for me, if I know 20 people, to me that's a lot. You know, but like in the military as a general, that may be a few. Yeah, but I can count out of my head like 20 people.
Hey, tell this guy Simba and Kali to call into the show. That's the guy who I think the guy has some mental illness going on because he like makes videos about the same thing over and over and over.
Come on.
It's like, no.
To me, like saying African American.
One thing we have to do is we have to really start addressing the fact that there's a lot of mental illness in our community globally. There's mental illness in Africa. There's mental illness in America amongst black people, right? And these people are allowed YouTube platforms because YouTube is not checking for mental illness, right? So we need to call that out when we see that. Like, there's a lot of mental health.
We had Trump. You can argue that Trump had one. You see, this thing. See, mental illness doesn't stop you becoming the president these days. I tell you, anybody can do all kinds of stuff.
Let's not go off topic. Start talking about mental illness.
Exactly. Tonight you're trying to run from the fact that
you started it. You started it. What are you talking about?
Okay, so we're gonna let Pan-Africanism starts back, Sankara, and then Kwesi. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I just think that Tonight he got his fangs out today for Black Americans. Somebody made him mad yesterday, I think. So he's just like, these dudes represent a threat. But let me tell you something. Civilians can be worried about militaristic threats. What you should be worried about is making sure your army is capable of engaging any militaristic threat, right? When you talk about the American army, that is something that is not hinged on color. That's hinged more on your patriotism. And from my personal experience, going to high school with a bunch of Americans, you feel me? It's like those people, they have to, like, you have to look at those people for like what they're really there for. When you got like Black females enlisting in the military at high school, Black males, they're just enlisting because they don't know what else to do. They don't really have any skills. Their mom's probably, kicking them out of the house. You got to move out when you're 18. And so they just go join the military. It's a context to everything. And I just believe that the role that Black people play in the American military is taken out of context. Most of these dudes go AWOL. Most of these dudes don't even want to see combat. So I think African Americans in general are the least of Africa's worries because, like, you got the guy Simba and Kali. Africans are a threat. They don't control anything in America. Whole time, this dude is living in America. So what does that mean? I'm in your own country because I think he's from Kenya. I'm in your own country, putting kids through school. I'm in your country, creating jobs in your country. I'm in your country doing business deals in your country. And
Good job.
You're a kid sitting in a gamer chair, making insults that with impunity because you'll never be held accountable for what you're saying. I'm not going to tell you I'm better than you in your country or anything like that. But bro, whatever age you are, go get a job at Subway. Go get a job at IHOP. Send that money back to Africa. Let's be real. These people lie to their own families about these elitist Africans who move out of Africa, they even lie to their own families about how much they can do for them as far as monetarily. Okay, I knew a Kenyan chick. She's a fucking engineer making $100,000 a year, and her family was hitting me up because they didn't even have money to buy food. And they were like, when we try to hit her up, she doesn't respond. She doesn't respond. And so I hit her up like, why aren't you sending your family money? And she's like, oh, they just keep on begging me for money. I'm like, bro, you're sending them like $20, $30, $40. Meanwhile, she's like, I'm about to go get this new Mercedes. So what it is the elitist Africans who live outside of Africa, they have to kind of like shit on African Americans, because once African Americans bring the money to Africa, they realize their family and the people in Africa will realize just how much their relatives are making that they're not sharing with them, right? Because Africans don't come to America and get like regular jobs. These dudes are doctors, lawyers, engineers, stuff like that. How is it me, who's a guy, I work a regular job, how is it that I'm doing more than a girl who's an engineer in America for her family in Africa? So they just have to, elitist Africans have to keep the lid on things because they don't want to get exposed, and they don't want to get exposed for the fact that they exploit their own people probably more than anybody else, and like selling their people things at high prices, not helping their people get businesses started and stuff. And so it's just like when you see somebody pointing the finger, you got to examine that person. This guy's like in a gamer chair, so he's sitting up playing video games all day. Well, he has cousins in Kenya who probably don't even have shoes to put on their feet. Do you think this guy's going to sacrifice buying the latest game on Xbox, which is $100, so that he can put shoes on his cousin's feet? No, he's not. So what he has to do, but me, I will take money out of my family's mouth to go provide. I just sent like 8 little kids to school because their parents didn't have the money to send them back to school because they haven't been working, right? So I sent 8 little kids to school, and I made sure they had their book bags and their uniforms and all that stuff. And I'm going to give them more money so they can get transport to school, so they don't have to walk 7 or 8 miles or whatever. They're living out in Naru Maru, which is kind of far from the main. It's like outside of Nairobi, like 2 or 3 hours. But the thing is, that's the difference. African Americans are just about action, whereas elitist Africans are about, blame. Like, not all African Americans. I'm talking about
not all African as well. And not all Africans as well.
Right. But no, I'm saying elite. I said elitist Africans. So what you're dealing with is not regular Africans against African Americans. Elitist Africans have to shit on Pan-African people because it exposes the lack of effort they're putting into helping their people get to a better level.
Well, that's true. That's true. You may know an individual in Kenya, but that individual does not represent the Kenyan people.
No.
We should be aware of that as well when we talk. You can use one Kenyan and say, "Oh, Kenyans are like that." You get it?
I see that in Nigeria. I see that in Kenya. I see it, bro. I can interview these people on my channel. I can do that. Everywhere you go, you have elitist Africans in America shitting on African American, on Pan-Africanism, and when you ask them what they're doing for their family or their people back home, oh, I send money back and all that stuff. But when you look at the reality, they're not even sending. They're sending back crumbs. Like, you're a doctor, bro. You own a bunch of doctors' offices. Send them back a Nissan, once every 5 years, and feeling like you've done everything you're supposed to do for your own people, your own family. That's not enough.
Well,
what I'm saying for that is there are reasons behind that. Sometimes it's you try to help your family and they steal the money anyway, so you just say, forget you. Forget about you, because it happens. Not all, but sometimes they do send the money back home, and the money they tell you that they're building a house and they actually don't build a house. So it goes a bit deeper than that.
African millennial. But what you're saying proves my point. If you don't send money back because people are stealing and misappropriating the funds, just shut your mouth about the next person who's doing something over there, because you have your reasons why you're not sending your money back there.
Well,
so stop making it seem like
Brandon, I know you're doing quite a lot in Kenya, but you still like an African American. People, you don't owe nobody. People think, well, Brandon don't owe me nothing. But Africans, their family thinks they owe them. You know what I mean? You think, oh, you are in America, you should be doing that. There's a lot of family behind them. They think they owe them something. But you're free. You don't owe anybody anything. So if you
Sankara,
do
do you think
anything,
African American families don't think that, bro? I have a
no, no,
I've,
no.
I've,
I'm talking, no,
I've
no,
dealt
no.
with
I'm
family
talking
members who
about
beg
you
me
going
for
to
money every day.
Africa. I'm not talking about you staying in America. I'm
Yeah.
talking about you going to Africa. The interaction you have in Africa is a little bit different with an African migrant in America, because they have a lot of burden. There are people who think you owe me, you have to do this for me. Sometimes those ideas can be like really overwhelming in people's mind. They get confused. You know, that there are a whole bunch of extended family that are expecting you to do something. Sometimes people just get frustrated. They don't even know where to start. But you're free. You know, you don't owe nobody anything. You want to help, you can help. You don't want to help, you don't want to help. Nobody say, "Oh, Brandon owes me this." So it's a different kind of energy. So sometimes you can really try to make it look the same. It's more complicated than the way you're trying to simplify it. Yeah.
No,
So
no, it's just look, it's a matter of I want to buy a Mercedes, you know what I'm saying, more than I want to go to Africa and manage a situation. I know a guy, he's a Nigerian, he's a lawyer. The guy has 3 sons, they're all in their 30s, they don't do shit, they're lazy as hell. The guy constantly stops sending money to his family in Nigeria, right? Oh, they misappropriate the money. They tell me they're doing this, they're telling me they're doing that, and they never do it, right? I said,
yeah.
well, dude, why don't you send one of your sons back there over to Nigeria to make sure that everything's getting done properly with the money? And then he has family members also who he's gotten out
So
here.
you're not gonna send a 30 years old man back to Nigeria and tell him what to do. It's not gonna happen.
No, no, listen. I said he has sons who are exactly, but he also has family members from Nigeria who he's moved out here. You send those people back and say, look, just make sure they're building the house. Make sure they're using this money to build the compound. Make sure they're using this money to put the kids through school. You can do that, especially if you have kids who are sitting on your couch every day not doing anything. These things can be handled. But what I'm saying is this: everyone has their reasons for what they're doing or what they're not doing. So it's wrong to try to criticize other people who are Africans. Maybe they're not Nigerian or whatever. Don't criticize them. Just be like, yo, look, I can't do it because my people, my family, they won't do what's right with the money. So I just commend this dude for having the patience to deal with these situations, because that's what I'm going to do. If someone does something for my family that I wouldn't do, or does something for my people that I wouldn't do, I would say, like, yo, like, look, bro, congratulations, man. I appreciate you. Can I help in any way? Because I don't have the patience to deal with them. Like me with Black Americans, I got more patience for Africans than Black Americans. So if an African comes to America, if an African, like my friend, his name is Solomon. He hires African Americans for his security company. I tell him all the time. I say, man, I appreciate you, bro, because I don't got enough patience to deal with these niggas. But he deals with them, right? He hires them when a lot of other people won't, right? So I appreciate what he's doing. I'm not gonna start shitting on that dude. Talking about he's a threat, or this guy doesn't even control, he can't even fix Nigeria. Sometimes people are better. No man can be a prophet in his own land. So sometimes people can do more in a foreign land
Yeah,
than they can
I
do
think
at home.
yeah. So I just want to cut you in before I forgot what Carl was trying to say. Well, concerning Africans, black soldiers being a threat to Africa. Well, I don't think so, because to be honest, if the America country decides that, okay, we want to destroy Nigeria, okay, we're going to plan to destroy Nigeria. To be honest, they are not going to put Black American soldiers I believe, in those top secret, because to them there might be a threat. They're not going to give them like the top secret agents to do those kind of a job. Americans like the CIA, they've got hitmen whose job is to make people's country fall, like change what the regime, cause economic havoc. They're not going to send Black Americans CIA to do that. I don't think so, because to them, they're not going to say, oh, this man is Black. Can we trust him? He's going to his own Black country. Can we really trust him? I don't think they're really going to put them in that position to really like feel, oh, okay, yeah, you're one of us. We can work with you and destroy that African country, though you're Black. I don't really think they're going to do that. If it's they might send them to Iraq. They know where there's no Africans over there. Yeah, they can go to Iraq, they can go to India. But giving them some kind of position in Africa to cause havoc, I don't really think the American army is gonna do that. I don't really believe so. So that's just what, to me, I don't think that any threat to African country, or the threat is very negligible. A threat to us is politicians and sometimes a mindset and even our own military. Yeah, that's just what I want to say.
Okay, I wanted to ask either Kaizo, to Naija, and then the other panelists a question. Fine, forget the military because things don't have to be so black and white. Don't you still think that there can be agents that look like you that are sent to destabilize certain things, get secret intelligence, secret information, and relay it back to the enemy's country? Like, don't you think that's a possibility?
What secret information?
Wow.
The secret information about how the country runs its matters, like any secret information. Basically, where the gold mines are.
African millennials, you're smarter than that. African countries run their countries based on rules given to them by Western countries. They know everything they're doing. They literally wrote most of their constitutions and made the people believe that they wrote the Constitution. Like, there's no secrets there. It's like saying, oh, my wife is hiding her breasts from me. I've seen them a million times. Like, it's not a secret. So there's no secret information. Most of their intelligence is run by foreign countries. I just gave an example of Kenya with the U.S. Army. They're running their intelligence operation for them. So what secrets do they have? There's none. There's nothing. There's no spies necessary.
Okay,
yeah, that's the point. That's
so
the point.
at a time when, okay, you might like to say that they've seen all their hidden parts and all this stuff in Africa, but when Africa decides that, you know what, we want to get our acts together, you can't see it anymore. One of the tools that they can't use, somebody even, funny, I was watching a program yesterday or 2 days ago. The person said the greatest weapon people don't understand is a human. It's not the weapon that they carry. And these people are well trained. If somebody is looking like one of us, I think African millennial is 100% correct.
Yeah, that's true.
If that person is 100% well trained, they are a massive threat.
But that
and
people
is not a joke. They actually showed it in their own programs.
It's gonna be one of your own citizens in your country. Believe me, too, Naija. They don't need to go to bring somebody else from a different country. They're gonna use one of you. That's
it's true.
Been doing that, and it's working always. They don't need to go and take somebody from another country.
In the context where they can't do that, because in the end, let's say we are on the floor right now, they can use our own. But when we get ourselves up to a point where they cannot use our own, that will be the next level we are going to
Let's get to the point, and we see we are not in that point yet.
Don't be too sure about that, because there are a lot of countries that are doing it out there. There are a lot of countries that are doing it. I don't know why somebody just looking at Africa. There are 1 billion people there,
But those 1 billion people,
everybody is just sleeping.
It's just a number. It does not mean that 1 billion people were there. How many of them cannot? They don't have access to water, access to food, access to medicine. Most of them are still struggling.
Okay, guys. So explain to me this. I just need an explanation. You guys remember what happened in Burkina Faso not long ago? That there was somebody who was assassinated in a military base. Why would a foreigner go to a military base in a foreign country? Because goes to military bases.
That guy has some mental illness going. Come on, did you watch the guy's
But how do you, with the mental illness, know to go to a military base?
No, mental illness. Listen, mental illness is not something that's obvious, and it's also not something that's like debilitating, right? This guy, you have people who believe conspiracies, which is kind of what we're engaging in right now. Oh, African Americans can be used as this. Just like the brother said, I think it was Sankara. If they're going to come for you, let me tell you something what I learned when I was a gang banger in the streets of Long Beach, right? One time, me and all my friends got arrested. There was a shootout at a movie theater, right? The police came to my house, picked me up, took me to the station. They start asking me all these questions. I was like, I don't know. Police come in 30 minutes later. Oh, we know this, we know that, we know that. I'm like, yeah, I'm just in my mind thinking, how do they know all this? And the police officer said, let me tell you something. We know more than you think we know from who you know. which means there's always traitors among you in your own group. There are always people who will sell you out for their personal gain. You brought up Mugabe. Mugabe did that for decades. The guy got correct in the end of his life, but before that, he was a straight puppet for Britain. Sir Robert Mugabe, he was a knight. So when you keep saying African Americans, it is harder to make an African American a mole in an African country, a guy who's all over YouTube and making videos and trying to document everything on YouTube, than it is for them to simply go in, say, look, Kofi, you are poor, you're very broke. What we need you to do is to go into this situation right here, get this information for us. And because the dude is like you, you'll trust him more. But in reality, he's working for your own, he's working against you. Look at the movie Judas and the Black Messiah. Did they go get some guy from Africa to come in and infiltrate the Black Panthers? So they got a guy who was an African American, because people always operate, certain people who have no integrity will always operate in their best interest. And you know this is true, African millennial, because that's what 90% of the presidents of your countries are doing. Look at Swaziland. The guy's a billionaire. His country is below the poverty line. I mean, those people are eating pig intestines as their number one source of food.
Oh no, that's not.
No, this is true. This is true. This is true. This is their main dish that they're consuming, because there's not a lot of money in that country. But the king of the country is a multi-billionaire. So the brother's right. People, they can just use someone who looks like you, who speaks the language, who knows the political landscape, who knows the context of the country. That's way more likely than them bringing an African American, because I'm telling you, African Americans, we don't hide shit well. You can look at movies, but we ain't about to be learning no 5 languages and worrying about the dialect and all that. We just going to do what we want to do. We're horrible.
Yeah.
We're horrible infiltration.
I want to add something because I have to leave soon. I'll just add it and I'll just leave. At the end of the day, the question that was asked about whether Black or African Americans being a military threat, it's an uncomfortable question to ask and answer. I get it. When Naija answered it, he answered the question that was given and he didn't pivot. He answered and saying, yeah, they're a potential threat. So it's irrelevant to bring up any other factor than the question and the answer. Had a ADOS person been asked whether an African is a threat to discussions on their end, we could accurately say, yeah, probably Africans might compromise the integrity of what ADOS are trying to build.
Africans
it's not
no
personal.
Africans
it's not
no
personal. No, but I need to speak. I get what you're saying, Brandon. I get what you're saying.
But what you're saying
I get what you're
Brother,
saying.
just let him finish. You've been
Yeah,
talking
I need
Just let
to.
him finish, man.
It's not personal, but he was answering the question that was given to him. And at the end of the day, had he also been asked whether other Africans are a threat to Africa militarily, Naija would have said yes. And I think Naija even said yes when he even expanded on his answer. So don't look too much into it as if Naija was picking into Black Americans specifically. Had the question been broadened, we would have got a broader response. And I think we can all agree that, yes, we are all a liability to our own communities. Every single person is a potential liability. But the question was asked and it was answered. And that's just is where it is, you know. I could be a threat to the Ugandan community, absolutely. You know, it's not personal. It's a fact. It's nothing emotional. It's a fact. I could be a liability.
So then
you know?
it's a fake question. So what's the point of the question if everybody can be a liability to everybody?
The point of a question is to come to a logical conclusion or to get a logical answer. If you're going to entertain what ifs and what could possibly happen, long shots and stuff like that, well, you're not asking the question for an answer. You're asking the question maybe to, start a conversation or to try to reinforce some ridiculous thought. The African Americans that don't like Africans, they're not even going to get off the couch to go pick up a welfare check, they got to get it sent directly to their account, right? That's what I'm telling you right now. These people are not a threat to you because it takes a certain type of person to blame someone for their problems who has no impact on their problems, right? It's like my mom will date the first dude she ever dated for the fact that she's unmarried, but she's 53 years old and that dude died when she was 21 years old, right? So you know what type of person you're dealing with. So they just want to blame others, right? This is why even you see me going on ADOS more than anybody, because I know it's just a bunch of lazy civil rights era black people who want something handed to them. I have no quarrels about that. If you really think that these people are a threat to you, you're outside of your mind. They're not even a threat to the black community in America because
Yeah,
they
to me,
they're
it's just a YouTube social media thing. That's
exactly
what I
you
believe. It's just a
listen.
social media thing. That's where it ends.
Do you listen? If you go up to the average black person and ask them, who is Yvette Carnell? They don't know who that is. If you go to the average black person and say, who is Umar Johnson? They don't know who that is. Who is Tariq Nasheed? They don't know who that is. So you guys are not looking at these things in the
But
right context.
Brandon,
Yeah.
if they are trained by the United States military and they train their soldiers, they can be a potential threat. Do you understand? If they
But
are
if
trained by
white
the
states
States
spends money
military.
to train somebody to go into a country and do something bad, they're not sending them into Africa. They're sending them into maybe the Middle East where there's some resources and there's a wars going on where they
Yeah,
can exploit, like, or they're sending them into China or they're sending them somewhere
yeah.
where the money is
But
they're getting the most for their money.
that goes to Tonija's point that the reason America hasn't been gung ho in jumping into Africa is because of the Black American presence in the military. You understand what I mean? So that goes to Tonija's point regarding that. So they will send them to the Middle East and all that, but it
But
doesn't
that point
excuse
is
that they
wrong,
are
bro.
still a
Like
I
potential.
I
don't
said,
I don't believe that. I just believe it's
America
so
did
easy for
everything they
them to
wanted of
access
Africa.
with the political elite. That's what I
Hey,
think.
listen, African millennial. If I come to your house and ask you for a cup of milk, do I have to break in your house and steal it? Like if I come to your house and ask you for a cup of milk, and every time I come you give it to me, why would I break in your house through the back window and take a cup of
Exactly.
milk? You give it to me
Exactly.
every time I ask you for it.
You will break
So
it the
it's
day
like
she refuses. Come on, that is the point.
That is a good point, though.
Look, no,
so
no, no.
he's
The day you refuse
speculating,
to
not
give the milk,
speculating.
that day you will need to break the door.
Exactly.
How
This is the
who is
point
going
I'm
to stop
getting.
you then?
America gets anything they want out of Africa. Africans smile and give away their resources to America.
Yeah,
And
man.
look,
That's
if
that's
you
But
that's so
someday they
true.
wake up and stop doing that, then
Niger,
they will get
But
robbed.
Naija, this is the problem we're
Niger,
dealing with here. You see what I was telling you a few days ago on the same channel, African Millennium, right? Naija, first and foremost, I'm just gonna address these fellas for a little bit of time, right? A few minutes and so after that, I want to shot you. I'll shot you after I address them. What I'm saying is this, right? This says a lot about the mindset and the responsibility level of the African male. You know what I'm saying? Just no level of just threat awareness at all. Sankara said a group of black people from the diaspora are not a threat to us from political perspective. Just imagine you were a president and you have to oversee a whole nation of people, their welfare in every prospect of life. I'm not sure most of these decisions will be made, even if Sankara was the same guy on seat and he was responsible for making it. Another nuance that's playing here is that we have to accept it to ourselves. I know a lot of us has common sense. A lot of us are very well read. Because I've watched Panafricanism strike back Brandon for a while, for a long time. But what you see here is that Brandon is always patterning arguments to his narratives. You get what I'm saying? Brandon's narrative is Pan-Africanism. We must do everything to get any sort of division out of our way, which is nice. But we don't have to be cognitively dissonant. The United States of America is the United States of America. We're not talking about Cameroon. We're not talking about Bangladesh. We're not talking about countries like that. We're not talking about Nigeria here. You know what I'm saying? They hold authority over every prospect of their military. Anyone that serves for the United States of America will take orders and will follow orders from the United States of America's military, even if they have to go to straight straight to even if someone does their DNA test and they have to take them down to that same village where they originated from, they'll go over there and fuck shit up. You know why? Because there's an incentive to it. They have been indoctrinated that even if in most cases it's looked at as the United States of America's military are coming in to kill a certain group of Africans, save other Africans. Those guys will have to do it for that sake. But just even from a common sense perspective, at this point in time, it's common and general knowledge that is not necessarily the goal. You get what I'm saying? Americans are much more loyal, more especially if you have the initiative to go serve in the American military. Like, you are one of the most patriotic American there could ever be for you to go do that. You understand what I'm saying? Like from a military perspective,
I understand that you didn't pass basic history class, because if you look at America,
this is what we're gonna do, right? This is what we're gonna do. No. Why are you talking about? Whoa. From a military perspective, it will happen. You understand? I have people that have to look over. If I have to make a decision for them, let me tell you something. The Bangladeshi military, look, someone who served in Bangladesh military will not serve for the USA. You understand? Someone who served for the Bangladeshi military will not serve for the USA. You want to know why? Someone who served for the Bangladeshi military will not serve for the American military. You know why? Because there's arch enmity between both of them. There's arch rivalry between both of them. You understand? So when we, from an African perspective, when we assess the American military as an enemy of ours, of course,
good. If you're
from a characteristic perspective,
if you're talking about American military a threat to Africa, I'll say yes. But if you want to just take the African Americans in their American military,
it should be one at a time, guys.
Absolutely. We're grown adults. We're meant to converse one at a time. This is my problem. Like, we get into the emotional stuff and it's like it hinders the effectiveness of what you guys are saying. Exactly. I have no doubt that each and every single person has a valuable point to contribute to this discussion. When you have grown ass men, we are grown men and we are talking, we are like scrabbling at like the park or something. It's like, how can we not have a grown discussion? We have to keep it focused.
Exactly. So man, don't cut me off for the last 1 minute I want to speak, right? This is what I'm going to say. Whether we like it or not, we have to come to the conclusion that a lot of us do not see African nations developing. As Naija said, the day that you tell them no, they're going to have to break into your door. A lot of us, irregardless of the message that we've run around spewing on YouTube, social media, and other internet platforms, right? We do not necessarily see Africa developing. We're just talking here. You know what I'm saying? If you can't envision a political potential of us developing from a political perspective, right? Then you will not understand the ideology that will be considered of people who have served for a military which is considered an enemy to come serve for ours, most especially to come serve for ours, so to come to a certain kind of service within our intelligence units and systems. You understand what I'm saying? And that's pretty much all I was gonna say. And one thing I must remind you of, I don't think a lot of you have ever been close to the military before, but there are two main prospects of this conversation. It's not about what you call it, whatever the thing was termed, a threat or whatever. There are enemies and then there are allies. Enemies are more of the threat. They fall into the subcategory of a threat. You know what I'm saying? There are enemies and then there are allies. What makes someone an enemy or an ally? It's not necessarily the color of your skin. You know what I'm saying? Once again, from a decisive perspective, it's going to be your character. If you're an enemy, you're an enemy. If you're an ally, you're an ally. You cannot be fighting. You cannot be serving my enemy and still be an ally to me or not seen as a threat to me. Most especially when I'm in the presidency position to overlook people's welfare. Common sense, really.
On this, you see, I think Brandon, we are mixing two things together. I agree with your point, the overall arcing point, because that's the point I actually made when I came online first. I said African Americans, they may be actually be our salvation from the point of view that we have not experienced the kind of boots military intervention on the continent because they are present in the military. I've never seen a military in the world that goes out, invading a place with 15% of that military being part of the place they are invading. It's very, very difficult to do that. It can get very complicated very quickly. And I've seen it happen in this country where when they went to the Middle East. I've given so many examples about that. However, to say that you cannot use one or two is like saying, nobody can be indoctrinated because they're just African American. Anybody can do it. Even our own can be turned against us. Why can't they use an African American? So we have to treat everybody as a potential threat from that point of view, even our own. They have the money to buy our people 10 times over. Like I said recently, 17 trillion within the last year and a half is what the G20 countries got for loans that Africans didn't get at all. So do you know what they can do with that money? That money is not paper money. They can actually use to buy stuff. So that's the kind of stuff we are talking about here. So there are things that are beyond this thing. When it gets beyond money and the people start saying, okay, we need to secure our country, that's when you see what happens. Whether they are going to decide to use the tools that they have. Some of the tools could be quietly using somebody that looks like us, that they can pass as one of us, get through the security and do whatever they need to do quietly and escape, and they're out of there. Or they can just bribe our own person to do it. They did it with the Haitian president. His own guards, none of them got bruised. He's the only one that got killed. That is how, man, the imbalance is ridiculous.
If you look at history and not just this like wild speculation that we're doing, African Americans have historically resisted going to war for causes that they didn't feel were right. Even during Vietnam, lots of them were drafted, but many of them spent most of their time in military prisons. One of those people being my uncle, because they got there and they refused to fight against the enemy that they did not perceive as an enemy. This is historically proven. You had those same dudes then came back and formed parties like the Black Panthers, who boycotted gas stations they were like when those people were like doing bad stuff over in like Portugal and all those in like Guinea and all that stuff over oil and all that, whatever, right? So historically speaking, I'm going off the history of African Americans. African Americans have no stomach for a fight that they feel is unjust. Americans, period, don't have a stomach for fights that they don't feel are right. Right? Even Americans, look how many Americans were like, pull out of Iraq. The first 6 months, they were like, pull out of Iraq the first time. Then the next time, it was like the first month, they were protesting in front of the White House, get out of Iraq, get out of Afghanistan, because they didn't feel like it was right. So when you say, oh, no matter what, if they're drafted, they'll go fight. No, there's a lot of people who go to jail because they refuse to go fight. And a lot of those people are Black people. All I'm saying is on both sides, you can speculate up anything. This is what guys like Dane Calloway, the unapologetic Negro people, this is what they do. They take something that's not really bad, and then they just throw all this negative projection on it until it creates a division. Right?
Okay.
But it's not negative, though. How can you see it as negative?
Wait. Before anybody goes, let Pan-Africanism Strikes Back finish, and then we're going to hear from Darth.
It looks like everybody is free to interrupt me, but I'm not free to interrupt anybody.
Interrupt me. I was letting you. I shut up so you can interrupt.
No, I was just saying African millennial always intervenes whenever I try to interrupt anybody.
Yeah, don't make Uncle Naija emotional now, bro. Don't do that.
This is hurting my feelings, man.
We still haven't heard Darth Raven's main point.
Are Canadians aggressive Nigerians on YouTube? We should start a video about that. Listen, the reality is none of y'all about to go pick up a gun and shoot shit. I'm not about to go pick up a gun and shoot at no African. All of us are comfortably living in our Western countries, taking paychecks from white folks while we talk about African military awareness, okay? It's just ridiculous. Like, don't do something that's going to create an unnecessary divide. Don't say something that's going to create an unnecessary divide. This is the main reason why I go in on ADOS all the time. We're just fighting unnecessarily because we've lost sight of the real threat. We got dudes on here talking about, oh, skin color doesn't determine da-da-da-da. The whole time, you're talking about blacks doing bad to you in service of who? America. Run by who? Whites. So we're just Negroes on a hamster wheel, all of us, because we want to try to make a way to make allegiance and friendship with the white man while discrediting blacks who in reality are working for that same white man we're trying to be friends with. Most of these African dudes want to leave their country to go to these Western countries. So why are we talking about how much of a threat those Western countries are to Africa when most of these African dudes want to go to those countries more than anything?
Right.
Brandon, I also don't want to see any division in the community as well. I don't like it. But the idea of threat assessment is to make sure that you're prepared for the threat, even though if it's as minuscule as possible. You know, but I don't even think it's that minuscule because there's a lot of staunch patriotic African Americans that will die for the United States, and especially there's a lot of them who are extreme on the ADOS side.
Oh my God!
African Americans.
Hold on a second.
Whoa! He wasn't finished his point yet. He wasn't finished his point yet. Let him land.
Hold on a second. There's a lot of them on the ADOS side who see things more on a state level. You understand what I mean? They see things at state level. They don't see color, so they will die for the United States. There's a lot of them like that, just like there's a lot of them who are not willing to participate in these wars. But it doesn't mean Africans shouldn't prepare for it. It's a threat, you must prepare to mitigate it.
Okay.
Okay, can I respond now, please?
African Americans.
Respond before I respond.
African millennial, can I respond, please?
Okay, sure. Mr. Uganda, then Sankara, then Hotepping. Yeah.
This is not a joke for me anyhow. Respond.
Again, so I'll engage with what Brandon said. Like, I completely understand his reservations as far as, you know, it creating an atmosphere of divide. I get that. How I would have responded to what I heard, I would have said, you know what, perhaps they're not a threat or they are a threat, you know, but everyone is a liability. That's how I would have responded. I think we only get in this back and forth when we put too much into it. I would have just addressed it and dismissed it, and I would have just left it as that. That's me personally, because now we have to do all of this other talk and it takes away from the topic, like bringing up the Kenya stuff and then the African parents should, how they should raise their kids. All of this stuff takes away from the topic. So I would have just addressed the question that African millennial asked, or if you wanted to respond to Naija, dismissed it, then give it to the next panelist, and then we can move on. I think there's even another topic in the title or something. We could have even gone back to that. So to me, we could do that if you guys would like, you know.
Okay, can I speak?
Speak responsibly, please. Thank you.
Okay, to me, I just want to tell you my side. African Americans, they're not a threat to Africa. I think we're just making this thing up. To me, our biggest threat is ourselves in Africa. You know, from your idea, so they can be, if you say African Americans can be a small threat, it's the same threat as Indians can be a threat to Africa, as the Chinese or the Vietnamese. It's still the same. I think we are so focused on this ADOS, FBA people, who to me, I don't take them serious at all. Those people, to be honest, those people will not even, I don't think they'll pass the mental health qualification to get into the American military. If if you're basing your idea about a threat basing on those group of people, then it's an idea that to me you should just forget about it. Yeah, because I don't just understand. To me, I don't see why you can even bring up this kind of idea that these people are a threat to Africa. They are not. They will never be. But if the American military is a threat to Africa, well, it's a threat and is even a superpower. The American military can destroy Africa in 1 month if they want. It's the bigger threat. We can't even fight them, all of Africa combined. So that is a bigger threat that we have, and that's what we should be concerned about. How can we build an army to fight the American army if ever we are going to have that kind of opportunity? And we should try to fight our own internal threat, because
You guys need a
in a
nuclear
granular
program.
manner.
it's because it's through these people that we have been exposed to all this sort of things that happening to us. So saying African Americans are a threat to Africa, to me, is just out of like my thinking and my reasoning. No,
Okay, so
that's just what
No,
who's
you're
the
not
threat
saying
to
it in a
Africa? Who's the
granular
threat to
manner.
Africa?
African millennial. African millennial.
Yes.
I just want to say this. This shows you how behind we are, like in the Pan-Africanism space. Pan-Africanists force ADOS to change their negative narrative against against Africans, right? If you listen to anything Yvette Carnell has talked about at her return to social media, she's downplaying the xenophobic aspect of ADOS because she's been forced to do that. Not only by Pan-Africanists, because we were just destroying her on every video that we created about ADOS, but also because she wants to work closely with American political parties, and she was being labeled as xenophobic by mainstream American media outlets. So they've already pivoted now towards this. We don't have anything against Africans, and we encourage them to do. They're already doing that. So what I'm telling our people is keep your mind in the present and at the fore of what's going on, and don't let an argument that's already dead, because the people who started the argument have already changed their narrative because they were forced to, and they did it in the interest of gaining money and not losing momentum behind their cause. Don't let that way you down.
Brandon,
Don't let that way you down.
all right. So what I have to say though is, haven't you noticed that, especially in the chat section, are more so on the side of yes, anybody can be a threat. Anybody who they don't know coming to their country can potentially be a threat.
I see a lot of people supporting me, and I see two 15-year-old kids.
See, I think we are mixing two terms here. I think when somebody says African Americans are a threat, I don't think they are a threat. That is putting everybody together. But can an African American be a threat? That it will be a no-brainer to say no. Just like a Nigerian can be a threat, anyone can be used as an instrument against any group. So it's a no-brainer. I guess that's where the discussion should close, because I get where Brandon is coming from. He doesn't want this to turn into people using terms like African Americans a threat, because that is saying African Americans are a threat to Africa. No, as a matter of fact, they are an ally. Whether they know it or not, they are. Some of them are not conscious to it yet.
Naija, let me interrupt you. I need to clarify the question. Is it are African American military a threat, or can they be a threat? Because you guys don't even want to answer your own damn question. Can is speculative. If you guys wanted me to speculate, well, maybe they could be a threat if this or that happened. You should have said, can they be a threat? You asked, are they a threat? And the answer to that is currently no. So get your own question straight before you guys start jumping all over me.
African military may not be a threat, but if they start resisting the influence of external forces, then that becomes a problem for them. Then they will try to do something, and that is when anybody can be used against. This is the name of the game, isn't it? It's not because they are evil. It's just what people do. It's just the name of the game. We have to take care of our business. We are not sitting here waiting for the US to decide that, you know what, I'm going to let them to do whatever they want to do. Clearly, if they wanted to help you, if they are getting 17 trillion, they could have said, you know what, let's just throw 500 billion on the continent. They didn't do that. So we have to figure out ourselves. If that cannot spell out the truth to anybody, for anybody to see, I don't know what else will.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you guys a question before I go, but before I do that, Hotepping and Kaizo, do you guys have anything to add to that?
I was just gonna say, man. Look, if 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 the African, because I think a lot of people have gotten the question wrong, or I've just failed woefully in answering the question, the appropriate question, like in the appropriate manner. Look, if the African American military was any different, if it was any separate body from the actual United States of America's military, then there will be absolutely no argument here. It wouldn't be a threat at all. And I don't think, although it can always be potentially a threat, anything can potentially be a threat, including the citizens of a nation as well, can be a threat to that nation, as it's been in many cases, without giving any specific references at all. Then that would be a different argument. However, the thing here, the issue is that, and of course, it's not all African Americans in the military. You get what I'm saying? However, I would say it again. Any group of people that serves a nation's military are the most patriotic to that nation. They'll do whatever they're told. It's the United States of America, the white-owned USA, that controls that army. It would look to protect the interests of the greater USA's population over the course of generations on generations. And whoever is part of that military, even as individuals, they will fall in line in those orders. You get what I'm saying? They will fall in line to those orders because that's their job. They get their incentives from it, and they wouldn't give that up for anything in the world. They won't give that up because African Millennial has a panel that promotes Panafricanism and want everybody to come together and go and get along and hug and all that stuff. You get what I'm saying? So once again, the problem here is that the African American military is not a separate body from the actual USA's white-owned military. You get what I'm saying? So if for whatever reason Africans take and Dr. Kezo's step, put some respect on his name, right? Dr. Kezo. If they take those steps to say, okay, you know what? We've got our sovereign nations. Let's take power to our hands. This is not about history lessons. It's not about history classes. It's common sense. People that rule nations, they don't read history books before they make decisions. You get what I'm saying? If the moment African nations stand up with their balls and say, you know, we're going to gut up together, come form political consensuses that will serve the interest of our people, you're going to see the true colors of first world militaries. Now, of course, there are going to be negotiations that will be tried to be initiated. However, if they are not to the favor of the people of the first world nations, I mean the greater population, I do see war breaking out. You know what I'm saying? I do see attacks, even if it's biochemical attacks and stuff like that. But of course, the people of those nations, regardless of the color of their skin, can be used. Now, not all African Americans will be, but I'll tell you, there will be a certain amount of them that will be. So once again, African American earlier on was talking about vetting processes and stuff like that. Of course, we should come together as Black people, but then again, you just can't. Everybody can't go. You get what I'm saying? That's the point of the whole thing right here. That's it. And I'm going to repeat it. The African American military is not a separate body from the United States of America's military. 7 out of 10 of them will fall in line to the orders of the United States of America's military, which makes them characteristically, based on character, right? It makes them an enemy to African militaries and the success and development of African people over time.
Statement Brandon make. I think this conversation, we came in here a little bit clumsily. Some of them.
I just want to ask one question before I leave.
Go ahead.
Please, to who was the guy just picked? That was just picking. I can't see your name. Well, you said all military, like they're patriotic to your country, right? So I'm gonna ask you these questions. Nigerians that are in the American army, are they patriotic to American army?
I'm gonna answer your question.
Yeah.
Very expressly. I'm going to say any Nigerian that served in the American military will not serve in my Nigerian military. Simple as that. I don't care about your name. I don't care where you come from. I do not care. about your origin and how well you believe in voodoo and African tradition and those stuff.
Yeah, but you
And yet,
don't answer my question. Are they
characteristically judged.
patriotic to America?
They are of course, you've served in the military, you've put your life on the line for the greater population of the United States of America. There is nothing more patriotic than that.
Okay. So if you think, so just wait, let me finish, please. So if they say take this bomb and go bomb Nigeria, do you think they're going to do it?
Once again,
if they ordered to,
I judge. Once again, no. At this point in time, you guys are just bringing up scenarios that unfathomable scenarios, right?
Exactly.
If the United States of America want to bomb an African country, let's say Nigeria, right? As you said, they're not going to do it with a one-man squad. It's going to be a team of people. The team is greater than that person.
Let me say,
they will be part of it. They will be part of the team.
Is big. Let me say a hitman. Let me say a sniper. Okay, let's say we want to kill, Obasanjo or Buhari, and they pick this one Nigeria. Just wait, this one Nigeria sniper in the American army. Say go kill that person. Let's say he's from the north. Do you think he's going to do it because he's the American army?
Let me tell you, from a realistic perspective, it makes it even much easier to go kill one individual or a handful of individual than it is to go bomb a whole village. So it makes it much easier. They will do it.
So he's going to do it because he works with the American military. Yeah, I just want you to tell me yes or no.
Do you think Nigerians like Buhari, bro? You think Nigerians like Obasanjo?
Okay.
Kill that nigga.
Oh, so if they don't like him, they will do it. But if they like him, they will not do it.
Even if they like him, they work for the American military. You see, the premise of what I'm speaking is this.
But you're not answering my point. You're not answering me. I just want.
I said they will do it. I said they will do it.
Okay, good.
I said they will do it. But see, the premise I'm coming from is from a self.
I think there are so many examples. I don't know how this is so a confusing topic. Even when they took over Africa, they used several tribes against the other. That they literally recruited our own people. That's speaking our language. They are not even like African American removed by 600 years. Speaking our language against us. So how is that even far-fetched to anybody? That is not even far-fetched at all. The point is that this is an individual decision. If that individual, because we have seen cases to where the reverse happens, where you train somebody and then they will be the ones that go and fight for the other side to make sure that. So it's an individual thing. So I'm not going to put a blanket statement and say, just because you serve in the U.S. military, oh, no way. What if that person wants to transfer knowledge?
Okay, we're gonna let.
I'm gonna leave you guys with a sentence for the day, right? Think outside your box. That's the phrase for the day. Think outside your box.
Can I say something to Brandon?
Think outside your feelings.
No. You can't say something to Brandon.
Outside your box of burgers, bro. Speak yourself.
Okay. Dr. Kaizo, do you have anything to say about that? You've been quiet for like the last hour. Did you need to add anything to that?
This argument got Kaizo depressed.
Okay, never mind.
He's meditating because the whole panel put him stressed. Yeah, he's meditating.
Okay, so we have a new panelist on the panel. We're gonna let Afroscope TV calling from Ghana. Please go ahead.
Hello, greetings, sister. Greetings, everyone.
Mebo, greetings.
This topic is very sensitive, not because it is like something very realistic, but you know what? Maybe today I watch a YouTuber today who was saying that African Americans will take over Africa. They have the money. They can do whatever they want. We have puppet leaders and a lot of things. And often on panels, you can sense that kind of attitude, like the way some of them kind of say that, oh, I will go to Africa, I'm gonna take over, we're gonna take over Africa, we're gonna build, we're gonna do whatever. And to some of us, I don't find anything wrong with that, but because when you get on the continent, that's when you get to know what is real, and you got to know whether you can really take over or you cannot take over. So I don't like to delve into that. I feel like some of this topic is based on those type of videos that has been circulating on the internet for a while now. Guess what? Already over here we have a lot of threats. Like, or let me just say we are vulnerable because of our financial situation as a continent. And I know a lot of Africans currently, like my age mates, who want to join the army, but they cannot join it because, political reasons, also economic reasons. A lot of people go and they don't enlist them because they have a cut that this is the amount of people they are going to pick. And then the amount of people they are going to pick also, like, has already been determined because, the politicians will select their own people to go and serve in the army so that they can protect them. So you have this kind of dynamic playing over here. So guess what? We have, and then also last time I was watching a video and I saw this brother of mine who happened to be in the UK and joined the UK or the Commonwealth Army in the UK. And he was basically saying, I can't even speak good English, but when I went there, they enlisted me. In Ghana, nobody ever enlisted me to join the army. Guess what? A lot of people are now preparing to go back to go to the UK and join the army. And I know somebody who was denied visa to the US, who also wanted to go and join the US army. Guess what? If we have people or we have younger ones who want to go and join the foreign army, and soldiers are just like robots. They are just robots. You can just send them to do whatever. You don't have your own choices. So guess what? They can easily use them, our own people. They're not gonna use their people. They are gonna use their own people to come and do whatever they want over here. So the problem, let's face it, it's more like a domestic problem, because over here in Ghana, I know a lot of you that want to join the Ghanaian army, but they don't have it. I have a brother over here who has tried several times. They'll find lousy. They have these lousy reasons they can give you, or even at the gate they'll tell you that you should move back. You fill the form, you've done everything, you went whatever. They're gonna call you. So already we have people, when they get the chance and they are in the US, they are automatically joining. You just go and check from statistics how many Africans are in US Army or are in the British Army. We have a lot of them over there. So the problem is with us. Let me tell you, African Americans, or let me just say descendants of enslaved Africans coming back to the continent, is surely there is gonna be a little bit of culture clashes. Like, we're gonna have clashes because two calabash on a river will always crash together. But the fact is, we Africans, we like thinking about avoiding than we like thinking about solving problems or preventing or mitigating. We're always thinking about how to avoid, and that's the problem. When people are coming in and they have this, how do we deal with them? That is one of the things that we have to deal with. Now that we're thinking that if they come because of this mindset that they have, like the Western mindset of individualism, is not going to work for us. How do we make them see us the way we see ourselves? That's one of the biggest. That's one thing I always worry about, because yes, some of us happen to talk to some of these Africans, and then we got to realize that even some of our people who are also born in the States, and they don't have our mindset. So when they come here, they are not seeing us as a people who have our own problems. They are seeing us just the way a US the US government or their administration or the world administration define us. They are not seeing us as people who exist in a different cultural set, and we have our own conditions or our own problems that we deal with. So I'm gonna just end it here so that you guys can carry on.
I think what you said is very, measured and well spoken. I think there's nothing wrong with that. That thing you said about the military, though, in Ghana, you see, this is the thing. I even said it to African millennials. They are turning people away that wants to join. Young men wants to participate in keeping their country safe. They turn them away. Why? He said he touched on something that we tend to want to avoid. In other words, we don't want to confront things. We don't want to face onto our real problems. That is a fact. There's something about our people, when they see a problem, they're like, you know what, let's pretend as if it doesn't exist. Somehow it's going to go away. It won't. until we start facing the reasons why we are where we are. Ghana today, they are busy turning people away. They have only 15,000 this in standing military for a country of about 30-something million. What is that? You are waiting until you have problem before you start dragging all of them in and training them overnight. No country does that. It's only us somehow. And somebody gave me a reason the other day saying that it has something to do with aid. That if you are receiving international aid, you are not allowed to develop your military. If that is the case, then spit that aid out, because right now that is the reason why we are needing the aid in the first place, because we are not able to prevent all these problems from coming behind in our backyard, and we are not able to trade properly with people that have money. Because if Nigerians were richer, Ghana would be richer. If Cote d'Ivoire was richer, Ghana would be richer. Everybody would be richer. So we need to make sure that our own neighborhood is taken care of. We talk about it all the time in the West here, where if anything happens, even a little bit of somebody punch somebody, you will see the police there. They will just show up and make sure, because they are trying to mitigate. They don't want anything to get worse. We just accept it as, somebody died there. Okay, the other one is poor, died of poverty. Do you know how many cases I've heard of recently that somebody just died because they didn't have good health care? Some of them don't even go. One was involved in an accident. He didn't even go to hospital because he didn't want to spend the money he had. He didn't know that the injury he sustained in that accident was deadly, and he died from it. So many things like that happen in Africa over and over again, and we are not focusing on the reasons why we keep suffering like this. Until we start confronting it, stop running away from difficult discussions. Like this discussion now is a sensitive one, but it needs to be had, because we are not saying they are enemies, because we are just as bad. It's the same thing everywhere. The community is the same everywhere. It's quite remarkable how the same we are. From Africa to this in Haiti, is the same pattern you see repeating itself. So we have to take responsibility and face our problem head on. If we don't face it head on, nobody's going to do it for us. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're gonna let Josie Gold respond to that and say his opening statement before we let Darth or Mr. Uganda respond to that. And Hotepping, you're still here, so you can go after that.
Greetings, African millennial, to the panel and to everyone in the chat and everyone watching. Look, personally, I think some African Americans could be a potential threat to Africa, because if you look at it carefully, the CIA and the American government has always been involved in Africa and destabilizing African governments and supporting certain African governments. Like in my country, they supported the apartheid government. They were even involved in killing freedom fighters as well. So it's not far-fetched for anyone to think that some African Americans could be implanted into this whole Pan-Africanism thing, or people of interest in moving to the continent to cause instability or to infiltrate certain countries, to just destabilize or to spy. So I don't think it's wrong for Africans to be cautious about people coming onto the continent. And one thing I've noticed, that many of the people that are coming to the continent are ex-military or have had government jobs. That is worrying. So I'm not saying all African Americans are bad, but we do need to be careful as Africans as they come here to the continent. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Oh wow, you open fire.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly, Judy Gold. I noticed that,
brother. Tell the truth and shame the devil.
Exactly, Josie Gold. I noticed that as well. Now, to what's his name? Pan-Africanist strikes back. Brandon's point. It's not a case in which I just see it. It may be a minor detail in the wider conversations we must have as well, but it's still there's still a potential threat. Everybody's a potential threat. So in threat assessment, you must prepare for it. You must prepare for all eventualities. Whatever could happen. You can't just leave it there down to hope and say, they will not obey the law. In militaries, soldiers are taught to obey command. If they disobey command, they get court-martialed or they get shot. You understand what I mean? They get shot or get court-martialed. That is enough of an incentive as well to get them to obey the law. You understand what I mean? And especially when they train, they're given specialized training to obey the rules and obey the mission. They train for the mission. So it's not. It doesn't matter if it's black or white. They will do the mission, Mr. Sankara as well. So the fact is, they are a potential threat. Although I don't know, I can't even commit to what I'm saying if they are even a minor threat, because they could be a primary reason, a primary move. You understand? They could be used. But anyways, what I was gonna ask Naija, do you think, why does the United States let France lead the guard in terms of the issues in Africa? Why do they lead France? Is it potentially because they don't want to use Black American operatives or Black American soldiers in Africa, so they rely on France to guard that region of the world?
I think that's basically what happened. Just like I've heard of cases where even Canada will develop a very innovative technology in terms of military, and Americans will come in and mothball the whole project and take it over to their country. It's almost like after the Second World War, everybody decided to down tool and allow Americans to do the job of being the cowboy, the guy that has the muscle. Because if you look at Europeans, most of them have stood down too. It's only France that has an independent nuclear deterrent. The UK's Trident belongs to America, really. So that thing is there. And then if you look at the way America operates, they know that you can't carry your military and you send them to a place where they are going to be attacking their own. You can argue that, okay, yes, there must be American and Germans that went to Germany, but the ones that went to Germany were not the ones that were siding with Hitler. I can assure you that they will not go. But the ones that were against Hitler, because everybody has the difference of opinion. And the same thing can happen, with anyone. Anybody that joins the military is an organization that is designed for people to follow rules. And it's not a playground. If you mess about, your life could be at stake in the military. Some serious consequences follow. So they are meant to follow rules. And it's not that they're going to, in a whole number, just be against this thing. That's when they order them to go into Africa, they're going to, no, that's not going to be effective. Any general knows that if you want to send your soldiers anywhere, you have to know that they are going to be effective there. If they go there and they start seeing people that look like them all over the place, and they feel that, like Brandon said, they feel like the mission is not even that kosher, then they're going to turn. And that is extremely dangerous for any military. Because when you have a significant mutiny like that, man, you look at Nigeria, what happened to Nigeria, when that kind of stuff happens, all hell could break loose. So that's why you don't see them in Africa the way Africans have done a lot of crazy things that could have made, I wouldn't call it crazy, things that made them feel like they're asserting themselves, that if it was let's say it was another part of the world, they would have reacted more differently. Imagine expelling whole population of Indians that India did. The same thing Zimbabwe did. Their tactics was, they used a different tactics, which is sabotage, keep the economy down, make sure the people are poor and all the rest of it. And some of all the things we are going through now may be a retribution for some of those acts. You look at Haiti too. Haiti has no reason to be this destabilized. They are supposed to be allies of the US, for crying out loud. Some of all these things are a kind of retribution, or personally, I feel it's almost sadistic, because I was having a discussion with somebody that, why is it that if these people are powerful, they feel like they have to always make sure the other groups are not doing well? It's like if the other groups are just doing a little bit well, it's going to make them feel bad. Because like the Russians, wherever they go, they try to destroy. The Americans, wherever they go, they try to destroy. The British, wherever they go, they try to destroy. The only groups that generally we've not seen behave like that in an instinctive way, the Indians, generally in terms of the nation, the Chinese, they've not proven themselves to be like an empire creating big group of people that they want to go and dominate other people and destroy them. The Chinese even have a policy now whereby they don't care what you do with your own country. They just come, do your business with you, take your money, and they go their own way. They don't care what you do internally. But the West is a totally different instinct that they've got. That it's like if you're doing well, somehow they feel like they feel like when you do well, it's a threat to them somehow. And you can't help that. It is what they are. At least that's the behavior we have seen up till now. And we have to prepare for anything that is thrown at us. We have to be ready for it. This generation, when I'm saying this thing, maybe it might not even be my generation that deals with some of all these serious challenges, but it's going to come because Africa is marching steadily in the right direction. The conflicts are not as devastating as they used to be. We see countries that are bright spots. Ghana is doing well. South Africa is not totally in chaos. Cote d'Ivoire is getting its act together. Look at Ethiopia with the dam. So there's quite a lot of things, and we're not talking about the ones that are having a lot of problems right now. I think there's a chance that give it 10 years, the Africa we know today is not going to be the same in 10 years. People think it's going to take that long. It's not going to take as long as they are thinking because there's so many fundamentals underneath that is being put in place already. And the leaders we think that are all, downright sellouts, it's not 100% that way. It's not, they are there, maybe 80% of them, but the 20% is all you need to turn the tide because people follow the groups that they feel is going to give them light. If they start seeing light, let's say the African Continental Free Trade Area starts working out, they start seeing money flowing into their pocket and they will start believing. But you have to give them something to believe. Until the Africans start seeing something that they believe in, you're not going to get that momentum build up. It could be a catalytic event. Something that can happen overnight could just transform the whole continent. So I'm very, very hopeful in my own perspective. And I think we are stronger than we think we are, even if the challenges seem very, very insurmountable, but we are stronger than we think we are.
Anybody gonna say anything?
Yes.
I say give it 10 years. Give it 10 years. All the cities in Africa are gonna look like Tokyo, bro.
I'm not sure. Tokyo is well ahead of almost every group out there.
Okay, let me go. Yeah. Firstly, let me say good evening to my brother Dart, and good evening again, African Millennium and the panel. So yeah, I want to answer to Naija's claims about why the Western nations don't allow other African or third world countries to develop a little bit. They don't do it because if an African country develops, it will set as an example for other African countries to develop. So they will look at this, man, Nigeria developed, so we can develop as well. So they fear the good example, so they don't want the simple. They want an example in which Africans can follow or other third world countries. That's the main thing. It's all a game of power. Now, we are approaching this thing of a threat thing. Yes, militarily, it can be a threat. We're not saying the average Joe that's in Africa eating a burger is a threat. No. We're saying militarily, if there's an interest, the American army, they are a threat. But overall, the normal people is not a threat. This is what we're saying. It's not something like, man, we got to be careful with these guys. No. You see, but if you want to protect your nation, you need to understand how this thing goes because it's a game. Every ethnic group is oppressed by the same ethnic group. You see, in India, the British used Indians to oppress Indians. The Hitler used Jews to oppress Jews. So this is the game they play. So this is how it goes. But overall, there's no conflict, man. It's just militarily, it can be a threat.
Agreed. I think when it comes to this type of topic, I really, I think that topic I think we've all in, agreement that, generally they are not a threat. They are our allies. I think we have to understand that in actuality, They are one of us. Let's not forget that. And the other day, somebody was saying, "Oh, there's no way they can ship 11 million people to the Americas. It's impossible." I was like, "Where did you get that? Well, how can people just be saying stuff and they don't even think?" You know what I did when he said that? I said, "Okay, let me just do the numbers here. 300 years of shipping people from Nigeria, from Africa to this thing. Let's say the boats take about 400 people each. They talk about boats that can take 600 to 700. If the boats can take 400, they do 4 journeys a year. You do your calculations, it still exceeds 11 million. And yet these people don't get it. If you have 50 boats at a time doing that for 35 days, round trip. That's not round trip. One direction 35, the other direction 35. If you want to make it really, really tight, you can say they are doing it the moment they land, they drop off, they go. No, I just made it that they get there seasonally. They do it seasonally, which is 4 seasons or so. 4 times a year they do that trip. Some of them will probably do it more. They will carry more than 11 million people. And how these people can think that is not real because they don't bother to do the numbers. I took the trouble to do the numbers. And I believe that they probably have more than 50 people at the time.
Yeah, the thing is, people don't want to understand how power is played. The US can fabricate something. They can kill, let's say, Americans in Africa. They can kill, then sell the media, say Africans are killing Americans. How do you think the Americans that will react? This is how power works, man. You gotta think. You gotta think like a snake to understand the games, man. So this is what we're saying. So
they could be
we
killing
need to think this thing.
Africans are killing African Americans.
You see, it's the same thing. You see, the media is there to control you and deceive you. They can create stories that will actually entice a reaction in people. You see, most people are controlled by the media, man. So you gotta be careful with this. But like I said, not to cause division or nothing. I'm just giving a perspective.
It's not necessarily a division. It's like being prepared for all eventualities. Everything is possible, and you must be ready for it. You understand what I mean? Of course, it's difficult. It's a difficult conversation to have when you're trying to cause a unification with African Americans, but at the same time, you're also looking at them sideways. So it's a difficult conversation to have. It's a difficult conversation for African Americans to hear as well.
Everybody should be looked sideways. I think we should. I think we should approach this thing as we don't always. You can't trust everybody 100%, and I think everybody has to be monitored continuously, because if you deviate from the message, you have to account for it. It's like, when bosses, when they go into companies and they say they appoint a security guard in the building, if that security guard doesn't search them, they could get that security guard fired because the security guard is not doing their job. So they have to make sure. They have to make sure so we have to watch everybody the same way.
Right.
You know what I mean? Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with that, because like where we are today as Africans is because we trusted many people for a long time. We didn't question things. We let everybody in, and there's a danger to that. I mean, we don't do that with each other.
Excuse me, hold on, sir.
And we should hold on. Let me finish.
I'm sorry for cutting
No,
you.
can people finish the
finish.
point before people cut them off? Thank you.
Yeah.
And not
for
thugging
me,
the panel, right?
Hold on. And for me, that is dangerous. Everybody should be vetted. I mean, even Africans vet each other. So if you're coming from somewhere else, we should also be wary around you. And that goes for everyone, not just diasporans, Chinese people, everybody. Sure, we should give black people like an advantage, give them a black pass, but that doesn't mean we should let our guard down. We don't know who's coming here. We don't know how many people are being implanted. And another thing we also need to keep in mind when we look into our history as Africans is that there were some Africans on the continent who were collaborators of colonialists and apartheid. And there's a high probability that they could try to use people who look like us against us. That doesn't mean all diasporans or black people coming here are bad. It just means we need to be careful. Thank you.
Totally 100% agreed. Basically, I was just trying to say that in the beginning. I honestly think everybody is a threat. It doesn't matter what skin color you are. Like if we don't know why you're there, like we don't know why you're there. Like does it make sense for you to just open your house to anybody? Come on now. Like people are really not understanding what's going on over here. The reason why the West isn't that worried about it is because they have the infrastructure in place to not be that worried about it. So why wouldn't Africa be more worried about that? Like, come on now. But in any case, we're gonna let the new panelists go ahead so that we can circle around once again. We're gonna let Jedediah and then Kwesi, please go ahead. Thank you.
Peace and blessings to everyone here. I'm not coming here to start anything. I'm just coming here to speak my truth. I'm in the diaspora. I'm in present Babylon. And the thing I have to say to my fellow brethren and sisters over there in the motherland, both of us, both sides are misunderstood and both sides are unaware of anything because we don't walk each other's shoes. I don't walk y'all shoes over there. Y'all don't walk our shoes over here. And both of us have been confused and tricked. It's a mind thing going on because just as the Gentiles have taken over here, the Gentiles have taken over there also. So it's both sides are just being pinned against each other. What I want to say is the solution to that problem is to actually move towards the Most High more and seek the Spirit more and get answers from the Most High Spirit more, other than us speaking for ourselves and what we believe, because we don't know anything. Our realm of knowledge is a grain of sand, a grain of salt. I can go way back to Genesis when the curse started, when we went to that tree and we ate from that tree that the Most High God told us not to eat from, which lured us and took us away from the Most High knowledge. Because if people don't understand, the Garden of Eden was an epicenter, was a school. We were being taught to be gods and be guardians of this galaxy, of this universe, of this world. We was to establish law and love. That was what we was sitting here to do, was establish that in his image, in his image and likeness. That's what we was to establish. But we left that because we went to the fallen and went about their way of life. That's all I wanted to say. I don't even want to go no further. But I respect and love you all because you all are a fractal vision or a piece of my Most High Father. And we all need to come together like a puzzle to show the face of the Most High and represent him how we should be representing him, instead of tarnishing his name with us going back and forth and saying who's wrong and who's right and who is this and who is that, and claiming this tribe and that tribe, and understand there's only one Most High Father who created everything here and established everything here for us to live in peace and bliss. But we don't want that. We want to be higher than everyone else because of our way of thinking. And I'm getting tired of that. But I love you all, and peace and blessings. Thank you.
Hello.
2 poser, 3 poser for the Most High, like that. Everybody scream hallelujah.
Amen.
Thank you very much, Kwesi. You can go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The last panel went a bit off topic. I'm gonna go straight to the point, and at least how I see it, and I could be wrong, but I have been listening, and the question is, I don't think any African group. I think Josie Gold, I think his name is. He hit the nail right on the head. Everything he said was spot on. If you look at Africa as a continent historically, the reason why we got colonized or went for apartheid or whatever is the reason why Europeans were able to implement those rules or colonize us is mainly because of collaborators within. If we didn't have collaborators within the continent and they are still there, then it would have been very, very difficult for Europeans to colonize us. It would probably be a bit like where they wouldn't fully colonize it. They would just control our foreign affairs in terms of trade and stuff, but they wouldn't be able to implement things like their religion and their language onto it. It would have been very, very difficult to colonize Africa because Africa is a vast continent and the tribes there were strong at the time. A lot of them had guns and weapons, and even those who didn't were able to fight Europeans. But because of collaborators from within, it made it a lot easier and quicker for the Europeans to colonize vast parts of the continent. In fact, they colonized the entire continent, in my opinion. So I think in terms of, people who are obviously not from Africa, doesn't matter if they're black, white, if you're continental Africa, are they a threat to any African country? Of course they are. I don't think any any descendants can be trusted in any part of Africa whatsoever. And Afriscope was saying there's culture clashes. I think it's a lot deeper than that. I don't think they can be trusted in because when they are coming, we don't know what sort of mindset they are coming back to Africa with. We don't know what intentions they have. You feel me? Because judging by a lot of Africans' interactions with them in the West, they have a lot of hatred for Africans. Well, I've experienced it myself. So we don't know what sort of mindset they have if they come to live in places like Ghana and Nigeria or whatever, and they live with us and they start going into positions of authority and power. They join the police force, they join the military. We don't know what that's going to end up because they'll certainly hide their own people. You feel me? If you look at Ghanaians here in the UK, for example, when Ghanaians open a shop or a business, they hire Ghanaians only. Whether it's a driving school, my older friend's brother owns the driving school. He has Ghanaians only. So if they get to a position of power like a police force in Ghana, they would hire their own people for the most part. And what I'm basically trying to say is that we don't know what sort of intentions they have towards Africans. A lot of them could have revenge in their hearts. Like I said, judging by the experience of Africans in America and UK, when it comes to the actual descendants of slaves, a lot of them do have a lot of hate towards Africans. For me. So they cannot be trusted at all. Now, whether they are a threat to the continent on their own, I don't think they're a threat. But what a lot of people don't realize is that during the time of the Ebola virus, in West Africa, I think it was Guinea, Liberia, and I think one more country. I don't know if it's Sierra Leone or not. One more country in the area in that region of West Africa. An African American was arrested by the Nigerian intelligence agency at an airport in Nigeria, and in his suitcase or luggage or bag or whatever, there were traces of the Ebola virus in little tubes. And the Nigerian intelligence agency believed he was there to spread the Ebola. So the Nigerian intelligence agency picked it up. I don't know if it was tip-off from the Liberian authorities. But
Sorry, do you have the name of that guy?
Huh?
Do you have the name of some documentation where we can look up?
Yeah. I'll look for the link and I'll send it to you. The Nigerian intelligence agency arrested him and detained him. And he's still in Nigerian authorities, but I don't know if they've released him yet. But this was around the time the Ebola virus was happening in West Africa. So he was working for, I don't know if the CIA or whatever, but for the authorities of the United States or whatever scientific whatever he was working with. And they found tubes of the Ebola virus in tubes. The Nigerian intelligence agency picked it up and arrested him. I don't know how they managed to pick that up, whether it's through the tech or something, but they had tip-offs and they arrested him. So to say that they are not a threat to Africa is a big lie. There will be some of them working for the American intelligence agency, working in the US military, and they are a threat. Not on their own, they're not a threat, but when working for the US government, on the behalf of the US government, they will do the bidding of the US government.
So the US government never even came for the guy?
Come again?
The US government never even came for the guy in Nigeria.
You heard about it?
I haven't heard about it. I'm just surprised. I'm saying, so the US government, even though he did this for them, they never even came for him.
I didn't follow up on the story later on, but it was so top secret that the Nigerian government didn't even release it in Nigeria. It wasn't even on the news all over Nigeria. It was kept hidden because the Nigerian government didn't want to, put the public in Nigeria in panic mode. And obviously,
would you blame the individual or would you blame whoever coerced the individual.
It's who caused the individual.
Exactly.
It's the
It's who
training.
caused. It's who caused the
Yeah,
individual.
and I
Then the
think
individual has a part to play.
we should be using a specific term like some can be, because when you say they can be, then you are like every African American can be, and for an African American listening to that, they will be hearing something different from what you think you are saying. Because the truth is some, just like some of us too ourselves can be a threat. And I think it's good we use that type of term. I think I need to bounce for a while.
Okay.
So thanks you guys. I think, man, this is a great discussion, and everybody seems to be handling it because it's quite dynamite if you ask me. All right then, take care.
Peace.
I got
Yeah.
Can
I say something?
Go on.
Look,
Go on.
I think another thing we need to take into consideration is that many of us here on the continent grew up with American media, and we don't see African Americans in a bad way. That's why there's a strong possibility that it could be used against us. I'm not saying all African Americans, but within this whole Pan-African move, they could put in certain people to do those things. Because, like, from the moment most people...
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh, go on.
What were you saying?
No, go on.
They could have put some people in these movements to do whatever, whether to destabilize governments. I mean, you won't notice it. Let's be honest, because most people like African Americans. They're like the TV people. I mean, look, I've never lived in the West, but what I've seen when people over here, regardless of wherever they are from on the continent, whether it be the South African, Nigerian, wherever they're from on the continent, they see African Americans in a good way. So, no, you're African American. So, like, the idea that some people could be implanted within these move back to Africa groups, it's not far-fetched. And we must be honest about it and prepare for it. Thank you.
How exactly does one prepare for that, though? I don't think there's a way to prepare for it.
No, first is awareness. People are obviously in love with African Americans. And two, they're backed by a government that's well known for destabilizing the continent. It's a reality. Look, I grew up with people, I was raised by people who tell me every day that the apartheid government was backed by the American government, and that some of them were attacked by CIA agents. It's a reality. Some of the stories that they tell me are unbelievable, but they've been backed many times. It's a reality. It's not a matter of if or maybe. I'm not saying all African Americans are bad, but if you follow the history of this continent, you'll notice that, hey, man, being aware of certain things is important, and maybe trying to put in place things to be prepared. I don't know. Work on our intelligence on a continent. Something. It's a reality.
Let me add to what you're saying. You are right in the sense that awareness. Now, if you say how you prepare for it, understand how they're gonna attack you in the first place. How are they gonna attack you in the first place? Nowadays, there's no need for espionage when you have cyber hacking. They can hack your things cyber. So it's not gonna be a way in which they attack Africa's intelligence from a cyber. They've already got control of the internet, and they've already got control of hacking and all that. So it's a way in which they are influencing and shaping the conversation in order to create instability in your country, create discontentment in your country. So they bring in folks and people to try and rile up the people to protest against potentially benevolent dictators.
Dot, I have a question. Dot, I have a question for you. Why would they use Black people, whether they're African American, African Jamaican, whatever? Why would they use Black people when they can just use non-Blacks? Because wouldn't non-Blacks be a better choice to use? Since a lot of let me finish. Since in some African countries, they actually put non-Blacks, meaning white people, on the pedestal, wouldn't it be easier for them to use a Russian or a German instead of using, let's say, an African American?
As much as that is, right? The reason they will use Black American is because that the fact that there is a clear difference, that this is a foreigner telling me something. There's a clear difference. Even if we even if we believe in them and believe in what they say, it's not the case entirely that we follow them. We follow them on the things that they're winning on and all that stuff. But when they're telling something like that, there's a clear difference there. So there's a bit more of a hesitancy for people to adapt what somebody who is clearly different from them telling them. There's a bit more of a hesitancy than somebody who is just like them. It's just a rule of nature. So they would rather, it's easier to use potential African Americans. I will not say they are all a threat or something, but they will rather use them. It's an easier process. The information gets imbibed easier, and the fact is there is potential African American exceptionalism around the world, and Africans love them, like Georgie Gold said. You understand what I mean? Black people are fully aware, even in Africa, they are aware to some extent, to some degree, of the racism of white people. I mean, anyways, carry on.
I think
I
African
agree
Millennium
with
made
him.
a statement earlier on after Tuma just spoke, right? She said, well, the problem is when Kwesi was narrating the story about the Ebola thing, right? The problem is that the guy was sent. So do we blame the people who sent him or do we blame him? Now, I'm making reference to information systems management, right? Whenever you're creating some of a program to make a command to achieve anything in like a software programming and stuff like that, especially in database, there are two key grounds of work, and that's to create an entity and to create an attribute. You get what I'm saying? Like, once again, we're not trying to generalize here. We're not saying that everyone, we must maintain that it's not everyone. However, most times when we have these Pan-African conversations, it's literally kumbaya for everyone. We really put in any bit of realistic nuances to our conversations. It's all just flat blackness and flat line love for everyone. But that in reality and in practice would not attain us anything, not any success at all. If it should attain us anything, it'd be failure from a political perspective, which affects the economics as well. You get what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that we cannot generalize everyone, but there will always be that few attributes, the entity, that will play a role in destabilizing the progress of African nations, because those guys do not see themselves in you. That's the reality of things. You can plan all you want to come together under the umbrella of blackness, but then reality will hit you irregardless. Like in every other prospect, even in our personal lives, it happens to us. You get what I'm saying? The attributes are just as key as the entity in in achieving its commands. You get what I'm saying? So once again, we're not trying to generalize, but because usually these conversations are filled with everyone, let's come together, and then we just totally turn our faces against the other side. It's just that as in this sort of conversations, we have to call it out, call the realistic part of it. A lot of people, most especially even continentals as well, and diasporans, they're going to halt the movement. You know what I'm saying? They're going to halt our development. We just have to call it out instead of every time not calling it out. Like,
I think building a strong foundation for Black solidarity globally is far more achievable and far more realistic. You understand? Because we live in nation states, unfortunately, and we have to obey the rules of those nation states because it's just the way it is at the moment. But there's nothing stopping us from building solidarity with each other globally. I don't think there's anything stopping us from that. Okay. African millennial interfere.
Yeah, no problem. So we can get the Police Academy to go ahead.
You know what? First of all, shout out to you, African Millennial. Shout out to your channel. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad to be over here. I am a Pan African. You know what most people are talking about, but you know, when you listen to, you know, black people from when you hear Africans talk, continental Africans talk, Black Americans talk, you just see why we're doomed as a people. Because if we're sitting up here worrying about each other, why Lebanese got their finger in your ass, while Chinese people got their finger in your ass, while you got Russian people got finger in your ass. You got all these groups, you got these corporate militias killing that other African leaders will hire them to kill other black people. We got all I mean you got all this you got all this dysfunction. All this dysfunction in the world. You get what I'm saying? And then you got I understand you looking at black Americans as a threat because we're the soft target, because we ain't even coming over there. You know what I'm saying? I got a family on my mama's side and dad's side, maybe 300-400 people. I couldn't pay them to go to Africa with me. You get what I'm saying? So it just shocks that so much energy is put on like one black American can come over there and do something. I'll explain one thing about the U.S. government. You know what I'm saying? They got what you call operative. You know what I'm saying? If they send one person, they send 12. They have what you call a contingency plan. So it doesn't matter if one got it. It's the same way when you traffic drugs as a unit. You might send 12 shipments of drugs, and you don't care if one get busted because you sacrifice that one. So all the police, they gather around that one and want to take pictures while the other 12 complete the mission.
Okay.
But see, we don't understand. Hold on, bro. I can't talk.
Carry on.
I mean, let me know if Hustle Smart is to be interrupted, because I didn't know that was the state of play. But what I'm saying is that if we sitting up here worrying about who coming, it's only 1%. And right now, it might be 30,000 black people in the United States. Black Americans living high off the hog. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to go over there and live in a third world country. They'll rather live in America under white supremacy so they can get out and cry about it every 4 years, or when a police officer actually killed one of us. That's it. Other than that, it's business as usual in the United States. Black people in America love the United States. You know what I'm saying? They're not finna come over there. So it's like a fake boogeyman that y'all talking about. You know what I'm saying? Because I did a show the other week and I asked the questions, are black Americans a threat? And African Millennial, I don't know if that was you, but it was your tag. You said no. Now I just heard you a few seconds ago. You said that why would they not be a threat? You get what I'm saying? So it's like the contradiction. You know what I'm saying? And I understand black Americans, even though we're only 40 million, we're the loudest speakers. We're the most popular. You get what I'm saying? But still, it's more rich Nigerians. It's more billionaires in Nigerians than it is in the United States. So it's just that y'all got this false Cinderella dream about black Americans. You know what I'm saying? Like we wish that we knew where we came from. We sit up here taking all type of DNA tests, sticking Q-tips in your nose, sticking Q-tips in your ass to let the results come back and tell you 30% frog and 20% zebra. You get what I'm saying? Like it's amazing. And even when people listen to this, we just like, what Africans, what black Americans are they talking about? Because the ones that come to Africa, they are on that kumbaya. Let's hug everybody. Let's split up a mango in an avocado and let's share it in a circle. But that's all I have to say on that, man. I'll sit back and chill out.
Okay, the same police academy. Let me just respond to you. I don't think all of us here said that one African American could change the entire of Africa, or could affect Africa, or just one African American could do that.
No. I was pertaining to that one about the Nigerian Secret Service bringing Ebola. That's what I was speaking of.
I think all of us here kind of agreed that even Africans themselves are potential threats. Even African Americans are potential threats. Now, if you are aware of a threat, you must prepare for all eventualities. Isn't that so? You must prepare for all eventualities. So it's not just African Americans we're picking on. Even other Africans can be a threat, including African Americans. So I know in the wider scheme of things that we've got to discuss about, perhaps this is kind of the minor details, maybe one of the minor details. But still, if you're preparing for a threat, you have to prepare for all eventualities. Do you agree?
I definitely agree with you. If you have the resources, that's why my uncle, the great Simp Naija, has left the building. But if you don't have the infrastructures, you get what I'm saying, in place, you can't watch nobody. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's so easy for a small country. We're talking about a small country with a small military that can come to Africa and change things or colonize or run the financial sector or do certain things. You get what I'm saying? It's because you have no security. You got all those people over there. It's 1.3 billion people, and you take out the Arabic countries that's up north, I give it straight 900 million. You know what I'm saying? But it's no type. What I'm saying is no type of infrastructure for you to watch anybody. What I'm saying is this is what I'm saying. I'm gonna say this last thing. All I'm saying is I got about 160,000 in the bank that I can pull from my 401k, my Roth IRA, and my retirement. If I come over there in Africa right now with $165,000, them Africans over there will be dancing and throwing bees in the air at me. They wouldn't give a damn what I can do. I could be coming over there to kill everybody. These people be dropping their kids off, sending their kids over there to see if they need me. See if they need me to if I want some type of help or do something for me. The problem is that when you when you grind up a country for so long and you take so much from them, if anybody comes with money, I can be dressed. Only thing I don't have to do is look like the devil, be red with some horns on my head. I can come over there with the worst intentions in the world. But let me have 100 million naira. Let me have 100 million Ghana CDs. Well, man, 8 billion Ghana CDs. It's gonna be accepted, and I have people on the ground that'll help me do it because the way that the money is set up. But go ahead, my brother.
The Sim Police Academy. I agree with you there. The infrastructure is not there, but that's what Tunaija's point is, right? Africa lacks in security. It lacks in the infrastructure for security. We must develop that. And also, in developing a security, you must consider the potential threats that could be. The potential threats. I'm not saying African Americans are all threats, but they could be a potential threat. So when you're considering your security, you must prepare for all eventualities. I understand what you're saying. It's not what we must focus on entirely, because there's major things that are, but you must prepare for everything. And I think you agree on that. But
yes, sir.
Personally, I think this conversation is over. Done with. I think we can change the conversation to something else. But anyway, carry on.
I mean, you know what? I understand it, but what I'm saying is that you can't watch it. What I'm saying is that one thing that we don't do in America, we just don't make just say for somebody sitting around and we all broke and somebody saying, yeah, man, if I had $1 million, I'd buy a house. Like, we'll be like, shut your dumb ass up, man. You ain't even got $5 in your pocket. Don't open your mouth until you got there. So I understand just saying that you need to watch everybody. But what I'm saying, if you don't have the tools to do it, why even bring it up? Like, what I'm saying is it's no type of like Africa don't even have a banking system where you can be in one country and go to another country. And if the next country have the same exact bank, that you would have to open up a bank account in another country. You get what I'm saying? Like it's the system is set up. But if you want to talk about its most basic form, it's the borders. It's the borders, because in America, I stay in Atlanta, Georgia. I can drive to Atlanta to California, and I ain't got to stop and talk to nobody. And that's 2,500 miles, about 6,000 to 7,000 kilometers, however much it is in kilometers. I can drive 6,000 to 7,000 miles in the United States, and only thing I got to stop and do is get some gas and take a shit. You know what I'm saying? That's all I have to do. Africa got these countries with these borders that make these people independent. You get what I'm saying? Like, even in the United States, in the beginning, there wasn't 50 states. It was a north and a south. You get what I'm saying? So it was
I think the security concern is concerned with, like, the development of Africa from now on. You know, when you're starting something from the beginning, even if you don't have it, there's a place to start from. And sometimes when you're trying to get yourself right, there's other external factors that could have a play. And it's these external factors that you have to consider when implementing your security. When you're starting the project, you have to consider the external factors that could influence it. You know what I mean? Not everything begins. So you say that Africans don't have the security, don't even have that. But when you're beginning something and you're starting to revolutionize something, you have to consider the external factors that may affect your potential growth or your potential development.
Okay. Now, by that logic, right? I'm gonna work off your point right there. But by that logic, if you don't if you're starting at the beginning, the last thing you should have did was have everything split up in 52 states, because by that logic, Nigeria would have the best security and nobody else would have it. So Nigeria.
Okay. It goes back to which conversation is more important. So that's why I said in the beginning, in the wider themes of the discussion, it potentially may not be our biggest potential discussion that we have to talk about worry.
Yes, sir.
But it is still a factor that we must consider.
Right. I get that, but let me ask you this. Let me pose this question to you. So just let's say if everybody's starting at the beginning, like we're not gonna say 50, 54, 52 countries or whatever, 54 countries, because the northern African countries, they got all their military, they got nuclear warships, they got submarines and all that. It's maybe the lower everything in those Arabic countries, they straight. They're working deals with the United States, getting airplanes, getting tanks, getting all this stuff, missiles and building up uranium. But what I'm saying is that for all the other countries that don't have the same GDP as Nigeria, for Nigeria being by itself, it's not going to lend money to every other country to help them get up the coal. And everybody on this panel is computer literate. So that means that if you have high-speed internet and this other your homeboy doesn't, that means that y'all connection is not gonna be, you're not gonna be able to give out the same information. You get what I'm saying? So if Nigeria is the top dog, then everybody else gonna play catch up, because they're not gonna put as much money in their GDP far as security and technology. Do you agree with that, my brother?
I think I agree with that, because what you're alluding to is that Africa must get rid of these borders and unite into one, so that we can become stronger and move and develop together. So I think I agree with that to an extent, but it's a complete different kind of it's another factor. It's another factor we must consider alongside with the potential of African Americans being used against us. So it's another factor we must consider.
Well, at least not all one. At least it could be split up like maybe instead of 54 countries, it can break it down to 26 countries. You get what I'm saying? So at least I'm talking about some type of starting point. But what I'm saying is you cannot build with 52 or 54 countries and they're not all on the same plane. I'm gonna give you this last example. Now, South Carolina in the United States is a small country. You get what I'm saying? But say for instance, somebody come and small ass state like South Carolina that don't have that much money. But say for instance, somebody come over there and mess with South Carolina. All 49 other states will take up for that small country. Do you get what I'm saying? I mean, for that state. That it's united. As far as that, it's no borders. We have what you call a line. You get what I'm saying? But the only thing changes when you cross over state to state in the United States is your internet signal might go down for a second and it comes back up. That's it.
Okay, I agree with you. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. There must be some kind of continental union or regional union as well. I agree with you. So these borders must be gotten rid of. So I think that's what you're saying. But can I ask you a question, brother? Right?
Yes, sir.
Hey, this is something. Why are most Black people or Africans or African Americans, why are they mainly consumers? Is that because they lack the capacity to build and produce, or is that because consumerism consumer goods are sold to them and they are forced to be consumers. Why are Black Americans like that? I'm changing the topic a little bit.
Well, I tell you like that. This is real simple because black people try to imitate massa. You get what I'm saying? See, massa. White people have the money to buy all this stuff. See, a black person will be like, you know what? I'll spend all my money just to look different from the person next door. You get what I'm saying? So you have a lot of black people that make $1,200, $1,000, and they will spend all their money because it's this thing that we call keeping up with the Joneses. So like put it this way, I'm gonna give you another example. Like my cell phone, I got the Galaxy Note 10. My phone is $1,200, right? $1,200 US. But let them come out with another one. It ain't nothing wrong with my phone. I will turn around and buy the next one.
Yeah.
That's how stupid we are as Americans. And the thing about it is we're not building anything. See, the good thing about white people make the stuff that they're putting out. Black people, we're not producing anything except for some fuck shit.
Yeah. Do you think that kind of concept that it is in the West, where black people are mostly consuming things and not producing, do you think somehow that could be exported to Africa by form of media and or mainstream media that is coming from the West and sent to African television, African kids, so it gets Africans, rendering them to be a kind of consumer market but never producing anything? Instead, the foreigners are coming to Africa and producing and then selling to us. Do you think somehow, why are black people always trapped in this process of consuming rather than producing for themselves? Why? I mean, if you see in the West, how don't you think that could potentially happen in Africa?
I think that westernized TV, westernized Instagram, westernized social media is the worst thing to happen to Africa as a whole, because it's now that Africans have started imitating black Americans that's in a first world country. See, it doesn't even make sense because I can go out and I can bring home $1,500 and I can spend my whole $1,500 paycheck. You get what I'm saying? But I got another paycheck coming next week. Do you get what I'm saying? That's the difference between a first world country and a third world country. That if an African spend 2,000 American dollars, do he have $2,000 coming back the next week? That's why most black people in the United States live off of credit cards. You know what I'm saying? Most black Americans do not have money in the bank. They live off of credit. They live off of loans. That's why they built a loan system. But see, that they don't have that in America. They don't have that in Africa. So therefore, it's a detriment. The copying of what black Americans do is a detriment because a black person can go spend all their money, house burn down, car blow up, and they still can go to a bank and be like, okay, my credit good. Let me get $150,000 to help myself get on track.
So that is a potential problem, isn't it? That's a potential problem.
Yes. No. It's not a problem. It's a death sentence. It's a death sentence in Africa. So I'm with you.
So you see how American celebrities could potentially be used to reshape the values in Africa in terms of consumerism and all this materialism, how that it can change. And Africa could continue remaining consumers. They say, I'll get the next Gucci, I get that, but they never think to produce. So I'm wondering, is it because do people produce because they have the capacity to, or they don't, or because they lack it?
Let me change the word from lacking to lazy. Black people in America are lazy. They don't want to own no business. You know what I'm saying? And if we do own business, we own bullshit business. Barbershops, barbecue places, look, nothing that can generate group economic, that can generate wealth for your kids. Most of the businesses in America that's ran by black people, their kids don't even want to have anything to do with it. So you have that sort of thing in Africa too, that if your parents are farmers or doing little minor stuff that the kids don't want to do that way because the lure of the West, you know what I'm saying, that everything that we do is shiny. But the thing about it is you can't imitate Americans in a third world country, because this is the funny thing. Americans would never, when we imitate Africans, we do it for play. You know what I'm saying? It's like just something to do, is leisure. But when we see Africans doing it, it's like they doing it like, okay, this is a way of life. You know, I'm Gucci, Prada, Louis Vuitton. But you know,
don't you see that as a way in which the United States could use African American celebrities as it's like a way in which to make Africans or lazy and not be productive at all, and just be like
right. But that's what you call directly and indirectly. That's like how you can be using somebody to destroy somebody based on directly. They don't even have to know they're doing this. So say for instance, like me, you use me for example. Say for instance, I like to curse all the time. You know what I'm saying? So somebody might come to me and be like, hey man, I got a panel. I got 3 million people on my panel. Come up on here and you just talk however you talk. See, therefore, I will be used to put out a message just without even knowing. I'm just doing what I do every day. So you got a lot of Americans that's sitting on 100,000, 200,000. They making that every year. You know what I'm saying? So when they put that out there, they're not talking about saving. See, one thing about Black Americans, we talk more about spending than we do saving. Saving money is not sexy. Not going to the club is sexy. Sitting at home saving your money is not sexy. You get what I'm saying? So that is being promoted to Africa. The only thing I don't understand is the Africans not being smart enough to say, well, you know what? They got a system set up to where if they lose their job, they get unemployment. Like I got a cousin. He was on unemployment for 6 months. He was getting $600 a week. $600 a week to sit at home. And he was getting a food voucher with that we call like an EBT card that you can go to the grocery store and get free food. So the system is set up here. That's what I don't understand. The system is not there as a fallback. Y'all don't have a safety net in Africa. That's why I don't understand why y'all even follow us. It's the equivalent when the Nigerian was doing the SARS thing when they started marching. I'm sitting back like, why is 200 million Nigerians marching? Y'all should be over there taking, kicking ass and taking names. We don't have no choice in the United States because it's only 40 million of us.
So we should be careful. We should be careful in emulating Black American values, correct?
No, y'all should turn off the TV. You shouldn't imitate. Nothing that Black Americans do at all. But see, this is what I'm saying. Yeah. What I'm saying is I can spend all my money this weekend. I can spend every dollar I got. But we got this thing over here that we call a good credit system. My credit score is 767. It's damn near 800. That means that I can have no money, my brother, no money. I can walk on the car lot and be like, you know what? Give me that Nissan Pathfinder. And I can just sign my name on a piece of paper. That's it. And I will walk off the lot. I don't have to put $1 down. I can go say if there's a house and it costs $200,000. They'll be like, okay, your credit score is a 767. You know what I'm saying? You're a first-time home buyer, and all I would have to do is sign my name. So we talk about in 24 hours, I can be lost everything I had in 24 hours. I can have $300,000 to help me come up. I would not fall flat on my face. You get what I'm saying?
That's the I think that the goal of what you're saying is that there's a truth to it, right? Africans need to focus on their business and build their nations up instead of trying to copy and always be going to get along with everyone else. I thought Josie Gold was going to say something there.
Yeah.
We'll let Rennie Frey and BPRR go afterwards.
Yeah, look, what I wanted to say is this. Africans over here on the continent, people are in love with African Americans. I mean, all you have to do is just come here and open your mouth. Just the
Mm-hmm.
few, the tiny few, that less than 1% that do decide to come to Africa. I think one of the reasons why they stay here is because of all of the fanfare. People are just so in love with African Americans. Look, most of us grew up listening to American music, African American music, watching African American sitcoms. I think we know a lot about you, not everything about you, but a lot about you because it's something that we've watched you our entire lives. And Slayer Jim, I'm not exaggerating. Ask any African. So now, look, with the very few African Americans that do come here, right? I'm not saying all African Americans are bad. They're good people. And some of them do have good intentions. Well, most of them, we could say that, have good intentions. And I'm sure most of them just fell in love in whatever country they went to. But if you look at the history of this continent, if you look at how people have been how we were conquered, how colonialism lasted for so long, how apartheid lasted for so long, like America is no joke. I know this because I know people in my family who went through apartheid and who are fighting in the liberation struggle against apartheid. They tell me this themselves that there are many CIA agents who are involved in killing their comrades. Am I saying the average African American that comes here is going to do that? No. But it's not a far fetched idea with how people are so in love with African Americans, how certain individuals could be implanted in this movement. I mean, you could say anything if you come here and you with your American accent, with your African American accent, come here and say anything to people, they'll believe you. They're in love with African Americans.
Mm-hmm.
Like just a tiny minority, just that tiny that it doesn't even have to be 1,000 African Americans that come here. So it's something that we need to be careful on. Like not just African Americans, but everybody. Yes, we should watch the Chinese. Which the Chinese is something we address many times. White people and many other races as well. This is just another component because our own people on this continent many times have been used against us. That's one of our weaknesses. Because let me give you an example right now. This week I was speaking to a guy who's from Soweto who's fighting against apartheid. There were certain gangs that were funded by the apartheid government to terrorize people who were anti the apartheid government. We easy to split, and some of our people might even be paid against us. It's not a far-fetched idea, and I've heard similar stories about other movements on the continent. So what I'm saying is that I'm not saying all African Americans are bad. I doubt that anybody has anything thinks most. That's the thing. Most Africans won't even see African Americans as a threat, even if someone does something, because that's how much people are in love with African Americans.
True.
And another things, and that's why some people could be implanted in it. So, and another thing, as far as reducing the amount of countries on the African continent, I doubt that will ever happen. Because for me, Africa as it is was formed by Europeans, meaning that over here in my own country, they conquered each ethnic group and created the Union of South Africa, and then on top of that, created and then years later became the Republic of South Africa. So meaning, look, and then within that country, here in South Africa, there are tribal differences just within South Africa. Never mind everybody else. But over the years, we've managed to create our own identity as South Africans. Am I against? So now, you want to create another fuse South Africa to other countries? That's not gonna happen. Some people will fight you, and I doubt even other African countries would want that. But
No,
for
because
me,
Joseph, Because
Hold
Joseph,
on. Hold on. Let me just finish. But what we could do is collaborate, find things that we could all benefit from. Because for me, the only thing that's of interest to me is that every country on the continent does well. That's all because it's in my best interests. So the less panic there is, the less instability there is, it's good for me. That's what I'm interested in. And I want them all to do well economically and militarily, individually. So every country needs to build itself up and find things we can all collaborate in. So yeah, thank you.
Joseph, Josie Gold, I've got one question for you and a question for the Simp Police. You mentioned
Yeah.
like tribalism and collaboration. How can there be collaboration between other African countries while your country is killing other Africans and do not care much about other African countries?
No, I'm not saying
And
I don't look.
and there's a second, I want to ask Simp Police on Black Americans and Africans. That I have no issues with Black Americans, but the issue I have with Black Americans is that they romanticize heavily about Africa, and we Africans and Black Americans, we are not the same people. That's what they got to. That's what they got to learn to differentiate on.
You want to take that first?
Can I answer your first question?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Look, are they into tribal conflicts in South Africa? Sure. Are some South Africans straight xenophobic? Yes.
Of
They
course,
are. It's a reality.
xenophobic.
No, I'm admitting to it. They are. It's there. Are people being
Well,
attacked
I
every
can say
day?
the
Well,
same.
hold on. Let me finish. Are people on a daily basis being attacked in South Africa because they're from other African countries? No. But has there been incidents over the years? Yes. It's a reality. But is it an everyday thing? No. So, but we collaborate with other African countries? Yes. We have no choice but to. Are all South Africans haters of other Africans? No. There are many of us who are willing to. And that's just the fact. That's the truth, good and bad.
All right. Now let me say something because I have two females that I talked to and they were sending me videos or whatever when the uprising happened in South Africa. And one of my no person because she comes here and what she tells me out her mouth and her friend, they tell me that they can't stand Nigerians there. They say that every chance they get to go at a Nigeria, they'll go at them. This is just what she told
Because they're
me. Now
jealous.
I'd never heard nothing like that before. But she told me, I said though, this is what I said to her. I said, you got all these other countries that whatever. I said, what y'all have against Nigerians? And this is what she told me. She stayed in Johannesburg. And she tells me all the time. I can actually screenshot you the WhatsApp conversation. And she just simply told me that they can't stand Nigerians. That's just what she said. Now, to answer your question about the black Americans, but that we're different, you're right. You're right because we have been whitewashed. You know what I'm saying? Massa don't stuck his dick in so many slaves, mops, and asses over the years. And so everybody has been washed down and watered down. So you're right. We're not, 100% African. So that's why I'll probably be the only Pan-African that don't have a problem with Kwesi and what he says. You get what I'm saying? Now, they might get offended. A lot of them talk that kumbaya. But see, I'm a realist, and I came from the gutter. You know what I'm saying? So I know that we're not the same. Hell, I don't even, you know what I'm saying? I try my best. I don't even like African music. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't hit me at all. So I know that we don't we're not the same. But the problem is that we romanticize about Africa because that's what I said earlier about we feel like that's where we're from. You get what I'm saying? So when you take a people, like, think about me. As much I got my own business, I got my own house, I got a car, everything. You know what I'm saying? But I still don't know where I come from. See, it's that thing about how you can see somebody as rich and then you be like, this rich person killed themselves. You'll be like, man, if I had all that money, I wouldn't even have no problem. See, sometimes when you get everything you want monetarily, little things start to creep in. So I'm telling you that we romanticize about Africa because we feel like that's where our people were from because we don't know our story. So that's why Americans is nothing to look up to. You get what I'm saying? Like I work with guys from the Gambia all the times and I talk to them and they be like, okay, y'all have everything. I said, yeah, we have a lot of opportunities that we don't take and some do. I said, but what we don't know is where we're from. You know what I'm saying? You got a whole big continent of Africa, and no matter how much money I have, I can't figure out where exactly my people come from. That's why I was talking about the DNA test. We sit around here I just spent $587 American dollars on a DNA test. They're going to tell me that I'm 30% elephant. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's this, like, think about it. With one of y'all Africans that's born in Africa pay $587 to tell you, y'all don't have to do that because y'all already know. So it's like the give and take of the situation. But the romanticize is that we feel like think about it. If y'all from South Africa and you come to the United States, if things don't go wrong, you can say, well, you know what, I'm going back home. But most Black Americans, if you told them to go back home, they'll be like, where? Like most Black Americans, if I pulled up 1,000 Black Americans and I said, you know what, I give you $1,000 if you tell me the area code you show me one person in your cell phone that from Africa, and I guarantee you I still have $1 million. We don't know anybody over there. So it's just like a Cinderella story. And the most of us that got the money to go, we go over there as a vacation, and then we get to a certain spot that we like, then we do it. But for most Americans, it's leisure. It's like vacation. See, like me, when I retire, I'm going to retire in Africa because my money will go further. Not because I'm in love with it. You know what I'm saying? Just that my money will go further in Africa. I'm not going to spend my later years, watching my money slide away in America with everything getting expensive. You know what I'm saying? Like a bottle of water is $2, $2 or $3 here. You know what I'm saying? Like inflation is up. But you know what I'm saying? Like the house that I have in America, I can sell that house for $200,000. Buy that same house in Africa for $50,000 or $75,000 and still got $125,000, $150,000 cash money in the bank. My retirement coming for the rest of my life. My pension coming for the rest of my life, and I'm good. Why would I not? But I know people that cannot deal with those third world problems. You know what I'm saying? They can't go nowhere and see dirt roads. You know what I'm saying? They can't go nowhere and don't see, plumbing, everywhere, electricity. They can't do that. You know what I'm saying? So, that's all it is about the romanticizing. But for Americans to romanticize about Africa, first you got to have $2,000 just to get there. So most of the people that come to Africa, they already have the money. You have to have that disposal. You got to have $2,000 to say, I'm just going to go over there and chill out. Now, when Africans come to America, y'all are laser focused. Y'all coming to get education, get money to send back to Africa. We don't, Black Americans give our money right back to white people. The same white people that we act like that we can't stand and we hate, we break our neck on Friday to give that white man all our money back, and then we're going to show up Monday to work for that same white man. And then we're going to talk shit about them Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, do it all over again. And the last example I'm going to give, it was the same thing when Donald Trump got in office. Did y'all see, I don't know if y'all remember this 4 years ago, it was so many Black Americans talking about they was going to leave and go to Africa. Nobody went nowhere. All right. Because Black Americans talk a good game, but they love this system that they call white supremacy. They love it because it's a lot of us that's living high off the hog, and I'm one of them. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah.
Of course. Who doesn't like
Can I say something?
Yes, ready for you go on.
Thank you, because I don't want to be on. I can't be on long. Actually, I'm tied up here at home. I just wanted to respond to Quincy when he talked about the spies that can be African American, Ebola, and I wanted to point out two things. Number one, in Washington D.C., you know how many Black people work for the federal government? Obviously not a lot. And number two, understand Afrikaan. Even President Obama's father supposedly was a part of Afrikaan. That's how he got to Hawaii. And a lot of members of Afrikaan, and you should know this by knowing the politics that are involved, are known to be spies or parties that start coups in Africa. So I just thought that Quincy's comment about looking out for African Americans being spies was a little lopsided when we already have Afrikaan and other parties setting up coups. Lastly, we just all got to see the most recent assassination in Haiti, which hasn't happened for almost 100 years. And clearly there were Haitians involved with that. But I believe the United States was behind it. So we don't want to be lopsided in our approach. Randomly speaking, is it just the regular African Americans coming over? No, but if they happen to have a background working for the government, you better look out, because in Washington, D.C., the majority of Black people primarily work for the federal government, and they work in all capacities, from the FBI to the CIA, the Secret Service, and the whatnot. And certainly some of them can do it. Some of them, in fact, I know some personally that have actually had a run-in, were supposed to go over to Africa to do one job, fell in love with an African, and end up getting attacked, so to speak, when they got back by the entities. In other words, they didn't do their job. But when we look at the federal government in Washington, D.C., which is the headquarters, predominantly Black people work for it. And we look at Afrikaan, a lot of African leaders go through the training and things of Afrikaan, and some of them have been accused of creating coups in Africa. So I wanted to make sure that we have a balanced, educated conversation when we talk about look out for Africans. The average African American is going to be spying? No, they're not. They don't have to. The federal government has enough African Americans working in Washington, D.C. in all capacities of the federal government to send in spies. So, you know, when you're looking at African Americans, you got to look at whether or not they do have a background in the government, not necessarily the military, but that's also a part of it. But just understanding that Washington, D.C. is ran predominantly by African Americans. But let's also balance that out by understanding Afrikaan. And it was rumored that President Obama's father overthrew Kenyatta, and he went through Afrikaan training. That's why he was over in Hawaii. So I just want to keep a balanced perspective. We don't want to be short-sighted in just blaming African Americans. And I yield back my time. That's my comment. And it is also a good discussion. Thank you very much.
Does Quincy want to reply to that? Oh.
Yeah, of course I want to reply. Basically, my whole point is that if they're working for an organization that is in touch with the US government, whether it's CIA.
Damn, Quincy peanut butter soup. Wi-Fi
you got
again.
that. You got that
They
Igusu
will
soup.
be
You
a
got
threat to
that.
Africa. They can.
Man, you got that Igusu
Listen,
soup internet connection, man.
Oh my gosh.
Yo, can you hear me?
You say goosey soup in there.
No, man, that's that foo-foo internet
Yeah,
system, man.
Pope, now we can hear you.
Nah, man, that ain't it right there, my brother. See, that's why you need to come to the United States and get you some 5G, man, because that ain't it right there, bro. That sounds like download internet right now. Come on back in, Quasi, because I actually like Quasi, y'all. I know a lot of people just they like the going back. I actually like him, but you know his internet is extra dirty right now. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, what can you do about that? Need to get some fiber optics in his life. Call back, man. You got to get up under out of that matoke tree. You got to get to some open area, man.
Oh my god. But yeah, I definitely want to thank Rainy Frey for calling in. It was a surprise. And Tim Police Academy, I don't know what you said, but I know you made everybody laugh. I'm gonna have to watch that back. Quissy, are you back? And did you want to reply to her? I guess not. No problem.
He was ready too. He was ready too. But the Most High, because he bit the fruit. He bit the fruit. Ain't gonna let the internet work because Eve made Adam bite the fruit, and so his internet is cursed for 3,000 years, and then we just coming out of it.
So smart. What did he say? Can you remind me what he said in like 1 or 2 seconds? Because I literally missed it. What did he say?
Where Quasis at?
Yeah.
He was just finna start. He was just finna start talking about if there was 1 or 2 Americans working for the CIA, and then the Most High, because we're cursed as a people for eating the apple, that his internet stopped working. So he didn't get a chance to. He didn't get a chance to get into Quasi wear form. You know what I'm saying? So he just didn't get a chance. You know how the Most High do it, because we ate a fruit. We ate a mango, and he told us we could eat every fruit except the mango. And then because we bit the mango, even though white people don't did as worse things than eating a mango than a fruit, but you're gonna let white people run the world. But because black people ate a mango in the Garden of Eden, you know what I'm saying, we just gonna be cursed for the rest of our life. But white people, they can do whatever they want to do, and they don't get cursed, because killing people ain't as bad as eating some fruit. You know what I'm saying? But even though killing people is in the Bible, is one of the 10 commandments, but white people can kill, steal, and destroy, but they get to live forever. But we eat a half-ripened mango, and we curse for the rest of our life.
He's eating rotten guavas. Quincy got that 1 slave, 1 bullet Wi-Fi connection right now. Shut down.
African millennial, something that people tend to say is, what do these conversations we have, what do they achieve at the end of the day? These conversations we're having. What I have an answer to that, but like, people tend to say, what is the point of these conversations? What are we achieving?
These conversations are unproductive. Come on, that's the point of the conversation.
Yeah. That's the whole point.
That's literally the whole point. No, but it's also an outlet where people can just be honest and be real, and not have their face out there, so they can actually say it for real.
Because
and to have a different perspective.
Go on.
Yeah, to have a different perspective, to hear what other people think. Like Africans who moved to the diaspora, raised there, continental Africans. It gives you an idea what some people are thinking. And that could be useful.
Exactly. I think that we've never had this opportunity for Black people worldwide to ever be able to talk at such a level, as we ever had.
Darth, I don't know if you know this word. It's called cap. I feel like these conversations are cap. You know why? Let me get my Nakmizi on. If I see you on the street, all this yaga talking we're doing online, we're not gonna do nothing. There's at least in the diaspora, there hasn't been an actual diaspora civil war. So that's how I know these conversations.
Niggas don't produce guns.
Don't talk about Liberia. Forget Liberia and Sierra Leone. That's an exception. But other than that, there has not been a diaspora civil war. So
of course,
I think somebody's lying here.
There's been a civil war in the diaspora. In Uganda, in the UK, them Jamaicans and Africans. So yeah, that's it.
Like I'm from UK, like there's been civil war between Africans and Caribbeans. Like I feel like there's no unity amongst different Africans, even amongst other Africans. There's no unity.
There's been civil gangbanging. That's what there's been. Civil set tripping.
Okay,
You're right. Y'all all are right. And by that definition, that's why we're doomed as a people. Because we can sit
No, but
online.
simply,
We can sit.
my advice to you, brother. My advice to you is, Black Americans should focus on themselves, and they need to build their own country, because Africa's
No.
like 54
No, we
countries.
can't build. How can we build a country we don't own anything? This ain't
No,
our
of course.
country.
No, can I say something? There's like
Oh, go ahead.
black people in the southern states. Black people are the majority in the southern states.
No, sir. Hold on. Let me stop you right there. The only state that is more black people is Mississippi. Country ass redneck Mississippi. And Mississippi, most of them black people down there, they might as well be white. You know what I'm saying? If you ever seen the movie, if you ever seen the movie Chicken George or something like that, that's how they act. They got their tongue all up in white people's ass. But even though it's more black people in Mississippi, white people still control it. Now Atlanta, where I live at, it's more black people in Atlanta. But Atlanta Georgia has more than 162 counties. You know what I'm saying? Or what y'all would call regions or areas. And all those areas are white. The only city in Georgia that is all black, that has majority black, is Atlanta. That's it. No, you got the South mixed up, because I can name you Alabama. That's mostly white. And see, black people, we're like roaches. We all just herd together in one little spot. We all come to the inner city. That's why most in the United States, mostly every major city is fucked up. You get what I'm saying? Because we don't like to migrate. You know what I'm saying? We want to stay in the inner city, stacked on top of each other, so we can rob and kill each other. We don't go out there in the outskirts and mess with massa. You know what I'm saying? Because we think some type of way killing massa and killing a black person, like you're gonna get a different type of prison sentence. You're gonna get the same prison sentence. But some type of way, we just like killing each other. And that's why we're doomed as a people. And believe me, this been going on from Africa to over here. We're all dysfunctional. We have individual success stories, but as a whole, we're fucked up people. And that's all it is. We'll never progress with anything, because just like African millennials said, if all of us right now that sit here having this good conversation, if we all met up in the market, we'll act like we don't know each other.
But why is that? But Sim, I've got a question for you. But why are Black Americans? How come they don't see each other as brothers? For example, I'm African. I could go to another country. I can go to a country in Australia. I could be lost in the street. But if I see someone from my tribe and he doesn't know me and I ask him for help, I don't know the person. He's going to help me because we've got that brotherhood. Well,
okay, that's real simple. That's real simple. I'm going to tell you why that Black Americans don't see ourselves as brothers, because we're raised in the belly of the beast. We're cutthroat here. See, I'm going to give you a better example. Like, we're war ready. So say for instance, right now, I'm talking all sweet and I'm talking all regular. I'm talking all nice, making everybody laugh. If a black person walk up to me right now and said something out the way, y'all will hear me pull out my gun and blow his brains out. That's how quick we are to kill. You know what I'm saying? Like talking about killing somebody is not, like, it's everyday conversation for a black person to talk about killing each other. Like you could catch people parents in a grocery store. I don't hear parents. I mean, this a female telling their kids, "You keep messing around, I'll kill you in the store." That's how we talk in America. We all talk about kill. We don't talk about loving each other. We talk about how we can kill each other. That's all we talk about. You can hear that in the music. Take American music and take African music. Take American music compared to Caribbean music. It's a whole. All we talk about is murder, kill, drugs, fuck that bitch, slaughter that bitch, and do it all over the next day. And it's popular. And the funny part is that Africans are starting to attach themselves to that dysfunction.
I see somebody sent you a $5 donation for Quincy's Igusi Soup International. Okay, but yeah, for real. But the question I have for anybody on the panel is: we know the problem, right? How do we move forward with this? Like, what do we do with this information? Is the question. Do we just
Okay,
ignore
so
each other, or like, what do we do?
let me go ahead.
Let Diogo speak.
Let me go ahead. Okay, the first thing, let me just correct Josie Gold. You can't say in Africa they love and they look up to. No, you gotta say in South Africa. You gotta use the keyword, man. You see, that's the first thing
Look, I
that
need to
needs to be
respond to you.
corrected.
Hold on, Diogo. I know a lot of Mozambicans here. Look, you need to understand where I am and what that represents. I'm in Johannesburg, born and raised. I know most nationalities are here on the continent. Mozambicans, I can tell you right now, love Americans with a passion. It's a reality. Ghanaians,
Listen,
Nigerians, you name it, everybody's here.
let me explain to you
And these
something.
are
Let me
people
explain
who
to
are
you something.
recently came here. Yeah, explain.
I will explain to you something. Let me explain to you something. Let's not make this an argument. You need to understand these people are in South Africa, so of course they will behave differently. You see, but
But they're
this
just
is not the
here
case.
recently.
Like I said before, because they're there. I know people from Mozambique. If you come to Mozambique, you will see that it's not the case. So this is not something we should argue. You see, second thing is, I believe that if we are supposed to copy a group of people, we should copy the positive things. What's concerning if the ones who are copying the degeneracy that's coming from
Yep.
Western nations, and this won't benefit us in any way forward. You see, this is why I say Africans, people get offended. I say Africans copy white folks. You see, they get angry. But the truth is, if we want to move forward, you got to study the plan the white folk did and work in your benefit. You see, this is the truth, man. We got to learn from the white folk. I don't care how people feel it or whatnot, but that's the truth.
I
I
mean,
agree
on
with
the
that.
topic of worshiping or let's say falling into the sense of romantic admiration of African Americans, I don't, well, especially on the African continent. Now, I've left, apparently. I'm in the diaspora, but Joseph Gold has his own experience. Diogo May has his own experience. If you get what I'm talking about, like Joseph Gold might have come across a lot of people from Diogo's country, but Diogo, of course, know more Mozambicans than Josie will know. You know what I'm saying? So it could be, we could agree to disagree on that one. I don't necessarily know anyone of any group of their people. But I'll be honest with you, where I'm from, I'm from the same part of Nigeria, right? From the south of Nigeria. And it's freaking, I'll be honest with you, man. Like, maybe it's just, we don't rate niggas over there. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't rate ourselves as black people. Like, there is no group of black people on the face of this planet other than ourselves that we look at and just go, all right, we see what you done there. I'll be honest with you, I'll give you a short story, right? When I was in, because I was always a hip hop baby. Like, I loved Lil Wayne and them man there. I loved a few rappers and I just like the art and stuff. That was the closest, like, interaction I would have with African American culture. But as an evidence to how the culture is found degenerating and it's just a downgraded culture in where I'm from. There was a day I was in class, right? In secondary school, this was. I was in class and I swear down, a teacher was a male. I don't know how we got to this point of the conversation, but he gave us like an analogy and it was like, look at them African Americans on TV. Look at them African Americans on TV. All they ever do is pew, 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 pew. You know, there's the gun shooting hand sign, you know what I mean? Like, that's what people think of the African American culture where I'm from. Just to give my own experience, I think in some parts of the continent, it's the culture is admired, the culture is held to very high esteem, and in some parts it's just not. You know what I'm saying? So Josie Gold would be inaccurate if he just said Africans as a whole. Diogo Mate would be somewhat closer to accuracy when he says in South Africa, but I think especially in Central Africa, the South Central coast of Africa, like a lot of, and especially in South Africa as a nation, specifically, a lot of
there's a lot of admiration for the African American culture there. Yeah.
I mean, maybe the word worship was a now if you want to say admire, then that cannot be the because it's always like that. So even if you see the African Americans, I mean the Black Americans that do the guns with the pew pew pew, all that. But what I'm saying is though, if a Black American walk up to you and he's not acting like that, what you see on TV, you're like, oh, okay. He's not like that, you know what I'm saying? He's not coming with guns. He's coming with, Naira. He coming with CDs. He's spending money. It's a whole different thing. So at that point, it is some admiration. But of course, if you got a Black American, if he talking stupid and crazy and shooting guns and throwing, swinging a machete around for some reason, I don't understand this. Y'all don't let the Black people have guns, but white people have guns in Africa. Now, I don't understand that one at all. But, that's neither here nor there unless you're in the military or the police. But if he would have, the word worship is a strong word because that triggers a lot of people. But I get what he's saying because even when I come across Africans from all over Africa, you know what I'm saying? When they see that I'm not like what they perceived or what they saw on TV, they're automatically in awe. They want to hear everything. Because now they don't feel threatened no more. They feel like, okay, I can get information or I can get knowledge or whatever. But if I came up there pulling out my gun, waving in the air like, yeah, bitch, did what it is, and fuck out, and then they wouldn't even have a conversation with me. But when I come up talking like this and I'm jokey or whatever, they're like, oh shit, you know what I'm saying? Let hustle smart, let's have a conversation with them. So therefore, once that bullshit of African American get knocked off, then he's right. They do admire Americans, especially because most Black Americans, when they come to Africa, they come with money in hand. You get what I'm saying? So it's just the way it is. Like Black Americans don't come to Africa and start borrowing money or talking about, whatever. They're coming to spend money. And I don't care who you are as a people, when you see somebody coming to your community spending money, you know what I'm saying, and not bringing bullshit, you want to be a part of that. Why would you not? You get what I'm saying? So, that just the way it is. So I got what he was saying, but y'all tried to use that word worship to jump on his case as if he was saying that like it's a worshiping down to the feet and everything. But it is admiration, because if it wasn't, they wouldn't imitate it. The African videos wouldn't start looking like American videos. If it wasn't admiration, the African women wouldn't be on TikTok trying to dance and act like American women. They wouldn't be shooting birds with their middle finger in every picture if they wasn't copying American females. You get what I'm saying? Black American female. So
listen, smart. What's happening here is firstly, you need to understand South Africa is kind of a westernized nation. And the second thing, this set of behavior, you'll see mostly from Africans coming from an English-speaking country. I come from a Portuguese-speaking country, so for the most part, we much into the culture in Angola and in Portugal. You see, so it all depends, man. So when you say Africa, it broadens the perspective, and this is why things get the misunderstanding.
Hey Diego, somebody in the back sound like they running bath water, man.
Yeah, somebody
there you go. Go ahead, Diego.
Mic. Yeah, what I'm saying is, I come from a Portuguese-speaking country, you see, and these things you're talking about, the copying and whatnot, happens from English-speaking countries in Africa. Those are the ones who are much in tune with Western nation politics, because they are from that space. You see, they speak the language, so they understand better. But most people where I come from don't speak English, so there is not much of that connection with Western nations that speak English. So
I agree.
But
do the math on that though. Do the math on that, Diego. How many is it? How many? it's 52 or 54 countries in Africa. Which one is it?
I think it's 54.
54 or 55. So
54.
how many out those 55 are English speaking countries? So even if you did the math on that, it still would be the majority. And see, one thing in America that we do, we don't let the exception doesn't negate the rule. Because if it's more English speaking countries in Africa, then the majority makes the rule regardless. So you're right. You might catch a country like Mozambique or whatever that speak Portuguese. They're the exception. But the exception still doesn't negate the rule that most of the biggest, the most that have the countries with the biggest GDP and has the most influence in Africa are English speaking countries. That
What I'm
countries
saying,
that
what I'm
speak.
going to say about that is this, right? Sorry to cut you off, but I think pretty much said a lot there. It's
No. You meant to cut me off. Don't apologize for it. You meant to do it.
you come back in a few seconds now. But what I'll say is this, right? In 2021, to say the least, and for a very long time coming up until now, English culture has been the most popular culture. You get what I'm saying? Like the difference between the francophone or Spaniard African nations is that there's a mute there, God's sake, is that different countries, some of them are French speaking, some of them are Latino speaking, whatever that means. Some of them are English speaking. English tends to be the most dominant culture, so it's not necessarily exclusive. At least that's the primary ground of the influence. It's not necessarily exclusive to America, not talking more of Black America. You get what I'm saying? Like it's more of an English thing because English is the more popular culture, so it tends to be more influensive, and because you can argue that the way you think Black American culture is admired just because of the English connection there.
Because of the United States.
Yeah, but because of the English is more. If Nigerians did not speak English as their second language, this wouldn't even be a conversation. Nigerians would be listening to Despacito, and stuff like that. You get what I'm saying? But as it stands now, like Nigerians have an affinity for England as well, like for the UK culture and for England and across Nigeria's millennial age group. Like most of them tend to lean towards more UK culture. You get what I'm saying? Even the way they speak. So I'm talking about people that have never left the nation before. When they get that exposure to the cultures, they tend to copy that even more. It's just that American culture is way more popular. And of course, the population of the people there will always stand the test of any other like social challenges. You know what I'm saying? The culture is more popular because of the people, the amount of the people, and the prowess of the people and the economy as well. You know what I'm saying? So it's not necessarily like it's exclusively American or Black American. It's just an English thing. You know what I'm saying? We English, Anglo-speaking African countries tend to gravitate towards English culture more. You get what I'm saying? So it's not necessarily exclusive to any group of people. Like,
I agree. I mean, I agree with that.
Let Confidence Euro speak. Confidence, go on.
Oh, greetings, everyone.
Greetings.
Hello?
We don't like you, man. Continue to talk.
No. All right, I'm just listening in from Jacksonville.
Jacksonville, Florida?
Yep.
Ratchet ass Florida.
No. No, I'm just listening in, but I just gotten off like another YouTube page where they were doing this reconnection ceremony with the diaspora off the DNA test, and I know you guys were talking about that, and you know, it's basically some Nigerians doing a DNA test and basically reclaiming their diaspora. But there was like a political agenda for that because with the Africa coming together, it's probably going to be the diaspora pushing it. trying to get Africa to one market and one country and black people running it. But I saw some of that being the motive of the diaspora and the basically Nigerians coming together. I watched the whole ceremony. You know, Nigeria is a big country, and a lot of people, you know, in the diaspora is most probable that they're going to help connect Africa, absorb the countries, and deal with the race issues. You know, some places still have slavery, you know, in Africa. So I don't really like talking about all the countries coming together. I like to work with the communities on the grassroots. You know, that's what Haiti did. That's what the Marcus Garvey movement did. Community to community, then you take over the politics. And I'm part of the Marcus Garvey movement. So I try to track those kind of movements and influence those kind of things.
But you know a hustle when you see it, though, my brother. You from Florida?
Yeah, no, I'm from Nigeria, but I was raised.
Well, I'm gonna say you're in Florida right now, right?
Yeah.
So you know a hustle when you see it, right?
Yes, sir.
and that's what it is. It will always be the diaspora pushing it, because you know most Africans don't get. You can go back from slavery. Didn't nobody sell no boat to come over there looking for us, because I understand the dynamic of slavery. It's the people that they were selling out people that they didn't like. It's the same thing in the United States. If some aliens come out the sky right now and say the United States, you got to give us 1 million people, I guarantee you they would be riding up Latinos and black people to shut them off. It's the same thing that happened in Africa. So even when I talk in Pan-African spaces, I say that's the reason. Why would you go back and get people that was your enemy or people that you was holding? So if you could get a bag of rice and a kente cloth out the deal, why would you not? I would do the same thing. If I got my next door neighbor and somebody said, you know what, if you help me catch them, you know what I'm saying, I'll give you $100. I'm like, $100? I do that shit for free. I don't like them niggas over there. So that's what I'm saying. Like, people use one thing that white people are good at. They good at using the power of the purse. So they'll keep a group of people suppressed and down bad to the point that your life is only worth $500. Right now in the city of Atlanta, I can have you and your whole family wiped off the earth for about $1,500.
XDMC.
Let me ask you something, Mark. Hold on a second. I want to ask him something. I want to ask him about the boat thing. So let's say you were an African leader. How would you go about that boat thing? How would you go about sending boat to get Americans? Because to get a boat, you have to ask the white folk.
So Confidence, I've got a question for you.
By that logic, that means that Africa didn't have no boats. That means that the only people that had boats was white people, right?
Yep. Some people did send boats. That's what I've heard.
I mean, well, listen. If it was somebody,
but they were still in kingdoms, and they were.
That's the difference, my brother. We have concrete proof that we was taken, but it ain't number word of mouth saying that somebody came over there. So I can't really put no weight on that. But I seen the ship.
The simple is, if an African came to get you, they would have captured him as well into slavery.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I'm on your side, my brother. I say I wouldn't come and get your ass either if I didn't like you. So what I'm saying is, I'm saying if my next door neighbor that I don't like, you know what I'm saying? If somebody came to me and said, "Hey, $100 and you help us get them," I'd be like, "I'll help you get them for free. Get their ass up out of here." So it's that thing of that right there, you know what I'm saying? And white people being who they are, they start being like, well, you know what? I appreciate y'all Africans helping us, but you know what? We're gonna steal a few ourselves. We ain't gonna give you that bag of rice and a kente cloth. So So a lot of it was sold and a lot of it was stolen. It all comes up to be 11 million people at the end of the day. But I don't. It's a lot of Black Americans got a problem with that. That's why a lot of Black Americans won't go.
But simple, police. I've got a question for Confidence. Confidence, I didn't even know you were Nigerian. You say you're a Pan-Africanist and you want to unite all Africans. And second of all,
I didn't say I was Pan-Africanist.
No, he didn't say that. I said I was Pan-African. He followed Marcus Garvey.
No, but how can Confidence be all pan Marcus Garvey while his people sold your people into slavery?
Nigga. If you take DNA tests, you'll see that it was different tribes and communities that make up the diaspora. They were fighting each other in Africa. So the people in the diaspora come from all different backgrounds in Africa. So that's one of the reasons why they go to Gambia, they'll go to Nigeria, they'll go to Mali. They're basically, by DNA, they unite Africa.
You know what, man? I tell anybody that slavery was messed up, but I'm one of the fortunate ones that have came up off of slavery. You know what I'm saying? Like I have benefited from the white supremacy system. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm cutthroat in nature. I'm war ready. I'm hungry for information. I analyzed everything. I got good conversation. I got good convo. I'm witty. You know what I'm saying? I got charisma. You get what I'm saying? Those things help you progress in the system here in the United States. You get what I'm saying? So look, I have elevated myself off of that. So I'm one of the lucky ones. I don't know how my life would have been if if my family wasn't the one that was being sold. You know what I'm saying? I'd probably be somewhere right now shitting in the bucket, peeing in a jerry can. You know what I'm saying? Going to fetch some water in some nasty ass lake, eating goddamn pounded yam, soaking it up with goosey soup. You know what I'm saying? Wiping my ass with my hands. So I'm fortunate to be from a third world country. But what I'm saying is that I'm ready to explore what is missing out my life. The only thing that's missing out my life is I don't know where I'm from. That's the only thing that's missing. Everything else is peachy clean. I trick off all the time.
The Simple Police Academy.
We're gonna let XDMC go on the panel, please. Thank you. We have to respect our elders. Thank you.
XDMC for the win.
Tell us why these conversations are necessary.
I'm sorry?
Tell us why these conversations are important in this moment. Tell us why these conversations.
Well, I can only really speak, of course, for me. And I find that even though they tend to repeat a lot, I find them very educational. I find them very interesting. I find that I have been able to meet and connect with not a lot, but there's 3 people in the chat right now that I know, like when RR spoke about brotherhood, that I consider them my brothers and I can work with. That's GK, Mr. Uganda, and Jug Season. Only because of the interaction that I have had with them. And what I find interesting also with these conversations is that they can sometimes be a bit dangerous if you don't do your research or you don't take the extra step and just stick with YouTube. And especially if you plan on traveling to the continent. You know, myself, do I plan on traveling? Not in the near future. And do I feel that I'm like a savior, or I can help Africa in some type of way? Well, Africa or certain countries in Africa or continentals will have to tell me that. And what can I do? Because I'm so focused on what I need to do here. I understand my mission here in the US. And the main reason I called in is there are certain words that will trigger, not in a negative sense when I use the word trigger, that okay, I gotta call in. And that's when RR And even yourself, Brother Darth, asked about brotherhood and the non-existence of it in the U.S. And again, the Simple Police Academy, why I love when he comes on a panel, because he brings that perspective. And when he says doom, there are numbers to support what he's saying, except I don't want to believe that. You know, and when I read, let me just pause for a second. When I read a comment like with Alex Jones, how will you help us? You don't manufacture anything. Well, you know, that there caused nothing but division. And I did say, I don't know what I can do unless you tell me. That's not my mission. That's not my focus. But if there's something that you need that's within my power, then I'm going to do that, because I'm doing that now. I'm doing that now with young brothers in the Gambia, teaching them cinematography for free on an online class. So this is what I mean when I say these panels, not the panels, but even the chats can be very unproductive and misleading and disrupt, because when I see stuff like Africa for Continentals, I don't have a problem with that. That don't trigger me at all. Because I come from a place where, and I'm of an age where I was told I can't eat in that restaurant because of the color of my skin. And I never took offense to that, because my thing was, I was vibing off the James Brown song, I don't want you to give me nothing. Open the door and I get it myself. I don't need a restaurant when I can build my own damn restaurant. Just do not get in my way of building my restaurant.
Right.
And I can eat there. I can go to, and there's plenty of Black-owned restaurants, despite what you see or what you may read here in the U.S., that I can support. But when I want to go back to the brotherhood thing, as far as if it's non-existent or not, again, I can speak only from my truth. A couple of years ago, I was working on a film, and I had to actually, of course, before the pandemic, be on the lot of Paramount. And I drove, whenever I drove there, the security guard, the guy who takes the ticket, that ticket booth brother, he will always greet me. Then about the third day, the brother asked, I'm sorry, do you work here? Are you working on something here? And I told him, yeah. And I told him the film that I was working on. And he said, wow, brother. And he came out the booth and just came to shake my hand, because he never seen nobody that looked like me working on the film. And then the next day he said, you know, my son wants to get into this type of work. What exactly do you do? I told him. And I said, hey, here's my info. Let's connect. His son now is one of Shonda Rhimes' lead writers. Wow. That's brotherhood. That's passing that baton and giving what you know to help someone else. Mm-hmm. You know, when I see something in the chat, why don't you go help somebody in Chicago? You know, miss me with that. You have no idea what, just like I have no idea. It is insane for me to think I can go over to Africa and save countries. That's ridiculous. I don't know enough. A lot of stuff. That's why I come to these panels. That's why I come to these channels, to learn as much as I can. And if I listen to comments like I see in the chat, I'll be like, you know, F it. Do your thing. Because trust, I don't need to go there, especially if you don't want me there. The thing is, I know that the chat does not represent
900 million people.
Exactly. So I can't get triggered by that. When I worked, we shot a commercial over in Kenya years ago. And when that crew, when they came back, when the art director and everyone came back and said how professional they were, how beautiful the place was, with just the craftsmanship on the way they appreciated their work and did their work. My thing was, why were you so surprised by that? Why wouldn't they be? Even though I don't know anything about Kenya, but why wouldn't they be? Because they don't look like you? And pretty much that's I just wanted to touch on that. As far as like the brotherhood, it exists. Does it exist as far as brotherhood in the US? Does it exist to the level that I want it to exist?
Oh no.
No way at all. But
no,
it exists. I have a circle. Donnie goes is in the chat. He's part of that circle. Jug Season is part of that circle. And it will not be televised on what's going on, so it can be torn down.
Mm-hmm.
But it does exist.
SDMC, let me piggyback off that real quick, man. We got this thing in America that, like I was trying to explain to them that you see how calm XDMC is talking right now. We got this thing in America that we call knockout range, where you get within 45 feet from somebody, if we don't know you, we automatically go into kill mode.
Let me if I could get in on this, brother. Hold on.
Go ahead. Get in on it, my brother. Get in on it. Get in on it. Get in on it.
Dirty internet.
That dirty internet, man.
So what I have to say is a lot of
intervention by the elder. Sorry for cutting you, man. Great intervention by the elder, man. This was definitely something that the conversation was.
Okay, hold on.
Definitely something the conversation was moving because.
Hold on, my audio is echoing. Hold on. All right, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, you gotta switch off your mic. Bro.
Hello.
You gotta switch off your mic.
Hello?
We can hear you. Hello? We can hear you.
Ooh, boy, that internet is extra dirty.
Yeah, like I was saying, this was a great intervention by the elder ex-DMC. It was something the conversation was needing because it was starting to get a little bit without a direction. So I believe that we can now direct the conversation and speak more about this brotherhood issue and how we can actually have decent conversations, man. So yeah, this is a great way of introducing a new topic, man.
Yeah, I mean, what I gotta say is, from my point of view, these conversations are quite important. Of course, they will have more significant effect on the ground in Africa, but there's still a lot of us over here that are quite ignorant, and there's still a lot of our people that are ignorant. They are spending their time in consumer goods, in consumerism, in materialism. You know, perhaps they've never heard of these kind of conversations been happening before. So one day they might be exposed. So we draw more people into this to make them become more intuitive people who listen, people who think on a deeper level. Because a lot of
I want to see. I want to see. Can you guys hear my audio? Because I think I fell off.
Hey man, who your cell phone provider is?
No, my cell phone's good. It's just it's the site. It's not really my phone. But let me just say this before I left. I wanted to say, as a from a business-minded perspective, as a businessman, as a Black American, I want to be for Africa and that kind of stuff. I would love to be, but the reality, you understand, is when I look at the numbers. How will it really benefit me financially and also logistically? Because if, let's say, okay, I'm a truck driver here in the United States. If I set a trucking company up in, let's say I set a trucking company up in Liberia, how will I actually make money? Because do they use the US dollar over there? Because the only way I could see that I could make money is if they're using the U.S. dollar, or are they using?
Yeah.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Are they using their own currency, which is much worth much less? How will I financially benefit?
Bruh, it don't even matter what
That's a
currency
great
they use.
question.
They don't even
Let
have
me.
they don't even have 500 miles worth of paved road. So you will lose money and you'll be out there turning tricks and buckhead trying to get your money back up. So don't waste. It's certain businesses
This
you
guy.
can't waste your money with in Liberia, as far as a truck. That's the wrong business to even
Yeah.
think about. Cause
You see.
I'm a truck driver myself. I'm an owner operator.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Has
Let
anybody
me just
actually seen
reply
the
to the
road to
brother real quick.
Liberia? Come on now.
I'm just saying, like in America, I bring revenue 6,000. I bring revenue from 4,000 to $6,000 a week in the United States. Why in the hell would you, if you're an owner operator, why would you go over there in Liberia where they do more importing than they do exporting? You know what I'm saying? So like I pull my freight from the rail yard. You get what I'm saying? So that's $6,000 a week, like without even trying. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but
So
my thing is this: is
mhm.
here's the, and I don't know if it's you, but it's a lot of echoing.
No, that's your phone, my brother.
You're saying it's me?
Yes, you.
It has to be you.
That's just weird to me. But anyway, so let me just say this, because it stopped as soon as you stop talking. It stops for me. So
No,
that's
it was somebody else's phone, man. Go ahead, man. We just messing with you. Go ahead, my
okay.
brother.
Okay, but my thing is that
Hmm.
how it still didn't answer my question. Is I'm looking at the currency. Okay, any business that a black American sets up in Africa, whether it's a clothing store or a food store or whatever, okay, their money over there is worth much less than what the American dollar is worth.
Right.
So any money that you make over there is useless in America. It's like you're leaving America, which is all has far more valuable currency, and you're going into a market where the currency and the capital is worth much less. So how are you gaining by
You
going
don't
to
gain.
Africa?
Yeah,
That's
that's
not
easy. You
really
don't
true.
gain. You just would be maintaining. See, you would just be
Wait. You
maintaining the
see.
lifestyle. That's all you would be doing.
Nah, listen. You can make a lot of money in Africa, man. You see, you're approaching it from a dollar versus thing. No. You see, you can make a lot of money in Africa if you invest it smartly. It's not even a question of. You see, you can put $100,000 in the States and put in Africa and and have a better return in Africa. So it just depends how you set up. You as a businessman, man, I advise you to consult a business analyst and take a consultation about the industry you want to do, because in the
Okay.
panel here, man, we are not qualified to give you a clear advice about what you should do with your money in Africa.
Yeah, Diego, but
Okay,
he
no, but
says he's a truck
I'm
driver.
asking him. Hold on, let me. I was asking him. Okay,
Mhm.
where should you like? Are there any stock markets in Africa? Like,
Oh
does
hell no.
Nigeria have
Yes,
a
they
stock
are.
Stock
market,
markets,
Yes, they
man.
are.
or does
They
Ghana
are.
have a stock market? Because the only way that I could think it would work, because I was looking at, I was actually researching the Iranian stock market. A couple weeks
Mhm.
ago, and they were saying that the Iranian stock market is actually one of the most, it's one of the highest performing stock markets in the world. And I was like, how is Iran's stock market perform like how is that possible? How does Iran have this one of the most powerful stock markets in the world? And the reason is because they basically, there's no banking system over there, so the
Right.
people are forced to, when they make their money, they're forced to put it in the stock market. So everybody puts their money in the stock market over there,
Right.
and so the stocks gain valuation really quickly, because so many people put it in over there. So I'm thinking, in Africa, does Africa have a system like that? Like, if I make money, let's say I go to Nigeria, right? And I make money in Nigeria, can I invest it and watch it gain value and then take it out and then have more money? Or Like, is there a stock market over there anywhere in Africa?
Yeah,
Yes,
they have it. Yeah, but it's not. It's not. You're
Can I
trying
say
to
something?
compare it. Hold on for a
Yeah,
second. Hold
hold
on.
on.
Let me
Let the
tell him.
other
You're
brother
comparing
explain.
it. You're comparing it to the American Wall Street system. That's where you're missing that. Some type of way you're missing that, dog. It's
Okay,
two different systems.
stock markets exist all over the world, though. So does Africa have one? Can someone please tell me about the
There's stock
African stock market?
markets. Can I? Yeah, hold on.
Mm,
Look, I'm
mm,
not Nigerian, but there is a Nigerian stock market, and I think the JSC, Johannesburg Stock Exchange, is one of the biggest stock markets in the world. So there
Okay.
is a large stock market in Africa. And in terms
So
of
if
how you want to
okay,
do, hold on. In terms of how you want to do business in Africa, you need to go into each African country and find out for yourself, because some countries have good infrastructure, some don't. So
okay, I
it'll
can't
depend on
go
what you're
into
looking for.
every African country. It's
That's why you can
impossible.
just
So
ask
what are you
continents
looking for?
apart from the country.
Okay,
Like you
but
ask
my
a question
thing
about
is
So which
okay.
countries are you interested in?
Yeah.
Okay.
He don't
Okay,
know.
no, my thing is this is here's the
He has
thing.
no idea.
When I make my money, okay,
Mhm.
when I make my money in Africa, I want to
Don't let it
take
make
my
you.
money and I want to put it somewhere where it can grow, where it can gain value, because it's not going to be valuable enough when I make it. So I want to put it somewhere where
Hold
it
on,
can
hold on, hold
gain
on.
value, and then
Look,
and
look, can
then
I say
maybe then
something?
it'll be worth something. That's the model
Hold on,
I'm
look.
looking at.
What makes you think that African money is not valuable? It is. Many people make a lot of money in
Google.
Africa.
All you gotta do is just
Google.
look up the exchange rates on Google.
The exchange rate is not always the best example.
Okay,
Like,
then
that's
what
not
is the
always a
best
telling
example
factor.
then? What
It's
is the
exactly
best
how much
example?
money. Hold on. It's how much money you put in it and how much money you get out. And it also depends on the product you're selling. So something might be cheaper in Africa because the input costs are cheaper, but you could be making more profit from it. Are you getting what I'm
Wait,
telling you?
now here's the thing though. Now I know this is gonna be a radical idea. It
Don't.
might it might sound weird, but there's an area of land. I believe it's in Egypt. It's in Egypt. It borders like Egypt and Sudan, and but it's a remote piece of land. But it is arable. You can actually grow crops on it. And a few African Americans were talking about it some years ago. I heard them talking about this. Basically, it's land that no nation wants, that no nation has settled. And I'm
I think
thinking,
that has been
if you
claimed.
get some Black Americans, hold on, bro. If you can get some Black Americans to go over there and settle that, and if we can use like the U.S. dollar as our currency, and then we can just start trading, or some sort of currency, or a
I think
mixture
I heard of
of
that.
U.S. dollar or something like that, some sort of competitive currency. We can go over there, we can buy land, we can grow crops or whatever, and we can kick something off the ground. Because my issue is, don't get me wrong, I would love to, you know, do business in Africa, but the problem is Africa's just too poor. I don't see how any group of African Americans is supposed to go over there and get anything off the ground when the currency's not worth anything, when half those countries, they don't even have militaries, there's no security. You got these terrorists and stuff walking around and stuff. If I take my future, wife and family over there, it's not a safe place for me to take my family.
Okay, I'll give you a solution,
Okay,
brother. I'll
hold
give you a
on.
What the
solution,
fuck?
right? I'll
I
give you
It's
a
think that
not.
land
solution.
was
I'll give you
claimed.
an
I
easy
think that land
solution.
was claimed
Everybody
already.
keep
Yeah,
quiet on the
please let
panel.
the brother respond to me, please.
I'll give you a solution, right? Because it seems like you have a lot of problems. And in some cases, when you assess situations and the problems are too much, you might as well just drop out of the project. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to give you a simple solution, right? Don't go to Africa. Stay in America. You have a very highly worthy currency, very competitive in the world market. Stay in America wherever you are and open as much businesses as possible. You know what I mean?
We wish you good luck. Achieve your dream in the USA. That's all. These conversations are for
I
people.
mean, I get
No,
it,
no, no, no,
but
no.
my,
I'm
my
giving
thing
you
is
a solution
this:
because
is
you got
that
family in it. You
it
got a lot of
doesn't
problems.
make sense. And see, here's as a Black
Stay in
American,
American. Do what you're doing,
it
bro.
doesn't make sense for us to. What we should do, honestly, as Black Americans, we should just go to Africa and buy up land, and just make our own sovereign state and work with that. I don't think we
Why
should
don't you do
move
that in
to these.
America?
Where are you gonna make your
Yeah,
sovereign
yeah.
state?
Why
Where?
don't you
I
do that
don't
in
think we
America?
should. I don't think we should move to into these African nations because the economics isn't there. Like, you're not gonna assimilate into their culture, okay? You're an American. You're not gonna,
Yeah,
we
you're
have
in
our
America.
own.
Guys,
Okay, but
Couldn't you
we
buy
can
some land in
create our
America?
own
No.
thing.
Couldn't you buy some land
Like,
in
I
America,
would
bro?
like to go. Like, what do you think about this? What if I went to Nigeria, right?
Why
Or
you keep saying
some,
Nigeria? You
I
keep
don't
saying
know.
an
I don't
African
know.
nation. Nigeria's
Okay.
Nigeria's an
Well,
African nation.
I'm using Nigeria as a generic African nation.
Man,
right.
Okay, so
it's 55 other
let's
it's
say I
55
go
other
to
countries.
let's say
Truth. Let me
okay,
ask you a question. Let me
let's
ask you a
say I
question.
go.
Do you know the worth of the Ghanaian cedi to the American dollar?
I don't think he knows.
Please tell me. I would love
That's
to.
Exactly.
6 odd. So it's
I don't have
$1.
it in front of me right now.
I'm gonna tell you, bro. Oh shit. It's about $1
Okay.
to 6 odd Ghanaian cedis. That's not a great difference. You know what I mean? It's only about $5 difference,
So
$5
it's like
difference.
$1 is like $5 Ghanaian.
Cedis.
Okay, but
Cedis.
see, that's the
So you have a
thing.
good market with a
So
competitive,
whatever money
very
I
nearly
make there,
competitive
no,
currency.
my thing is this, and this is how I think Black Americans need to be thinking when it comes to Africa.
No. Don't speak for Black
Instead of
Americans, man.
Yeah.
I
Just speak for
am
yourself.
no,
Just speak
my
for
thing is
yourself.
this,
Let it finish.
is that
Uh-huh.
when we go, we should
No. When you go,
okay,
when
see,
you go.
here's the issue with Black Americans. We look at Africa emotionally. We don't think strategically. Okay, when the Europeans and stuff went into Africa, they set up trading posts and stuff, and they traded. It became an economic thing for them. It needs to be the same for Black Americans. Why can't we go somewhere and someone's playing music? Please stop.
Yeah,
Oh God.
that's basically the Sandman telling you to stop, my brother. You get what I'm saying?
No. My thing is this: why can't we go there and buy like set up like economic zones where we can trade and stuff like that and work from that instead of trying to go to all these spread out and go to all these countries. Like
Let me ask you a question.
yeah.
Of truth. There no land available to buy in America. No, somewhere in America. Just buy the land there and build the nation. No? You can't buy
Wait,
land
go
there.
ahead.
No. You got.
And something got to be done about this music. It's ridiculous. Wow.
Where you from, my brother? Where you from, my brother?
African Millennium.
Allow it.
Where you from, my brother? Where in America are you from?
Let the other brother too, the African brother who was talking to me. What was your question?
No, I was saying
let me ask you something.
Is there any land in America that you guys can buy? Because you talk about going to Africa and buying land to build your own safe nation.
Here's
land in
my thing.
America.
I think that if we go to Africa, it would be safer it would be safer if Black Americans if we had our own land over there that was sovereign. We had our own cities, our own cities, our own towns, and our own security force.
Man,
it would be safer to do that.
If you ask this man what the day is, he gonna start telling you what we as Americans need. It doesn't matter. Do y'all not understand by now? He just wanna. It don't care what he just got something that he wants to say. It doesn't matter what you can ask him. It's tomorrow Saturday, and he'll start talking about what Black Americans need to do, and nobody is following this guy. You know what I'm saying? Nobody even thinks like that. That's why I want to know where he's from. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
because
the reason I say that is because I'm originally from California, but whenever I read, look at the Chinese, right? Whenever I read about when other cultures and stuff go into Africa, they set up little posts. The Chinese have built whole ports in Africa, and they don't even allow the Africans access to those ports. They're completely controlled and they're automated and by the Chinese and stuff. And you know what I mean? So why, if you're a Black American, you need to do that. We need to have our little area of Africa where we go, okay, this is our area. This is our block.
Didn't I tell y'all? What part you don't understand? You compare Chinese, a government, a country, to a Black America. What government do Black Americans have? You compared it to China.
It doesn't matter. It's the concept.
Yes, it does.
I'm not comparing governments. I said,
you just did.
The concept.
No, it doesn't matter. Yes, it does. It's no concept. It's no concept, my brother. What is wrong with you, bro? It's
Black
no
Americans
concept.
need to have an
How
area
can it be a concept? How can it be a concept?
All right, I'm gonna add you guys back in a second, but I couldn't take any more.
How can it be a concept?
I don't understand. I don't understand the logic behind that mind frame, because what are you gonna do when you buy a whole bunch of land in Africa? Are you gonna build the ports or not? Like, what are you actually gonna do?
That country will turn into a completed building, bro.
But let's have Sir Will go ahead and then we'll add everybody back in. Thank you. Mon frère. I don't know how to say unmute in French, but
hello. Yeah. How's it going, guys?
Go ahead, my brother.
All right. So basically, I mean, it's been kind of funny listening to these guys about currency and things like that. You can tell that a lot of people don't even have no clue about economics, how this entire thing works. When it comes to currency, you could go, for example, what country can I use? Vietnam. Okay, Vietnam has a really weak currency, extremely weak currency. Currency is just a tool that central banks around the world use in order to make the product of that country more attractive or more competitive on the world market. So whoever is thinking about investing, not just in Africa, but anywhere in the world, shouldn't use currency as like a deterrent. Okay, currency is just a tool. For example, I can buy a bottle of water right now. Let's say with the US is an example for $1. That same bottle of water going to Africa, I'll probably be able to buy it for the equivalent of maybe $2. Okay. But that $2, when you convert into the local currency, it might be 1,000, whatever that local currency is. Okay, so it's just a tool. Okay, that's why we have international market, and that's why you convert currency back. So it shouldn't be a deterrent. As we speak right now, I'm working on a company, okay, with some partners of mine that is like investing in Africa, in Namibia, in Benin Republic, in Cote d'Ivoire. And that company is about to be listed on the New York Stock Exchange. So people shouldn't be looking at those factors as like deterrent. When a country has challenges, when it comes to infrastructure, for example, is actually more of an opportunity. If you're a good businessman, it's an opportunity, meaning you go into that country and then you look at, don't look at it from the US standpoint, okay? In the US, the infrastructure is perfect. Like right now, I'm going to a wedding in Alabama, for example, and the roads are perfect. No potholes or nothing, okay?
Where you at right now?
I'm driving from Texas to Alabama. I'm going for a wedding. I'm going to Tyler, Texas, but I live in Austin.
Okay.
So yeah. So but so you shouldn't look at it as a deterrent. If you're a good businessman, you ought to know that challenges are actually opportunities, because what it means is that, let's say you have a trucking business. Okay, I'm not in the trucking industry. I have I have my CDL, but I've had it for many years. I don't even use it. But let's say I'm in the trucking industry, okay, and I go to Africa. Of course, the infrastructure, the roads are not as good, but guess what? That's even more opportunity because it means that only the strongest will actually make it, and you can make a killing because there's not a lot of trucking company because everybody is scared. You know, so you might have drivers that you gonna be paying far less than what you pay in the US. Of course, you have to worry about your equipment because the roads are bad. But guess what? People have trucking business over there. Indians, Chinese, even European, even white Americans go to Africa and do business every day, and they come out being billionaires. Okay, so if you guys want to look at it as that country is poor, or that country doesn't have this, that country doesn't have that, then I'm sorry to say, but you really don't have a real good business mind. So
come on, man. Couldn't you tell that guy just borrowed the phone from a psychiatric clinic, man? You could tell that guy was crazy, man. Like
Bro,
there
hold
was
on, let me
nothing
finish,
sane
bro.
about that guy.
Wait, can you hear me? The Chinese can go into Africa.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Round 2. Sponsored by Resp.
That's fine.
Sponsored by Respital.
I'm cool, man. I got
US
like 8 hours of driving. So I'm good.
Currency. Guys, please, eardrums. Thank you. I don't want to suck up. Thank you. But to be a truth, I guess they want you to continue. You can please finish.
No. I'm gonna step back and then listen to what he has to say, like what the brother has to say, because this entire thing is for all of us.
Yeah.
For all of us to come up with some type of understanding, because some people might not
and here's
understand
the
how
thing.
this entire thing works.
Now and now I'm about to present, because the only way it makes sense to me, and like I said, I'm thinking economically here, not emotionally, is if I go to Africa, build a factory, and use cheap labor, and then make the cheap Africa. It makes sense to me as a man. So first
you got to get some good internet connection in the United States, man. You got to start there before you start talking about building something in Africa. You got to get you some better internet service in America. The hell? Talk about going over there to Africa to build something when you got that banana bootleg mango avocado internet service. Get your ass out of here, man, with the dumb shit.
I mean, let the brother speak, because maybe the way I see this is not everybody has this is on the same level of information. Okay, so that's why some of us are here to bring that information to some people and what we know from our experiences and learn from other people as well.
Hey, brother, you driving from Texas to Alabama and your internet sound better than his, and you crossing state to state. Come on, man. That man is in an institution, man. You know what I'm saying? He's sitting up there popping Respital and taking goddamn Xanax pill. Come on, man. That man, first of all, he started off talking about driving truck.
Now,
listen to that internet, man. First of all, he started off talking about driving a truck, and then he gonna make women clothes. Then he gonna sell some clothes on the back of a thing, and then he gonna rent out a donkey. You know what I'm saying? And then he gonna sell mangoes, and then he gonna open up a business, a warehouse, and sell choco.
Now here's another
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Back because what's going on, but we can't hear. But in the meanwhile, we can let Roman go ahead. He's been waiting for a while, so please let's welcome him to the panel. Thank you for calling in. Did you have any thoughts in regards to this? You can unmute your mic.
Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, the other guy, I think he was mumbling too much. If there's something for him to learn, then he's got to listen and rather not say things that he doesn't know, that he's not sure. And I think, if anything, the rest of the world has become successful because of Africa, and you can't be out here telling me I'm not gonna make money in Africa. Everything, I mean, the Wall Street is a fraud. I mean, I'm sure most of you guys can agree with me on that one. And so you can't be out here. You're just another human being like everyone else, and you think little of the rest of the world that you don't even know. I think that is really problematic. But at the end of the day, I really think this is a good conversation that you guys have been having, and it's just that uh, there isn't so much of a reality being pushed into the argument, but rather what the mainstream media has been putting into the minds of the people. And I mean, Africa is not bad. I'm telling you, I stay in South Africa, and I don't wish to go to America any day because I think I have everything. You can think you have the best, but I also have the best. I think Africa got 5G earlier than America. But yeah, I mean, people don't talk about that, and you still hear people think, Africa is the worst, but it's not. And yeah, thank you for having me on the platform. I would like to hear more.
All right, is my audio better now?
Yes.
Oh, he's gone. Okay.
Yo, what happened?
May I just ask one thing here? Where is everybody from at the moment? I know we got South African, Mozambique. I don't know where you come from, and the other one. Where are you from, Sir Will?
Roman is from Zimbabwe, but I stay in South Africa for the record.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm from Cote d'Ivoire, but I live in the US. So I'm always back and forth in the continent. I was in Namibia not too long ago. So I moved back actually last year, not too long ago. But so I moved back and forth, yeah.
So we got some Americans here and some British people as well.
South African, live in South Africa.
And South African as well. You see, like I was talking to Diogo yesterday, these conversations are quite important because we're sharing information like we've never had done before. You understand what I mean? So a lot of our people need to be aware of this. They need to start thinking like this. And I think that these conversations will have more of an impact in Africa in the next coming 3 years because like my friend is not aware, many people are sensing opportunities in Africa because of the lack thereof. You understand what I mean? So a lot of people are investing in the especially in the internet space in Africa. It's growing massively. You understand? So you will soon start to see that a lot more Africans will start joining these panels, and we need to control and shape the conversations that occur in Africa. We need to inject ourselves in those conversations that everyday Africans are talking about, so that the conversations are not dominated by talking about materialism and consumerism and all that. We need to control the kind of conversations that happen in Africa. So within 3 to 5 years time, 3 years, I would say, many Africans will be joining these panels, like Josie Gold and the rest. So African millennial, it may be like an outlet over here, but there's still a lot of us over here that are ignorant. There's still a lot of us that don't know any better. So we're making progress. It's as it may seem slow, we're making progress here. But in 3 years' time, the progress you will start to see the shift. So the conversations are important. African millennial. That's what I was going to say.
I'd like
All
to
right,
say,
now
can I
here's
say
the
something?
thing. It's that. Let me just say this real quick. All I was saying is that when an African American goes to Africa and we take our money over there, the only people who really benefit is the Africans themselves, because our money is so valuable over there and it can do a lot. It can build up their infrastructure and their economy, but it doesn't benefit us. We go over there and we think, oh, I'm gonna be with my brothers and sisters, and then they get all the benefit, and then you get back on a plane and come back to America.
I
and
have to
you don't
Yo,
get it.
can I say something? Look, I have to respond to him.
How do you
I have to
arrange it
respond to this guy.
so
hold
the
on,
African
hold on,
Yo,
hold on.
American can
I
benefit
have to
too?
respond to this guy.
Wait.
Hold on. Look,
City of True, your money can benefit you if you bring enough money to actually start businesses. As somebody mentioned here earlier, if you actually buy bulk products and you sell those bulk products, you can make a lot of money. Lagos, Nigeria is like the real estate, okay, not the only, but one of the real estate centrals in there. So if you cannot afford to buy $1 million house in America, you could buy a whole bunch of cheaper houses in Nigeria, sell them out, and make your money. Like, there's so many businesses. There's the pig businesses, there's the strawberry business, there's farming. There's so many things you could do with little investments. Now, you're talking about your money's not going to benefit you. It's only not going to benefit you if you don't bring enough money, to be quite
Look,
honest.
let me tell you something like this, right?
But
You have to
go
come to
ahead.
the concession or the realization, anyway, however you want to say it. I don't think City of Truth is here to argue, is here to sort information out to inform his decisions and his judgments and investing into Africa. You get what I'm saying? You guys can talk from here until hellfire, like turns freaking cold. You know what I mean? Like, he's here to express his frustration at the group of African Americans that are going to Africa to invest, because he thinks that it's from his own personal perspective, it's less profitable to them.
Yeah, it's shaky and
It would be
volatile,
actually more profitable to them, but he is absolutely convinced it's not, and you're not changing his mind today. So I don't know what all the counseling and advice giving is for. Like,
Yeah,
I
but
think
we're not gonna change. We might not be able to change his mind, but there are some people who are listening that might be getting the wrong information. Like I was on Dinah's show, for example, and I told him one thing. Even us, as continental Africans who have moved to the West and who went back to Africa, for example, me in my particular case, I invested in Africa before and I lost a lot of money. Okay, I was, because my background is in engineering, so I was like, I'm gonna come up with something revolutionary, and I'm gonna go in there and do something. But that was like more than 10 years ago. I went there and guess what? I failed miserably. I lost a lot of money. I came back, I recouped, and I learned from that. So it's like, if you don't know, in business, you're gonna fail, you're gonna succeed. But you have to understand from the failures of other people and also from your own personal experience how to make things right. So this guy, for example, saying that, okay, I'm coming to invest in Africa and only continental Africans are benefiting. That's not true. If that's the case, it means that you are not a really good savvy businessman.
of course, it's not true, but that's his own.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So
That's his opinion. There is no. Let me ask you a question,
here's the
Terry.
thing.
Do you think there's any
Now
serious
let me
business investor?
respond.
Hold on, City of Truth.
Let me respond.
I'm talking to Sarwi. Give us a few seconds. Do you think there's any serious business investors or potential community wealth builders that are actually watching African millennial for business consultancy for African? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, the people that are gonna make those, they're not watching this. They're not on here. Let's make it clear. Some of them might scroll through from time to time. Well, African Millennial has done a lot of shows that will give them the substance that they need. This City of Truth one appearance on here isn't gonna change their mind. Like, I've done businesses myself on the continent, and I've had to go through consultancy upon consultancies upon consultancies. Like, there is nothing holding me back, even as much as I'm familiar with the challenges of businesses in a country like Nigeria in itself. You get what I'm saying? So it's not like there is no one watching this that needs any sort of education or anything like that.
Okay, but my thing is this: is that okay? You go into Africa, right? Like I said, only the continental Africans are going to benefit. That's why I said the only way an African American could benefit is if they go there, manufacture a product there for cheap, and then ship it out to the rest of the world, or if they go there and the African Americans buy, like that land that I was talking about that's by Egypt and Sudan, if they go over there and they buy their own land, that way they can determine which currency that they want to use. And then from there, they start doing
Do you know what it
business.
takes to create a nation, bro? You think
Let
you just buy
me
land and just do it?
let me step in when it comes to that. Let me step in when it comes to this too. So you're saying that the best business is actually using Africa as a manufacturing hub only. Well, yeah, you can do that too. But the thing is, you can also use Africa as you can also use Africans as consumers as well. Think about this.
More than a billion
When it comes
people.
to
More than a billion people in population.
exactly, that's what you don't understand is that take for example the West African region. When it comes to GDP,
Nigeria alone got 200 million people plus.
Yeah. But like when you come take ECOWAS for example as a whole, when it comes to GDP and purchasing power and things like that, it's within the top. Last time I saw it, within the top 10 or 15 countries in the world. If you're taking it as a whole, okay, and if you take the whole of Africa, you're talking about even more purchasing power. A lot of people in Africa there's not a lot of competition that you have in America. I have a business in America, but guess what? I have to deal with a bunch of competitions. Okay? In Africa, for a particular segment, you might not have that kind of competition if you know what you're doing. And if you know what you're doing, you can make a lot of money. Okay, there's a company called Jumia, for example, is considered to be like the Amazon of Africa. And they're making a killing. They're listed on the New York Stock Exchange, so you know. And guess what? The consumers are Africans. They have adapted the business model to the consumer in Africa. Do not overlook those countries. You can make a killing. You can even make more money over there than you can make here in America. Because here in America, you got a lot of regulation and things like that. In Africa, it's still a virgin market. So if you have a good product, that's why you have to do your homework. You have to know exactly where you're going and what those people want. Let's say, I'm going to take a typical example. I take, for example, Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso has a lot of issue with water, okay? And I get up and I figure out a way for me to harvest water from the atmospheres, for example. And I set up a water company that is so cheap that even the people who are poor can actually purchase water for me instead of creating wells and things like that. Guess what? We're gonna be wealthier than a lot of people in America, and you're gonna be chilling in Africa, and you don't even have to export your product to America. So it's all about doing your homework. There are consumers over there, and that consumer base is rising every time. I travel to the continent every year. Like every year, I probably go there maybe like 3-4 times. Okay, and ever since 2002, 2001, that I started going back and forth, I've noticed one thing: the purchasing power has risen tremendously. Okay, there are some things. So a lot of people, you have a middle class that is growing, not fast enough, but it is growing, and those people need to be serviced. Even those people who are not middle class, if you can figure out product to cater to them, you're gonna make more money than you make in America. I promise you, my friend. I promise you. And I'm speaking from a businessman, from somebody who has done many business. And as I told you right now, I'm in business with some people. We're about to be listed on the New York Stock Exchange. We are waiting for SEC to go to the SEC regulation and things like that. So we're talking about September or something, we're going to be on the New York Stock Exchange. And all of our business is done in those 3 markets: Cote d'Ivoire, Benin Republic, and Namibia right now. So it can be done. A lot of people are doing it, and they are billionaires. You don't hear about them, but they are doing it. And if you want to do it, go to Africa and then do your market research and then learn about what you're doing. It's that simple.
Okay, but like I said, none of what you said answered my question. The fact of the matter is, and don't attack me. Your problem is not with me. I'm very pro-African. Okay, I wanted to go to Africa. I wanted to go buy property over there and go, you know what I mean, and spend money over there and be over there. But then when I look at the numbers, Your issue is with the numbers. It's not with me. And
What
those
numbers?
numbers
Okay, what numbers are you talking
those
about?
numbers are not in my favor. It
What
doesn't make
numbers are
sense
you
for
talking
me.
about? Be specific.
Look.
Be specific. Which numbers are you talking about?
Look.
The exchange rates. If I
That's
go
what I
over there
just
and
told
set
you.
up a business, okay? All right. It wouldn't make sense for me to sell that product in Africa. It only makes sense for me to sell it in a country where I could get a high yield off of it because I manufacture it cheap in
So you
Africa.
don't think that there are foreigners in Africa that can even buy those products right in Africa?
But no, that wouldn't be the market. I was like, let's say it's t-shirt shirts or something like that. Okay, if I produce t-shirts
But
in
you
Ghana,
actually have a higher buying
there
power.
is a chance there is a chance that if I produce t-shirts in an African nation, okay, that if when I resell them in America, I can make a lot of money because I can produce them cheap in Africa. But then you got to look at, okay, can I ship them? Do I have the logistics? Are the roads? Will I be able to ship this stuff to the airports and stuff to get it shipped out or ship it to the ports? And then now you got the Chinese with with access to all these ports, and then they don't even give the Africans access to the ports. So am I gonna have to pay the Chinese to ship my fucking product out?
No.
My brother, it means that let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, my brother. Have you been to Africa?
No, but I want to go.
Okay, so no. Because what you're saying right now is the most. And I'm not trying to insult you, my brother, because I really like you, but it sounds really ignorant. I have to say that right now, straight up. It sounds really ignorant, and believe me, I've traveled the world. Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan. I've gone to different places, and what you're saying right now is perhaps the most ignorant things I've heard in a while. And I live in Texas, and so I've heard a lot of shit. But exactly. But so you have to go there, do your homework before you can make those statements, because that statement is so ignorant. You have no idea what you're saying.
Why
you're going off? You're going off.
Can I say something? I think.
Yeah, sure.
City of Truth 91 needs a history class, like a history lesson about Africa. Like yes, I understand you have a narrative that's in your head. That's okay, I understand. But at the same time, you have to understand, even the UK, the Queen of England had to come to Africa to get rich. Even America itself is trying its best to get a foothold in America so that they can sustain the American economy. The Chinese only have one, if not two, ports that they own in Africa, but still, as much as they own, you are not even paying a hefty price to use that port. You don't need a visa to go about in Africa as of July 2020. I don't know, the level of ignorance is shocking to
let me say something.
You can be ignorant. I've never been to America, but I know.
Thank you, my brother.
Can I say
can
something?
easily get to JFK.
The American system is really bad. The education system just focuses on America.
Can I say something?
So Josie Gold can go ahead, and then we're gonna start to wrap things up. Please go ahead.
Okay. Look, for me,
Is it
this
still
is
me?
simple. It doesn't need a long explanation. Yeah, for me, this is simple. It doesn't need a long explanation. If you don't see any value in putting your money in any African country, and if you don't think there's going to be a benefit for you, then you should not put your money in Africa. That's it. This whole convincing
my
back
thing
and
is
forth.
that
No.
it should be a setup where, because see, Africans benefit greatly when they come to America, okay? Because they get
God
to go,
bless you.
They get recruited by universities, they go into the professions, they become doctors and lawyers. They benefit greatly when they come to America, okay? African Americans do
For the
not
record, they
benefit
can do that in Africa too.
No, African Americans do not benefit like that when they go to Africa. When African Americans go to Africa, okay, we spend all our money and it pumps up their economy. But what do we get? We get maybe a hug and a kiss and a wave goodbye when we leave. We don't get
Nah, you
anything,
don't know
which
what
is
you're
why I
talking
said African Americans need like their own like trade zone in Africa. There needs to be like a little central area
Why?
that we can go to where we can pass our own laws, we can administer
Why?
our own security, and then
Why?
we can trade and we can
Which
do
country is
business
gonna give
as
you that?
as we fit. That's what would benefit me. But it's not
No,
going to
brother,
benefit.
It sounds like you want to
brother,
create
you're
your
saying
own
something
Africa.
interesting.
Why? This is not your
No,
own Africa.
The brother is saying something interesting. Let's not dismiss everything that he says. Now
Well,
he's
everything
actually
is
saying something
interesting to
interesting. What? Okay, to me. But here's the thing: African Americans are actually an important tool in the development of Africa. So we should not dismiss them. What we should do.
I don't want to be a
No.
tool if
No,
I'm
no,
not
no,
going to
no, no, no,
benefit.
no. Man,
Go ahead,
listen,
bro.
even we are tools. Like people like me who are here, we are still tools. We all tools anyway. The idea is we need to figure out a way in Africa to integrate African Americans into our system. Maybe that's something that the legislators in Africa have to do. But I don't think that having your own little country in Africa is going to do anything. You have to figure out a way for you to get into the local economies so that you can make some money. It could be a win-win situation. But regardless, before you do that, you have to do your homework, brother. You have to go on the ground and do your homework.
But
I have done my homework and I
not.
figured out it's not going to benefit me to go over there as much.
Then the brother is
What
right,
do
so
you
don't go.
mean? This guy.
So
yeah, don't go. How much?
Unless
Brother,
I have my own trade zone where I can make my own laws, I can administer my own security and build my own infrastructure. And the Chinese, that's what the Chinese are doing. The Chinese are building their own cities, have their own police over there. You know, they're not relying. They can't rely on the Africans.
Where is that happening?
That's not true. That's not true. Where are they
You're just
building?
making up stuff. You know, you say the Chinese have ports in Africa. Which ports exactly?
This brother is going off Western media propaganda because you heard of what's going on in Zambia. You think that it's a general idea. Even in Zambia, it's not even what you're saying. And Zambia is the worst case scenario in Africa. So you need to really do your homework. Get on the ground, brother.
Okay, Miss City, Oman, Kuwait has their money is richer than China, but who's richer? Kuwait and Oman. Just because your currency, your exchange rate is bigger, doesn't mean you are necessarily going to be richer. It's the market dominance that you have. You understand me? The amount of populace that you are, the amount of consumers you have that will keep you afloat, that will keep you dominating, and will keep you richer. So Africa's market is becoming bigger. So a lot of people sense opportunity in that. You know what I mean?
President of China.
Go on. So what I'm saying,
Did you hear that?
Truth, right?
City of Truth.
City
China
of Truth.
owns land,
How
a
much
lot of
is the
property, a
exchange
lot of
rate?
investments in America. Just so you know, it's not like it's just an African thing.
Yeah, but I don't have to pay China every time I ship something in America.
Every time you have to use their services,
Who's
you have
paying
to pay.
China
If
and
you have
Africa?
to use Alibaba, you have to pay. Just like if I have to use
If you're
Amazon
going to ship
today,
something out of
I
those
have to
ports
pay.
that the Chinese built, you're going to have to pay them. But here's what does make sense. What makes sense is if you look at Dubai, right? Like Dubai, they're trying to market themselves like this big international trade, area. They got all these islands that man-made islands they built off the coast. Maybe some Black Americans could buy some of those islands.
Oh my gosh!
And then we could build.
Dubai. First of all, Dubai is a wrong example.
Let me finish,
Dubai.
bro. Let me finish, bro.
Go ahead.
And then, if I built like a factory in Dubai, because Dubai has access to ports, they have access to, and then I can import Africans to come and work for me in Dubai, and then it might actually
You want to be the
benefit
slave
me
master?
and then they can work in the factory, and then once I make the money, I can use the ports there and ship it all over the world, and then they could just come there, and then who knows, over time maybe that could grow into a community.
Why do
You
you
have
guys
a
want to be
community of
slave masters?
African Americans and Africans living, working, making money, thriving, and that might be a better model than actually going to Africa itself. It might end up being better.
What you trying to do? You trying to create your own country or something. Go to Antarctica or something. That ain't gonna happen. But Dubai is a wrong example because Dubai is just a scam. Dubai is just a speculation. It's just a bird ready to bust. Don't even use Dubai as an example. Dubai is like a scam.
That works for me. I can work with that.
No, but you going the wrong way about this thing, and it's not gonna work. You're gonna go to Africa. You need to figure out a way in order for you to integrate those economies. There's no other way around it. If you can't do that, then like the brother said, maybe you shouldn't go to Africa. But you have to do your homework because there are a lot of people who are doing business in Africa, and you're not gonna pay the Chinese, you're not gonna pay the French. I don't know where you got that from, but you need to stop listening to freaking Fox News or some shit. I don't know.
Yes, you should stop with
Can you
Fox
please come
News.
back?
Maybe CNN is better.
All right. So with all that being said, we're gonna do closing statements, starting with Darth all the way down.
I've not got much to say about this. To your truth, that many people are sensing opportunities in Africa, and I don't think you should watch the exchange rate really, because the exchange rate doesn't determine. You can have as much spending power, or your exchange rate can be that high, but then at the same time, if you don't have anybody to sell it to, you're not getting nowhere. So it's where the market, the consumer, and the market is. That's what is going to determine if you're rich. And as for these conversations, I think they are necessary. Let's keep doing this as well. African millennials don't. It might be a way for an outlet for people, but a lot of people are learning as well from here. And, people who are willing to listen. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I hope City of Truth and some people who are watching actually learn something. I hope.
No, I mean, I did. I enjoy these conversations and stuff, but it's like from what I see though, I see Africans benefit a lot when they come to America, and African Americans don't benefit when they go to Africa. They just don't. It's not an even exchange. It's just not.
Don't generalize, because a lot of Africans, not every African benefits. So don't generalize it, okay? Basically, for you to benefit, you have to do your homework, brother. Not every African who comes to America is
better
successful.
off. No, I would be better off going and dealing with black people like in Canada before I go to deal with some black people in Africa. It just, you know what I mean? It doesn't make sense.
African millennials in Canada, so go deal with her.
I mean, I could deal with her in Canada. I can do business with her there, but it's not gonna make me. It's not gonna make sense for me to do business with her if she's in Ghana. It just doesn't. I just how I look at it.
No, you are funny, my brother. You are funny.
Next, we're gonna have Josie Gold. Go ahead. Video Truth, you need to call back in, okay? You need to call back in next time. Go ahead, please, Josie Gold.
Yeah, look, there's certain people that Africa just does not need, and we need to find a way of keeping some of those people out. Some people that Africa doesn't need. I mean, we're in a building phase, and we just need to focus on that. Every country building itself up first. There's a certain madness that we just don't need over here on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go in order. So, Hotepping, thank you for calling in. You can please go ahead. I can't hear you. Can you guys hear him?
Okay. I guess it's Romans 10. Can I go ahead?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, it's my first time on this platform, and I would say maybe for the sake of having a debate, you could make sure you moderate in such a way that if something doesn't go in tune. So like I could see the argument that we were having kept on going and going, but we could tell we are I'm sorry to say this, but for a lack of a better word, we are just wasting time on an argument that's not gonna go anywhere. And if someone is not willing to do their research, uh, rather not let them spoil uh, the importance of the platform that you have. And I think on another note, Africa is booming. That's what I can say. I was born and bred in Africa, and I can see the future ahead. For myself today, I can tell, things are going well if it wasn't for COVID. But yeah, the theme, the name of this platform really relates to me closely. But I don't think it would be worth a while if we are gonna come through to have conversations like the bigger part of the conversation today. We have very reasonable ladies and gentlemen within the group that was there today, but I think the conversations could get better. Thank you.
Okay, definitely no problem. We're gonna have, so we'll go ahead and then we'll try Hotepping once more.
Okay, so like the brother said, Africa is booming, but just because it is booming doesn't mean that everybody should just jump. Whether you are an African American or an African living in Africa or whatever, if you can fail, I have failed before, and I've learned from my lesson. So you have to do your homework, and like what the brother is saying, that we should vet people before they come onto the platform. I don't think that's the case, because a vast majority of people in America who are our distant cousin think this way, and it's important for platform like this to be used as a conversation starter, so we can teach them what's the right way of thinking. Okay, so we should use that as an educational tool to teach them how it's done or what's going on or whatever. We need them just as much as they need us, and there's the division talk or whatever, we shouldn't be talking about it. Even me, I don't see myself as somebody from Cote d'Ivoire. I see myself from somebody from Africa. I like wherever I go on the continent, I feel at ease, So they should feel the same way. They are welcome to Africa, but just like anything, if you go into business, you have to do your homework. If you don't do your homework, then you have yourself to blame. Talking about currency exchange rate and stuff like that, I was talking about Vietnam. Most countries in Africa, their currency is stronger than Vietnam's currency. But guess what? Vietnam is exporting a lot to America, and they're making a killing doing that. So currency, people have to learn, first of all, what currency is. It is a tool that central banks use in order to make product from that country or investment more competitive. That's it. So that's what they call it, monetary policies and things like that. So people need to do their homework, do their research. And I'm not even mad at that brother. He's just ignorant. There are a lot of ignorant people, but that's okay. There's nothing wrong with being ignorant. You just have to be open-minded in order for you to get the right information. That's all I have to say. And thank you, African Millennium.
No problem. And I was very shocked as well from the questions that that person had, because I don't understand how you're thinking about doing business in Africa, but you don't
Yeah,
even know.
it's just
First and
ignored.
foremost,
Yeah, I mean, you
I
get.
thought that person
I'm a
didn't know
patient
which
man
country.
by nature, so
Yeah.
yeah, you gotta be patient with people like that. I've dealt with them a lot, so I know, you gotta be patient. You gotta teach them right. Sometimes they're stubborn. Some people they are ignorant and they don't know they are ignorant. So you gotta take your time with them, and that's
There's a
fine. He needs to come back on the platform, and then we can have more conversation.
there's a difference between asking questions though, because you're naturally inquisitive, and then
Yeah,
just meaning that you haven't even started any of the research. But I
exactly. I mean,
guess
the
you're
way.
saying we should be more patient, so okay, no problem.
Yeah, he's just out there, but it's okay. That's why we have those platforms, and let's not dismiss. That's what I'm asking my brothers. I know they are a lot of them are frustrated, but let's not dismiss those brothers. They're just ignorant. Let's not dismiss them. Let's just keep on founding it. The information, eventually they're gonna get it. That brother has never even been to Africa. It's hard for
Yeah.
you to have that conversation with somebody who's never even been on the ground, because all he has is going off information he has gathered from Fox News, CNN, and whatever they get in America. You know as well as I do that this is like Western propaganda. You can't listen to that all the time. You gotta get on the ground. Even a country like Liberia that is so poor, you can still make a lot of money in Liberia if you know what to look for. You know, the US right now, most of the consumers are Black Americans. Guess what? Their DNA traced from Africa. So if they are consumers, they should think that 1.1 billion Africans live in Africa are even more consumers than they are. So we just have to figure out a way to sell to those people in order to make everybody wealthy and get the wealth going around Africa. That's the main thing. Anyway, peace out, and yeah, thanks again.
See you. Okay, Hotepping and toe stepping. Did you have anything to say? Going once, going twice. Okay, no problem. Thank you for calling in. I'll see you next time. And to everyone who called in, I definitely really appreciated it. It really wasn't supposed to be this long, but hey, whatever. I will put the timestamps in the description so you don't have to watch the whole 5-hour video. But yeah, the titles, we tried to stay on topic. I think we actually did a much better job than what we normally do. So yeah, we're just going to end it there. And that is the end of the show. See you guys tomorrow. I mean, on Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday, we're going to talk about K&K Squad. So see you guys then. Subscribe to Mr. Uganda. Subscribe to Mr. Nice. Subscribe to Fresh Prince of Wakanda. Subscribe to Happy Companion. Subscribe to, yeah, I said it. Subscribe to her as well. And we will see all guys next time. If you have a topic suggestion, please leave it below. And by the way, I know some people were asking in the beginning, why are you guys talking about this? What do you mean? Because somebody suggested the topic, so we decided to have an honest conversation about it. And I honestly think we were pretty honest. I really think that we really, really, really let it out today. But I'll see you guys next time. Hope you guys have a wonderful day. Goodbye.